No. Nonetheless, though, still a strong round, and for PRX gonna have to rethink
Neon हुआ ये round.
few bits. I mean, that's what we're seeing with Team Secret and why they picked this map. It's always going to be starting things off a little bit slow, bit of pressure, or if not, just to try to spot out where something could be positioned to buy. And from there, you can see through the repositioning, there are some gaps and some ways to pull attention across. And then as soon as they rendezvous, group back up together, hit a particular site, weaker or lesser reinforced, in this case, Forsaken and Jing. So we'll see what else, what other adjustments PRX can bring up off of this incredibly early timeout.
Yeah, early timeout, but it sort of feels a bit necessary. I think in this entire series so far,
according to the technical PRX के पास कितने chances है win के PRX के पास, so I think ये मैप जीतने के chances तो उनके पास हमेशा 101%.
It's like your expectations are so high for PRX that even when they're playing quote-unquote poorly, they're still one of the better teams in Pacific, but you know, a little bit slow, giving a few opportunities over here to Team Secret, and it's not really something that you expect, obviously, of a team like PRX up against a Team Secret that are playing with a sub, who, by the way, is 7-2, so you know, maybe it's not much of a factor if it's a sub or not.
Assistant coach वो है.
3-1 for Team Secret. You know, by the way, nicely, it is Ascent, it is their map pick. You saw them make it close on Summit.
Coach ने भाई वो बहुत young है भाई वो.
I think it's possible, judging by what we're seeing now.
I think that's what PRX is thinking, you know, like, oh, okay, we gotta give them some respect.
आराम ज़्यादा पलट गया.
Bit more, especially out towards B side for now, where Team Secret have been starting off, but it's just a stinger buy. Actually, most of them still have rifles though, so.
Forsaken just going to be deleted by Kelly S. Site is slowly crumbling here, and something is surely going to have too much to do. So Gate crashes back away to safety, but that does mean the site will be taken by Team Secret.
Backside वाला nice and quickly.
And again, you're asking for a 4-on-5 retake for PRX, and it's just time and time again getting.
How many wins needed to qualify for playoff 3?
In theory, you shouldn't be winning.
PRX अभी एक भी जीत गया वो लोग playoff. और TS अगर हार गया तो planes.
Dimensional drift, the whole team explodes off of it.
This guy's going to be ready for this fight. Heard that trip get destroyed. Now though, under pressure from multiple lines, and that's what PRX were waiting for. Like you said, something chimes in with the kill on the sky, but it has taken a long time, and that spike is ticking. Sylvan on the line here, can't deliver. And it's Kelly S alongside Styron that will have to hold on. They do just that. Team Secret claim another 4-1 the lead, and PRX off the back of their timeout find nothing.
That PRX हारने वाला है.
Even with the timeout, just initially at the hit, if it goes
सिर्फ
through,
more chat कर रहे, just saying.
Bit
तुम
of
लोग भी
an
करो.
attack from Forsaken, who by the way actually did swap. Well, not
सारे
really
chatters
roles,
तो इधर बैठे हुए हैं.
Jing was previously the one playing Harbor, so just trying to slow things down, but somehow leaving his position open by airstrafing back to the boathouse. Just down to that 5v4, so a great chance for Team Secret to not just build up momentum, but run away with it now. Economy shatters for PRX. But still fishing around.
एक बंदे की गाफ लेना चाहोगे? मैं क्यों किसकी गाफ लो? गाफ में कौन घुसता? How to fix sleep?
Particularly with a couple of upgraded pistols.
मेरे को पूछा
two sheriffs there. Device obviously got the headhunter as well. You know, maybe Hunter's Fury gets layered in if you find a pick or two. So this is not necessarily going to be an easy round for Team Secret, even if they are up.
भाई इसका मतलब मानो या ना मानो, क्लासिक कॉम्प अभी भी वर्क तो कर. अरे भाई क्या?
Good spam onto something. Takes him down to 21.
No reposition yet, so maybe just trying to commit and see if they can get that pinch onto Forsaken, who.
Mid push करता तो crazy timing होता था ना.
Sheriff in hand, you never know what can happen. He's been spotted out by that drone. He's got nowhere really to go. Has to go down swinging, and no swings connect this time. Sky again for the 2K.
Budget gear you need for your setup. You don't need to spend $100 to get a high quality mouse these days. This is the M-Chose A5 Pro, and you can get it for less than.
Position though.
VCT प्लेयर्स क्या फिक्स सैलरी होती है, सबके अलग सैलरी होते हैं, गलत जवाब दिया तो रेस्पेक्टफुल
Hang on, he might well ace it, stolen by Zeus. As if he would
भाई
steal
असिस्टेंट
that.
कोच का एस होता था
As
बे
if
चैट
of all the rounds.
PRX के सामने
He's happy to
कितनी
be a team player,
खतरनाक
though.
फ्लेक्स है वो.
So, like, this is...
Mate, I would be filthy if I'm coming in to stand in on stage and I've got the chance to get an ace and you've stolen it away in a 1v5 against an eco.
I think you can actually see him mouthing, let me ace. But, yeah. I mean, Zeus saw the shot.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is ancient ball knowledge.
You're not getting that chance every day of the week.
There was a game way back then in MYSG
बहुत
where
analyst
Sky
है वो.
actually
तो
did
मैंने
get
क्या
an ace
बोला?
against one of these rounds.
Yeah, but not in a Pacific stage. It's totally different. Something is going to jump back to safety. We've got that Hunter's Fury layered on in here from Envy.
Buddy.
Does manage to connect.
Oh.
In the end,
$50.
onto
Buddy.
Zeus.
This mouse only weighs 59 grams. That's 130 hours and supports up to
Better
4.
start to the round for PRX and probably
Is this the best budget gaming mouse? It's called the Attack Shark X3, and it's by a company called MechKeys. The mouse has a very comfortable shape, and it only weighs 49 grams, which is very light.
Being able to find it now, getting entry into ace site.
Yeah, I think I might have heard a bit of a
I felt
table
it.
slam. I felt it through my feet. Yeah, it was just as Jing and Forsaken went down. So perhaps the coaching booth not too happy with this round for PRX, and nor should they be, as that's another plant coming through. Something in the dimensional drift right now, trying to line up some information and Envy taking that information. Maybe it's time for a bit of success for PRX, but we'll see.
ये क्या
Players
रीटे
can
के
do.
भाई.
Avoid it, it won't matter. Something will line it up, and the table slam
दो
was perhaps a
राउंड
little
PRX
bit
जीते.
too
दो
early.
राउंड समथिंग. इनवी ने बहुत क्रेजी मारा.
Survive.
इन्फो दिया समथिंग.
I don't-
अल्ट वाले को मारा समथिंग.
And it definitely did, I think, cause us to break our
बंदा
concentration for a
ही.
second.
I
Caught me
thought
off guard.
something fell over. I thought, you know, I thought there was a piece of equipment that's gone down. I don't know. I was scared. I was like, what's going on?
You can literally
Is there
change
an
this.
earthquake?
तो दोस्तों
Do they
आपने
have
बहुत
earthquakes
सारे
in
गेमिंग
Korea?
माउस देखे होंगे.
It's right underneath
गेमिंग
us,
माउस
but
आपको
Yeah.
oh man. Thankfully though, absolutely
Mouse
still
cover
even
किए हैं,
down to
200 रुपए से
3v5
लेके मैंने
with the
almost
dimensional
14,000
drift,
वाले
two
mouse
opening
तक
shots,
आपके
Envy just locked in, but okay, you're definitely not happy off of that one. That's two timeouts spent.
Exactly, and I mean, it's no surprise, obviously. Like we heard it. Team's going to be copying a bit of a spray, even though they've won that round. I'm assuming he's just not happy with the peak that Forsaken and Jing made there. Just telling them, guys, you need to lock in a little bit here.
You would have to imagine.
What?
Something with a bit of a placating gesture there. So all good, I guess.
भाई
They
वो
get the
लोग
round, but
जीते.
perhaps not the way they wanted to.
वो लोग जीते भाई. भर दिया.
Like probably not what they practice. The end goal, the end game is still champions at the end.
Points दे रहा हूँ ना, दे रहा हूँ ना.
Of course, if they take this one as well, they will have a pretty decent spot.
गलती से टेस्ट कर.
Yeah.
Not for play-ins and already for playoffs.
And I mean, I do think there's some validity in saying that, you know, PRX should sort of approach every game as they would a game at Champs or at Masters or what have you. Because you sort of let these little bad habits kind of creep in, and that's when it kind of pops up at the wrong time. You do get punished for it. It might not happen here, but on a big
बराबर
stage
है
it may
लेकिन
well.
यार एक
By
आध
the
तो
way, 2 to 5,
यार.
see what Team Secret can do to answer
एक
that
आध
last
गेम
round
तो
from PRX. They
चलता
are
है.
still well and truly in control. There's a pop flash from something, and Zeus gets an incredible 3K. We didn't get to see.
सुनो. टाइम आउट के बाद मेरी बात सुनो, मेरी बात सुनो, मेरी बात सुनो. टाइम आउट के बाद मैं बोल रहा हूँ, पिल गए ये लोग. हाँ,
Or you know, mid-push.
अब फ्रस्ट्रेशन
As
डबल
they
होने
always
वाला
have
है.
to do though, still, but to be able to pull this off in this round now.
I'm not gonna lie. I think I think someone's crashing out on the side of PRX right now. I'm hearing it again from the coaching booth.
Spike planted.
But I mean, you feel for them though. Like their round has just begun and it's already gone.
भाभी लेकिन प्लेयर्स एकदम चिल
There must
रहेंगे
be
क्योंकि
something
देखो
like, you know, Alex has talked about it before where
कोई
or
वो नहीं कर
actually,
सकता
I
ना.
think just even
हाँ?
in the post-game
टाइम आउट लेके
conference
भर नहीं
where
सकता. तो अभी प्लेयर्स है ना थोड़ा ऐसा ओपन होएंगे अभी.
sometimes just blank out
समझ रहे हो?
from what he's told them.
I mean, the thing is though, like,
समझ
I
रहे हो?
don't even know if that's necessarily such an awful
नाइफ
play
ऑफ
for
करने का
PRX.
ट्राई करने
Not
जा
pushing
सकते हो
out
लोग
that
PRX
spike. Like,
वाले
that's just
ऐसे टाइम
brilliance
पास.
really from Zeus. I mean, we'll have to go back and have a look at, you know, whether or not that flash missed. I don't think it would have. It was just a pop flash out the smoke. I think Zeus has just kind of done a number.
लेकिन रिकॉन के साथ क्यों फाइट नहीं किया? ब्लाइंड रिकॉन तो मैं है.
Yeah.
PaperX.
Whatever it is, though, we'll just kind of take a look at it in the replay. If not, just PaperX hopefully able to hold on to these weapons for the next round, because you imagine this op still serves a role, a purpose.
I could maybe understand if the conversation in the timeout was, okay, let's like take a bit more of a reserved approach, and then PaperX have gone, players have gone, no, you know what, we're just going to send it. But
Hopefully not.
I don't
Our
think that's
bugs
a bad
buy me
thing. I mean, like, what are you gonna
Gucci.
do? You've triple swung mid with a flash.
Oh no!
Theoretically, that should work.
By
Forsaken had the
Forsaken.
angle as well. That's what we felt.
Yeah. But there was more to it, by the way. But yeah, again, I don't know if I
कास्टर
can
मेरी
necessarily
बात
fault
सुनो,
PaperX.
मेरी
I
आवाज आ
think
रही है तो
that's just really nice stuff from
सुमड़ी
Zeus.
में व्लॉग बनाओ.
I have faults, maybe. Oh, you can still
मजाक
hear
से
me
हट
yelling.
कर. कास्टर भाई.
You definitely need to play a little bit more reserved
सुमड़ी
now,
में
but
यू करके
bit of pressure. Jake,
सेल्फी
step
ट्राई
up.
करो और पीछे.
Paranoia goes through.
Coaching
Jing going to overstay his welcome, though. There is that filter back
एक
through
मारने के
for a
बाद
couple of the
वापस पिक
PaperX
लिया.
players to
Just saying,
reinforce
just
the
saying,
A site,
just
though,
saying,
so
Alex
it's
भाई.
not going to be
एक
taken by
क्रेजी
Team
मारने के
Secret
बाद
just yet.
वापस पिक लिया है.
Really
आराम
putting
से
that
वन वे
pressure
कर
on
सकता
PaperX
था.
now. The reckoning coming through. Something looking for the fight. Near-sighted on Sky and can't find it. Eventually, Forsaken will have to come through to finish the job.
For the first time in a long while, PaperX actually has
Bro
numbers
वो
advantage
टीपी
in the
मारता और वो
early portions
Forsaken
of
को
the
मारता था
round.
ना.
We'll see if Team Secret still has legs in this race. They're droning out B main, putting a bit of pressure while the spike actually gets delivered over. They're thinking the rotations must have gone through. Forsaken is alone in wide.
It is a forward position, that's for sure.
आवाज आया ना उसको. आवाज आया.
He's
आवाज
got-
आया.
he's
रोटेट
not an
रोटेट.
omen, he can't get
आवाज
out.
आया.
If he's cleared, this goes down to a 3v3.
Desse is going to be cleared. Kelly's is having a look. Swinging around that corner, though, with the spike, gives it up, and something in a cheeky position as well.
करने जा रहा
Catches
था कि होने जा रहा
on the
था?
rotate this round. Starting to look a little better for PaperX. Still takes a second shot there for Divide, but a round is a round, and they put a couple together as well, which will draw out a bit of a golf clap from the crowd. 3 and 6 now. PaperX starting to try and salvage this half.
Yeah. Look, it hasn't quite been the cleanest, but that was still a hell of a sharp shot from Jing, and yeah, probably stuck out a little bit too long, overextending.
दवाई का पहला किल काउंट नहीं होगा.
It's just a way to
बोलो ये
recover.
मैंने देख रहा था.
Meanwhile, though, for Team Secret, still
पहला किल
getting
काउंट
some
नहीं
of
होगा.
these
काउंट नहीं
reads,
होगा.
still trying to
टेक्निकली
push
अपन
as
0-6
much of an
गिनेंगे.
advantage as
टेक्निकली.
possible. They could still get away with a lead in this first half. It's not done yet. A bit of a save, or not quite. Zeus,
वाह.
the judge. And they're once again going through a split.
This time Zeus, just deleted instantly. And Kelly's goes down as well. Jing putting on a bit of a masterclass, and now it's Forsaken's turn as well. Perhaps PaperX, they copped enough of a beating there in the couple of timeouts that have been given by Alex that they've decided to turn it back on a little. And Styron, easy cleanup. No, not an easy cleanup. You would have thought it should be. So maybe he's still in with a chance here.
Bro मजाक से हटकर
Not impossible, but
Clutch
3v1
करना चाहिए
on
उसको
the
one v two.
retake.
He could go B and get a plan.
Smoked off. It's not going to do too much. Just down to how
हाँ
the
एक
three
सेक्सी
actually going
क्लच
for that
दिखा दे
retake.
भाई.
They cannot
मजा आ
afford.
जाएगा. मजा.
What if he wraps all
केओ को मार मार के जो रिलोड पे गए हैं वो लोग.
I want to just see a generational crash out from
That's
Alex.
gas.
I'm just trying to like think about what's the
Jordan.
avenue for him to win this round.
Jordan, please.
No,
He
what?
has a family. He's got a loving
They're
girlfriend.
not here. She's not here today.
Oh,
Here we go. Come on.
no.
This might be time.
चल.
Can he do it against PaperX?
I fear for Alex's heart.
Drone's going to spot him out though, and that's going to make it really tough. And Styron should be aware that it has seen him. Forsaken, creeping on the line. Styron with 1v3 attempt. No, he was there. Okay,
Shit.
crash out avoided for now.
Ah.
Still almost, but that one was more honestly, well, do I want to say it's credit to Styron?
भाई
It feels like
कैसे
it's because he
fake
took a
PRX
forward
fans
angle
है
up the
अपन.
market and repositioned, but
That's what you've got to do though in a 1v3.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly,
you
that's
have
why.
to try to force the 1v1s.
he did it well. He did it well. I was thinking if, could you maybe say that PaperX should have
मजा आ जाता. मजा आ जाता.
we weren't expecting him up that far front, so not bad.
भाई
But
क्या
still, good
ना
job
बे
at the end
ऐसा
of the day, and it continues
दूसरा दुनिया
forward.
में टीम ही नहीं है बे ऐसा.
Gotta love how in the spirits are still a little bit lighter on the Team Secret camp though.
I love that they're making this competitive and interesting. You know, I think it would have been so easy for this game to just be a walkover for PRX, but there's a lot to enjoy about what we're seeing from Team Secret today. And Sylvan getting the better of Jingu, trying to go aggressive outside of A this round.
Did not expect Sylvan to be
Players
in
ने
the smoke.
decide किया
Another
last
A
round नहीं हुआ
split,
तो
but this
क्या
time
हुआ?
no one to hold far front.
ये
It's
round
just
tilt
in
करते
between
ना.
backside with Forsaken.
Zeus keen to lead that charge once again. You've got a wall up here from PRX. Team Secret waiting that one out. Something very nearly caught on the timing there by Sky. Gets unfortunately taken down in the end. 4 on 4. PRX though holding onto this site nicely. You've got Forsaken tucked in the corner, doing everything.
By head.
Beautiful 4K from him, and
Bro,
a
hey, bro.
real resurgence happening now for PRX.
Bro,
Put together 3 in a row.
hey,
4 out of the last 5.
Oh, absolutely.
Huh?
Definitely still
है.
perhaps a bit lackadaisical at times.
आपकी आवाज तेज है. Game sound थोड़ा कम है. Game sound बढ़ा दो.
This time something actually catches on
मेरा
to the
screen
left.
रहे तो sound रहेगा कि
And
नहीं?
also just reading the positions. Yeah, okay, maybe the tiles crunch flash didn't work, but you got to recognize Sylvan was in the smoke. That's why he wasn't blinded. So trying out for the next round now.
Going to be double up round this one for PRX.
Hey, considering
That's
सब
two
कुछ
to fourth
6-6
rib,
is
but
not bad.
Secret not too interested in dealing with that. They're going to try and go a little quicker towards A, put a bit of pressure on over there and draw the rotate, and then walk their way into B. PRX have been completely bamboozled.
Okay. Still though, with all this space, what does Team Secret do with it? It's going to take a bit of time for that spike to get delivered over. They've spent quite a
वो
number of
आउट है लेकिन
considerable
सबसे
resources
पहले.
already in that fake.
What if PRX just try to force the issue here? Get some info there from Jing.
Oh, Zeus as well?
Thing is, yeah, they don't know exactly where Zeus is. They've got a bit of attention from him over on A, but he is still pushing his way through
दो मार
behind, and
सकता है.
you dare say he's probably going to get himself at least 1, maybe 2 Envy covering that off in the end.
भाई
Gets the
देख
trade
रहा
onto
था
Divide.
bro.
So far, so good for PRX until they run into Sky, who is the hero of the moment, it would seem. Can't see anything this time around. Styron alone has a chance at another clutch, and this one doable. Styron secures the lead for Team Secret.
Bro,
at the end of
what?
What a clutch! It just backed up enough around
पीछे वाला
both
कैसे
mounts to get it
मरा?
through with a wall bang as well on a Guardian.
कोच का अबे इसमें तो गलती भी नहीं था भाई.
2-on-1 certainly was.
इसमें तो गलती भी नहीं था.
Really are giving PRX a bit of a headache today, and remember, PRX have no more timeouts either.
भाई बेचार इसमें तो गलती भी नहीं था
You know what,
भाई.
5-7's not impossible though, but still, you have to again just respect what Team Secret's putting out on the server today. Sky being able to hold off that one first kill, Zeus on the flank, yeah, it'd be kind
भाई
of recognized
sexy
as
खेला
well,
भाई.
but it's
इसमें
just
लेकिन
nice
गलती
to
नहीं
see
था वो लोग
behind
का.
these strats that they're putting together in this first half against PRX. Oh, look at that. Are pretty damn impressive. Like this is why they've got that score. It's not just because PRX were
एक जगह पे caster MVP हो रहा है, एक जगह पे analyst MVP हो रहा
I have to say, I think it probably gets a little bit harder for Team Secret
है. और
moving
तुम
on.
बोल रहे हो यहाँ से players ही नहीं जा पा रहे करके.
See what
मत
PRX
कर.
can put together. What do we do? A couple of shakes of the head here. Alex and Wendler unable to have any impact on the rest of this game.
This is when I get the most fearful about PRX though. It's not just because of Alex, but like you can tell.
बात कर
even among
सकता है
the
क्या
team
half
comms,
time
right,
पे?
there's a bit of tension. Talking about, you know,
नहीं ना.
certain set plays or things not working out the way they were intended to, but they need to just keep calm and
वेंडलर से
cool.
बात कर रहा था क्या?
Keep going
उस्मान
on.
भाई का मेयाली.
Because they definitely have what
सुमित
it
भाई
takes.
गिफ्टेड.
You know
Thank
it's
you
all
मेरी जान
capable.
गुड़े. Thank you मेरी जान गुड़े.
Team Secret.
Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you मेरी जान. Love
This is
you.
always the thing
छुपा
about
दे
Team
दो
Secret too.
boys.
It's not fully the same roster, but they always have that one
Prediction
game,
दे लो ले.
that one upset
पहली
in
बात
every
तू लो ला.
stage. And this one
और दूसरी
might
बात
just be still
prediction
just the
दे.
second map though.
Most
PRX on the attack
handsome
now. And it's a 4-1 split.
Valo player
Wait on
ever.
towards the A
ऐसा
side.
लिख.
Zeus
ऐसा
initially
लिख.
to receive
तो मिलेगा.
contact. Fuck.
Yeah, that's what you want to be seeing if you're a PRX fan, moving over onto the attack. All picked up as well for Forsaken, so very solid start to this round. And this half for PRX, though, you do have that mid-crunch coming through for Team Secret. Timing-wise, they might actually be able to catch that spike in transition. Multiple players looking. Envy going to swing now. He's got teammates there as well. It's just a brawl. Who hits the most shots? The answer, PRX. Got that wrap behind from Zeus, but Getting the better of Forsaken is not exactly the
actually
greatest
में fight जीत
surprises
गया
here.
पता है ये लोग के पास advantage था
Something
team
is
के
hearing
पास.
all those steps, so we'll be well prepared to take a couple of shots. And nice recalibration. Paper X take their first pistol
बंदा
of
अलग है
the
बे.
series.
Yeah, just
लेकिन
find some
पांच
stability.
Indian player होते तो
One
मजा आ
out of
जाता
four
ना
so
करो.
far, but if they can still, you know, take the
Most
entire map,
handsome
that tells
player.
us
million
well.
likes.
और ये
They're
last
waiting
Most
for this
hairy.
one. I mean, Team Circuit, you don't really fault them
After-
for wanting to take that fight towards middle. They do it together as a team,
Give
but
prediction दे रहा.
ultimately when you get
Ah, cool
collided
boy,
with
shout out
by
to
a
you.
huge paranoia like that from Jing, the Joman, it's just gonna sting sometimes. So needing to be a bit more aware of what else Paper X can afford. Team Secret, gotta stay on their toes.
Forsaken, he's got a lot of targets to shoot at there. Maybe a few too many, but info given, and so Paper X are going to filter pretty quickly into the B site as a result. There's a Bulldog collected for Zeus though.
Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hold on. This could be a big round for Team Secrets.
Uh-oh.
Down. Jing
But
does
Jing
not
clear
want
होने
to make
वाला
the
है.
mistake of overpeaking this line. I think this is a
Jing
very
clear होने वाला
bold
है.
play for him to be sitting right here, and he needs to deliver. Gets himself two, and that is exactly what he needed. If he had gone down for free there, it might have been round over. But now it's just Sky, and he can't get it done, so Paper X will survive.
At what
Scary.
cost, though? I mean, I have to ask that question. Like, a little bit pricey, losing that many guns. At the same time, they
Yeah.
didn't purchase that much, so we'll keep an eye on the out for the bonus for now. But this is an impressive tiles crunch as well on an eco for
कैसे?
Team Secret. They have a bit of
ये
prep.
pose कैसे
You
नहीं
have to
देखा?
admire how they pick this ascent map and how they're being able to put this performance up. At the same time, from the pistol round, Paper X actually maximized as much of the alt economy as possible, picking up both alt orbs on both sides of the map. So
तो दूर से चिल्लाने की
just
आवाज
trying to
है
build up
लिया
that
करके.
bank, that war chest for
It
the
doesn't matter कि आप एक gamer हो या एक working professional.
actually bring back
वीडियो
the
एडिटिंग
comeback
करनी है या
from
फिर
the 5-7 deficit. So far, so good right now. Goodbye once again to Lurk.
अरे वो खत्म हो गया ना लेकिन तुम लोग का
Peek out middle
हाँ?
again?
जो नाम के लिए तुम
First time they've got the
जेंसी बनने का एक्टिंग कर रहे थे 6-7 खत्म हो गया.
Nothing in middle, and in doing so,
मैं
they
रुका था
kind of
ऐसे
give
सुमड़ी
up
में
that
ऐसा करके
territory
कोई
on
लिखेगा
A.
कि नहीं
Paper
करके.
X more than happy to move on in there.
खत्म हो गया बे.
Vi is on the lurk at B and dealt with
अच्छा
Sky.
अच्छा मैं हूँ
Let's get
जेंसी.
started with
Problems on
our
both sides of the map,
7.
apparently, if your Team Secret. Plan's gone down now.
अब लेट हो गया अब लेट हो गया.
Bits of utility for the retake, though.
They do. Envy dropping a shock dart there to try and slow
Actual
them
में
down.
अच्छा
It's
shot
all
था.
about
Oh, bro,
something
उसको
and
kill
Forsaken
भी
with the
मिला है.
rifles as well. Easy
Bro, उसको
does
kill
it for
भी
Paper
मिला है.
X. Looking a lot more
भाई ये क्या
comfortable now
flawless
on the
round
attack.
था.
And that is indeed bonus being cleaned up. Lickety split.
Hmm.
And the whole team just doing everything.
बुड्ढे
with
के
their
ऑडियंस
full
में जेंसी कौन है?
task properly
तो
as
गया.
well. Divide, not overly aggressive peek, gets it off of information. The whole team getting the site for free because unfortunately for Team Secret they peeked out over
Yeah.
the middle. Had to just hold off on the off angle but couldn't quite
ये
find
क्या
anything.
इमोटे देवेश?
No smiles in the Paper X camp for now. Just gonna have to keep locked in. But also starting to build up with these alts, which can prove to be very valuable for this whole
Hello,
second half.
hello.
Now let's have a
We
listen
started
in
69 now.
to the Paper X.
Language. अरे बेंच में ब्लाइंड हो कर रहा हूँ.
Right side. Pick this. Pick my flash, come. Two, yeah? Be trap, guys. Get out. Can we get out? We can fight. 3, 2, 1. One right side. We kill this guy. One right side. Kill. Okay, boys. Can you just freeze? Can you just freeze?
Chill.
I'm gonna smoke CT, boys. Guys, smoke CT.
पर tilted लग रहा है बे chat.
Take.
Okay, Mira. Take out someone, Jason. Wait, let me close.
Pretty routine so far on the anti-eco. Little wayward spray there for Forsaken, but does wrangle it back onto Sky. 9-7, and it seems like, you know, similar to Summit, maybe the danger has kind of passed here for Paper X. They were
पेरिस कब जा रहे हो? 4 तारीख को. इतनी चैट भेजता तो वही पड़ता है. ठीक है, sorry.
Yeah, they just have to do it for a while. You know, get your heart rate going as a Paper X fan.
Yeah, why not?
Keeps you invested, but onto this eco, making it this clean as well. Anti-eco. Having every bit of utility, marking the flanks.
How many bullets?
See, I could have casted it like that as well, but then people would get mad at me if I said that.
Yeah.
एम
they'll
तो
call you
है.
biased.
4 के मारा था उसने.
Well,
घर जाएंगे जेन से.
Next round up, and Team Secret to a more defensive setup, especially onto the A
भाई
side, which
कुछ
we're
वो
looking
मिलना
at
चाहिए ना. chat
on,
मजाक
but
सेट कर.
still, clearing out B main as well. Team Secret, a
4 सेकंड को सारे एजेंट खेलने का कुछ एक क्रेजी
Bit of a reserved
crazy
approach again
cheese.
for PaperX though. They do have some presence in middle already.
Yeah,
कुछ तो एक
taking up
crazy
space
चीज
where
मिलना
Team
चाहिए.
Secret aren't. So possible chance for them to actually push down bottom middle if they so choose.
Mid to B.
अवार्ड टाइप हो गया.
Yeah,
मेरे
looking like a
चैनल
good
की
option
मेंबरशिप
right
हो
here.
गई.
Zeus has given away that he's got an op in hand, and already you're seeing something try and hunt him down. Where are you going to go here as Zeus? The dimensional drift surely going to be popped, and there is just nowhere for Zeus to hide, apart from maybe back in Boatshed. He's stuck behind the wave. Styron's picked up Jing. Hold on a minute. This might still be doable. That's a clone that's gone forward. Zeus flashed out now. How's he alive for so long? I don't know, but it doesn't matter in the end. PaperX
Bro, एक और
obliterated
flawless,
Team Secret.
एक और
Zeus
flawless.
did everything he possibly
दो
could
back
in
to
his
back
power
gun
to
round
survive.
flawless.
Yeah.
But it was a moot point. 10-7.
क्या
PaperX
हो
are
gया?
flexing their
Action में
muscles.
serious हो
We
गया
need
क्या?
a coach spin timeout now. I mean, he hasn't used them yet, but dude, I'm laughing because I've never seen this
कोच
before.
का
A Neon
POV
running
हमको
away
जैसे
from the
दिखता है वैसे
reckoning
स्पेक्टेटर को भी
wave.
दिखता रहता
All
है
to
या
get
सिर्फ टीम
contained
सिर्फ टीम
inside a boathouse.
स्पेक्टेटर को भी कोच कैम
And
तब
he's
भी
just
दिखता है
like
जब भी
running for
प्रोडक्शन
dear
दिखाता है.
life to get away from that thing. Doesn't want to get nearsighted. And at the same
भाई
time,
अगर
the whole team
कोच
coming across
कैम
in
दिखता
rotations
रहता तुम
look
लोग को
well read by
लगता है
PaperX. Just
मैं
the
प्लेयर्स
execute.
पीओवी देखता कभी.
So clean.
There's the timeout you looked for.
हर व्लॉग में कोच
I
कैम
mean,
दिखाता था
like I
मैं.
said on Summit, I think it's going to be a tough pill to swallow to be going down in this series as Team
देखो
Secret
बाकी है
might
ना
feel-
सब हो गया सब कंप्लीट हो गया
Obviously, in
उसका.
spite of the fact that Sky is in the lineup today playing pretty damn well, if we had Nats, would we have gotten closer? Would
Half
we have
time
maybe
पे
gotten
गाली
one of these
खाई
matches
होगी
over the line?
पक्का.
Could we have gotten this series over the line?
ऐसा
Because
स्टूडेंट
have
अवार्ड
been
ना ना
close.
करो.
And you know, there's definitely some credit to be
Ore
given to
baap
Team
re.
Secret for that, but unfortunately,
चिराग
if we
भाई.
persist with how things have been going here in this second half, scoreline's still going to read 2-0, and that's all anyone's going to really remember.
Yeah, a little bit. I feel like this one comes down to a bit of the calling from both sides.
कमर गए रे
because
बाबा.
a bit of prep work too, perhaps. I mean,
चिराग भाई thank you
PaperX
for the
just immediately
1000 gold
mid-game
trophy मेरी जान
adapt
कटे.
to
नहीं नहीं
different
normal
setups
trophy
that
cake
Team
मेरी
Secret
जान
were throwing at
कटे.
them. Like some of these mid plays,
Love you,
PaperX
चिराग भाई,
avoid it
love
just
you.
by going a split. And then when Team Secret start to play a bit more defensive
लगता है
and passive,
सबकी
PaperX recognize
डेट है तो
immediately
राउंड
the
खत्म
BB
कर रहे हैं.
presence,
Oh
they're
wow,
keeping
what
that
a
information
संडास
in the
joke
back of their
man.
minds. And as they go back
Wow.
through to clear out B split, bottom middle
सबकी
as
डेट
well,
है.
they drone initially. They push Zeus off of his line.
Huh?
Like that's PaperX
उनका
at
तो
their
ठीक है.
best.
तुमको मिल रहा है कोई डेट?
Starting things off for now, though.
मेरे नहीं होने वाले.
It's a little bit slow and tentative to begin with, recognizing the timeout from Team Secret. So
Thank you for the heart मेरी जान
should be
कटे.
spending more of their utility to clear out some forward space, especially towards a main.
ये दगड़ दल्ला YouTube पे लाइव तू गया तू गया. क्या हाल बक्स भाई VCT देखने के लिए बुलाया है क्या आपको फॉरेन में?
Isn't going to draw out a peak. Sylvan.
अर्जुन भाई जाएगा तो 400 मेरी जान के रटे.
Just try and help him get back out.
हो सकता है
That confirms
बुलाया
information
हो
as well,
सकता है
right? So you know there are at least maybe a
हो
couple
सकता
players
है
up towards
पॉसिबल
A.
है.
Maybe bringing some rotations over, sending their presence there. So teams, I mean, PaperX
पर्सनल मत जाओ बंग भाई
corral
सॉरी
back
सॉरी
towards
सॉरी.
B now.
Plenty of time on the clock here for PaperX. Forsaken's been given a lot of room to work with here in middle. He is going to be a real X factor. Gets himself a nice wall up that cuts off both the chokes
Cypher
back
कुछ
into
कर
the site
पाएगा?
here, and PaperX are going to start to make their way forward.
Oh, Forsaken's pushing past.
Yeah, that's cheeky. And he's surely going to be picking up that kill onto Sky if it doesn't go the way of something first. Trip does get opened on up, and some shots through from Sky, but in the
अबे
end,
इसका
Envy
लड़का तो
straight
फायदा ही
back
नहीं हुआ
on in.
कुछ.
And again, well, Forsaken doesn't actually really come into play there. He was always going to be a factor had it been required, but it just feels a little bit too easy at the moment for PaperX. They've kind of
बढ़
waltzed their
गया
way into
दबा आ
sight.
गया.
And Team Secret just don't
दबा आ
have
गया.
an answer. This will be an 11th, and it will be, again, a continuation of those straight rounds that PaperX have been having here in the second half.
I can't lie, yeah. It's
20th round मतलब वो बे 13-7 is 20th round.
probably
कहाँ जा रहा है? चैट ए VCT देखते हैं.
Kenzo
अर्जुन
with
भाई
a
अभी
bit
तो
more damage still at the end of the day. But
heavy बहुत बार जाके आया है. अभी next देखते हैं chance का क्या सीन बनता है. बंस का गेम प्ले और हेडलाइन एक जैसे नॉन. अभी $2 में तारीफ कर रहा था. अभी जस्ट अचानक से शिफ्ट मारा और $5 में जेरी जैसा हेड देने लग गया ये बंदा. बताओ.
They know that the Cypher's going to be lurking somewhere close by.
2 मिनट
trying
के
to
ऊपर
hunt
कोई
for
प्यार
that
नहीं
kill,
कर सकता
especially
मेरे
after
साथ.
Siren's recon falls
हाँ?
through on the site too. So just sniping one through, unfortunately.
उसमें जाएंगे तो $5 में जान गए मैं सुना heavy jewels वाले को Paris से gift मैं सुना है heavy jewel वाले को Paris से gift मतलब
back-to-back timeouts here. You can tell the pressure's really on for Team Secret now. 6 in a row coming through from PRX.
Mix कभी खेला for a second है last time
11-7. It just kind of feels like they've flipped the switch.
वही तो आ रहे थे वो लोग
Really quite tough going on map 1 and in the first half.
Can't lie.
टेक्निकली काम तो नहीं आया था मिक्स पे तो गेको तो आया काम और एक्चुअल में अच्छा भी लग रहा हूँ मैप में लेकिन मेरे को नहीं लगता मिक्स और कोई भी खेलने वाला है
But you really feel for Team Secret as well. Oh, Styron feeling it. We'll see what the second timeout can afford though. I mean, I don't know if you want to get aggressive.
क्या दिखा रहा है अभी तू
They've tried in with Zeus
क्या
and
दिखा रहा है
off
तू
towards B main, but even that.
क्या दिखा रहा है तू दिख रहा है ये दिख रहा है
At least they have 4 ults to work off of.
दिख रहा है
So putting themselves into positions where those could come in handy, maybe Hunter's Fury.
मेरे साथ
Okay. Good opener from Zeus onto something. No trade to be had there for
हाँ मेरे
Defiance.
साथ
The cage
1v1
just allows Zeus to get out. And a big fight outside A main as well. This round not quite going to plan for PRX. They've taken fights on both sides of the map and lost
लाइफ
both
में
of
नहीं
them.
करूँगा
So
भाई
need one of those classic 3v5
दोनों भाई का
recoveries.
साइन है घर जाएंगे
Dodges the shock dart.
उसके पास एक ही वाला है
Get him. Oh, somehow
बेंसट कोई कुछ भी बोले टूटना मेरा जरूरी है जेरी किक्स देख के बात करना पागल
Maybe that those two that were working their way into A could get something done. It's not to be this time around, so that'll almost certainly be around for Team Secret.
Love it. B main crunch. You have the cage for additional
by the
cover.
way,
Zeus
इसके
gets
साथ I
out,
think
and then also the A main
TSC
fight
एक
too.
team है ना जो
Sylvan with the flashes, Kelly to
qualify नहीं
support.
just
And you can
asking
see PRX just kind of takes an extra second around the choke of A main, and that's because they're afraid of the trip that tends to get set there. Sky actually has maybe the knowledge to set a shallower trip than usual,
C9 भी है क्या बात
which
कर रहा है
can sometimes catch PRX off guard. So a bit of conditioning off this front as well keeps Team Secret in the game, and it feels as
love
though
you
like
मेरी
this is
जान
what they
love
need
you
to
मेरी
continue
जान
doing.
उस्मान भाई
Getting a bit more proactive.
उस्मान भाई आप
get some
हो
court
कहाँ
space,
से मतलब यूएस में
information,
कहाँ से हो आप
take some of these aim duels away from the
फैमिली में
PRX
कौन
players, right?
बहुत
Get
सारे
them to
क्वेश्चन
slow
है मेरे पास
things
एक
down
एक
a
करके
bit.
पूछेंगे
But at the same time, like this
फैमिली
has
में
just been
कौन
one
कौन है
round.
कहाँ
So
पे हो खाना
I
क्या
would love
अच्छा
to
है
see
बहुत
more
सारे
like
क्वेश्चन
combinations of
वड़ा
utility
पाव
and
मत
then different
भेजो
ways to
बंग्स
approach
भाई
some of these
लाइक्स
early
लोला
fights
पाव
if
तू
Team
गया रे
Secret are
बड़वे
to take them. Kind of like what they just did.
भाई मजाक चट कर पाँच अल्टे
Separate
चट
line, camera for an angle.
भाई पाँच
Flashes
अल्टे
to hold the off
heavy
angle and
comeback बोल
alongside
रहे
a
हैं
one-way smoke as
heavy
well.
heavy
We can, I don't
And then still maybe having some
bro
additional layers to be
11
able to
तक जा सकता है
figure out the next steps if PRX were to take the rounds a little bit slower.
फ्लोरिडा ब्रो
PRX have
फ्लोरिडा
ultimates of their own
में
too. So you always want to watch out
ईस्ट
for
या
that. Team
वेस्ट
Secret, a full kit.
वो मेन है क्यों उससे मालूम पड़ेगा
What
कि
looks to be a pretty nice
हवा
paranoia
का
here,
रुख
potentially.
कहाँ से आ रहा है
Zeus
थैंक यू फॉर $2 मेरे जान कटे
help getting back on out. Decides to stick around. He's got that rifle in hand, wants to take the fight. There's the paranoia that sends PRX scurrying back away.
And perhaps into a mid or a short too.
आज का वड़ा पाव आ गया
Spy's pretty progressed though.
Oh, Sky and Kelly S have to watch out.
आप जा रहे हो पेरिस में 4 तारीख
Bottom mid smoked off for now as well.
भाई
And this is
लेकिन
already
ब्रो
this is what I
chat
mean. PRX
crazy
slows
है ना
things down
chat
a little bit further. A bit of utility happened.
4 या
out, now a
5
bit of fake in
इंटरनेशनल
towards
ट्रिप
B.
पे हाँ
So responsibly still on Sky and Kelly S.
Oh, not a bad setup though. 1 for 1.
है
You can
कि
tell
नहीं
there's not really a
वैलो
commitment, so those
खेलते
A players don't
खेलते
have
वॉच
to
पार्टी
transition across.
करते
Something
करते
here with a crucial fight onto
मैं चला
Styron, it'll
सोने
be Jing maybe.
मतलब कहाँ जाओगे सोने बेडरूम में सोओगे हॉल में सोओगे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन आ रहे हैं उस्मान भाई
all of these cages unknown but dealt with by something.
मेन कंट्रोल नहीं है मेन कंट्रोल नहीं है
Still a 3-on-3 though, and Plant going down inside the smoke. Team Secret
ब्रो
have
केलियस के लग गए केलियस के लग गए
Envy in behind
Bro.
Kelly though. Makes it look a little bit easier here, and that's a good shot from Divide. Quick double down, doesn't quite.
Bro,
Won't matter.
sexy round
12 on the board for PaperX, and they are
Usman
getting
bhai
very
देखो तो
close to
फाइटर
closing
में
this
चल
series out.
गए ज्वेल्स में लॉलीपॉप भी भेजो बंगवाई के लिए
Not
लैग
much else
बैच
to be
लैग
said
बैच
than that.
Thank you for the
points
mic drop. Ken bhai, thank you for the
And
guitar मेरी
you
जान
have to
गड़े
feel for Team I don't feel like they did anything wrong here. Sky unfortunately couldn't get the shot because as soon as cages fall, like you just see
और
that
बताओ
many targets. A bit of
Shrew.
support from Siren. He does
How's
play it back safer,
you?
which is not the wrong call. But PaperX are just that much sharper, that much quicker.
Easy
As soon as the
points.
cages fall, they find their shots, they swarm the site, and of course
मैंने
an
तो
extra
21st
layer
round बोला था भाई
flank on Envy as well. And now, maybe just a full set execute into
कौन जा
A.
रहा है पेरिस में
I don't think Team Secret has seen this yet.
पिंकी दी भी जा रही है पेरिस पिंकी दी भी जा रही है इसलिए वहां से एक किक आयरन स्विंग होने वाला चैट फॉलो करके रखो अब भी बोल रहा हूँ हर दिन आयरन करने का प्लान है अभी बोल रहा हूँ प्लान है
Will come through for Team Secret, but it's going to take them some time. And in that meanwhile, Jing gives up his life
बस
to
उधर नेट
the
का क्या
spam.
सीन है
A
देखना
plant will
पड़ेगा
go down. Paranoia forward doesn't really provide a lot of space here for Team Secret to work their way back on in. Yeah, a dark cover straight into Envy's crosshair. A beautiful 3K. Envy's 4K stolen by something, but it won't matter. It is PaperX that take the day, 13-8 in map number 2. Solid effort, it has to be said, from Team Secret, but it was always going to be tough.
उसको अभी भाई खरीदना मत होल्ड कर लेना अगर आप खरीदने का सोच रहे हो इस माउस में ना मुझे 2-4 दिन पहले कुछ गड़बड़ सी लगी मुझे ना कुछ देखने को मिले माउस अटक गया था वैलोरेंट खेलते टाइम पे बैटरी डाउन भी नहीं थी मैंने क्रॉस चेक कर लिया था तो एक बार मैं अच्छे से टेस्ट कर लूं फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन चालू है तो इसलिए बता दिया कि पैसों में आग न लग जाए हो सकता है कि वैसे
लाइक करता हूं दैट इज व्हाट मैटर्स
सब्सक्राइबर्स को है ना
दैट इज व्हाट मैटर्स
तो इसलिए बताया और एजेस का AJ 139 मैक्स जो कि
किक वालों तुम लोग टेंशन ना लो तुम लोग ऑलरेडी सपोर्ट कर रहे हो देख के you guys are safe hey bhai thank you for the 10 gifted मेरी जान के डडे hey bhai का चूपा ले लो hey bhai का चूपा ले लो आलू ले लो कांदा ले लो hey bhai का चूपा ले लो कितना लाइक्स बढ़ा आई थिंक 600 आई थिंक 600 बढ़ गया पट से डिसलाइक करते हैं वो लोग का तो पूरा साल बे वो लोग का तो पूरा साल ही अच्छा जाएगा हाँ साल क्यों 3 साल
I should say, not for the season as a whole. And we'll see how the rest of the season obviously plays out. They might
मैं
still
किक से वाइट जाकर लाइक
jump up,
करके आई
but
लव यू मेरी जान के
make it a little bit easier going into those playoffs.
थैंक यू मैं थैंक यू फॉर द
That's
10
what's
गिफ्ट मेरी
expected of
जान
them, winners of stage number 1. So we'll see how they go. But now down to Jen on the stage for an interview.
जिंदगी बोल देना लोले नहीं पश्चाताप का अपन टाइम देते ना
업적을
예!
달성했습니다. 페이퍼렉스 테이큰 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다. GG.
감사합니다 by only guy in the world मैं बोला इसके लिए हेयर कट किया था चैट याद रखना
요원을 기용하게
4 second ने हेयर कट क्यों किया this is the reason this is the reason
GG's per second with this gecko play. Mission complete. All 29 agents. First one.
देख रहा
History. How did you convince the team and how did
Handsome
you convince
buff.
Alex?
I mean, I thought I can't complete this mission honestly, but then after like we saw that Team Secret was gonna play again with the
sub
analyst coach something like that,
yeah.
and then we try okay maybe I can complete my mission, we just play for fun and try, and it works.
Okay, so they all said yes.
Yeah.
It's now or never.
Yes, but they still had
है ना
because of the
लड़की
RP
रीजन
or
नहीं रे बिंगो कार्ड कंप्लीट हो गया करके
But
0 मैच बाय द वे लव यू
complete
एंड
my
लास्ट
mission,
मैच सेन या 100 This OP by sexy था लास्ट मैप इतना बात नहीं था थोड़ा वन साइड जीत गया हो लेकिन सीरीज सेक्सी था सीरीज सेक्सी था
지금이 아니면 안 된다. 제발 하게 해달라 해서 이렇게
अभी भी ऑफर है क्या सीन आज रात तक है आज रात तक है दिल से सो लाइक आज रात तक अगर तुम लोग साइड से लेते हो वीपी तो तुम लोग वो लकी ड्रॉ में रहोगे तुम लोग का नाम वो लकी ड्रॉ में रहेगा
참 기쁘다고 얘기를 합니다. 말씀해주신 것처럼 좀 팀원들이 그 자체 구속을 당했는데 이 부분에 대해서는 이제 개코를 영영 못 보는 걸까요? as you said,
ये का
you
मैच टाइम
detained
अभी
your
10
own
मिनट
team,
में.
and that was one of the reasons Alex did not allow you to play this agent. Now that you detained them, is it like once is enough? Bye bye Gecko.
I mean, that's like my mission also.
Yeah.
I was about to detain only Jing.
Okay.
But then I see like 3 people, so it's like my opportunity to detain
Yeah.
them, you know. So yeah,
The more the merrier.
yeah. I'm
Were
happy.
they aware of this mission?
They were
No.
I think they were not.
Okay, but they were cool with it.
सबने गाली भरा, सबने गाली भरा.
그
किक पे देखिए वाइट पे अगर फ्री में देख रहे हो चिल करने देख रहे हो तो किक पे देखो थोड़ा बहुत फायदा होता है मेरी जान को. इतना भी ज्यादा क्रेजी नहीं हो रहा है क्योंकि मल्टी स्ट्रीम ऑन है लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत हो रहा है.
팀원들이 2명이 더 있는 거예요. 그래서 더 많이 구속시키면 좋지 하면서 이렇게 구속을 했다고 하는데 그래도 팀원들은 별로 신경 쓰지 않는 것 같고 또 웃어 넘겼기 때문에
तो मैं अरमान ये वीपी लेने गया पेमेंट इशू आ रहा है मुझे. ठीक है ठीक है
근데 서밋에서
ठीक है
또
ठीक
썸띵
करो फिर.
선수가 바이퍼에 다바이 선수가 테오를 하고 인비 선수도 하버를 하는 모습이었는데 도대체 이거는 무슨
लेकिन
일이
4
있었던
सेकंड ने
건지
एक दिन जो
개코를
हैशटैग खेला था वो
중심으로 짜준
ना
조합인
करो
건지
यार.
궁금하네요. Let's talk about the comp on the summit, because like besides your Gecko, everything was just kind of crazy.
Yeah.
We see Envy on the Harvard, Davai on the Teho, and something is on the Viper fragging. What the heck was going on?
I mean, I guess all the players also want to be
Tilka.
complete their mission, you know.
Okay.
So we let them try like whatever they want to choose.
Oh,
Because I want
okay.
to play Gecko and something want to play Viper, so we just
Okay.
like fill it up, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. 그냥 뭐
Random
우리는
game
개코를
खेल के आए
하게
वो
됐으니까
लोग.
이제 하고 싶은 거 마음껏
Thanks
해보자라고
इन्हीं को
해서
jinx
각자 하고 싶은
करने के
유언들을
लिए और
뽑았는데
थैंक्स मेरे लिए
그렇기
अच्छी अच्छी
때문에
विशेष
썸띵
के
선수도
लिए.
바이퍼를 해보고 싶다고 해서
साला
바이퍼로 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고
मेरे ही नाम डाल के बैठा ये तो हराम ज्यादा.
스테이지가 흘러가고
Thank you,
있고
Andrew
이제
Miljan, good day.
플레이오프가 본격적으로 다가오고 있는데 실험실 계획은 좀 어떻게 되는지 마지막으로
आपके
물어보고
स्टोर में
싶네요.
ईश्वर है मैं
Lastly,
7 बार ट्राई
we
किया
have
नहीं रे
playoffs
जीपीपी
approaching,
सिस्टम सब कुछ
in
है.
the future. What are your plans or schedules for Alex's laboratory?
Like I mean,
Experimenting.
for the what playoff?
Experimenting for the playoffs.
नहीं होने वाला.
I mean, it could be
हो
fun
भी
if I can
सकता है
play
यार
Gecko
क्योंकि
again.
चैम्प्स
Okay.
But
Champs
I
के लिए
know
already
maybe
qualify हो गए.
It's not gonna be happening. But I think
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
for playoff, maybe we'll try our best. I think we just treat the same as we play in group stage. We try to have fun, bring
Pizza
back
box.
our identity and stuff. Because no matter what, we are the champions, so we just gonna focus on that. Try our best in playoff also. Yeah.
Do you think you guys will slowly start to narrow things down? The comps and the
Yeah,
stats maybe, or still experiment as much?
I
as you
mean, I think about strats or agent stuff, maybe we will try to experiment a lot and see what fit us for champion later. For our system and stuff, we try a lot of new things
Yep.
as well. So yeah, hopefully we will be ready.
Okay. 일단은 플레이오프 가서는 개코를
Yep,
다시 할
yep.
수 있을지는 모르겠지만 했으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 뭐 달라지는 거
भाई
없이
टेक्सचर
여전히
क्या
좀
तो
많은
क्यूटी
실험적인
है.
플레이를 시도해보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이제 플레이오프 들어가면서 점차 좀 출연할 것 같냐고 얘기를 했더니 그렇지는 않고 최대한 챔피언스를 위해서 더 많은 실험적인 그런 시도를 보여주겠다고 얘기를 했고 이렇게 잘 준비할 거라고
Yep,
얘기를
yep.
해주는 포세이큰 선수였습니다. 이렇게 해서 포세이큰 선수 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Forsaken,
Thank you,
and
everyone.
congratulations
Thank
on
you.
the get-go.
감사합니다. हाँ?
Forsaken has completed Valorant when he loads up the
उसको
game,
क्यों
the
दिखाओ?
credits
कोई तो
roll,
दिखाओ उसको.
because he's done
हाँ,
it
ये गया.
all.
Yeah.
He's done it, and he said that he was on that mission to just bring out the gecko. Oh, look at that. Look at a hug for
What a
Dexter.
nice moment.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can't blame him. He wants to get all the agents on the board, and that let the rest of the boys experiment, try some new agent stuff over on Summit. On Ascent, I think once again, credit to Team Secret. I think that first.
भाई लेकिन मानना पड़ेगा ब्रो. That's सुशांतो हार्ट राइट देयर. तुम लोग को अगर नहीं मालूम, ये फर्स्ट टाइम है फॉर्सिकन भाई ने हक किया टेक्सचर को. तुम लोग को पता है ना क्यों? यप तुम लोग को पता चला कि नहीं? कि सिर्फ मेरे को पता चला ये? यप even I feel sorry for my bro टेक्सचर. यप लेकिन चलेगा भाई. देखो आज का लॉस जो है ना, दिल पे मत लेना टेक्सचर भाई, मेरी जान. समझ रहे हो? आज का लॉस दिल पे मत लेना, मैं बस इतना कहना चाहूंगा. Being the amount of jinxes you are doing regardless of the region, it's mad. मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ यार अंशुमन, कसम से मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई, मेरे वो हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है. क्रिकेट में लग रहे हैं, फुटबॉल में लग रहे हैं, सब जगह लग ही रहे. मेरे को पता नहीं, मैं तो आधी चीजें देखता भी नहीं हूँ भाई, मैं क्या करूँ. मत कर लाला. अरे उस्मान भाई, आप इतना जल्दी सो के आ भी गए? हाँ, कितने घंटे की नींद लेते हो, मतलब जस्ट जनरल नॉलेज क्वेश्चन. आज तो तेरा भाई बटर पनीर खाएगा लग रहा है भाई, लेकिन एक्चुअल में अच्छा माउस है ना चैट. हाँ, मैं कभी यूज करूंगा पता नहीं, कभी यूज भी करूंगा कि नहीं मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ब्रो ये जो दिखता है ना, ये जो दिखता है ना चैट, ये देखो, ये जो दिखता है ना ब्रो, सुशांतो ब्रदर्स. हाँ, ये है कि नहीं? क्रेजी माउस, क्रेजी माउस, क्रेजी माउस. और जिनको नहीं मालूम, ये माउस जब मैं खरीदने गया था तब वो हो गया था, क्या बोलते हैं, सोल्ड आउट हो गया था. तो मेरे को एक्चुअल में एक्सक्यूरेट भाई ने हेल्प किया जुगाड़ लगा के माउस लेने में. सो डब्ल्यू माउस प्राइस ना करो ना यार, हर चीज में कैल्सी लगाना जरूरी है क्या? प्राइसलेस. यप, डब्ल्यू एक्चुअल जब मैं क्रेज दिखता है कि नहीं मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ब्रो ये जो दिखता है ना, यूज भी अच्छा माउस होना चाहिए. बटर आज तो तेरा भाई बटर पनीर खाएगा लग रहा है भाई, लेकिन एक्चुअल में अच्छा माउस है ना चैट. हाँ, मैं कभी यूज करूंगा पता नहीं, कभी यूज भी करूंगा कि नहीं मालूम नहीं, लेकिन ब्रो ये जो दिखता है ना, ये जो दिखता है ना चैट, ये देखो, ये जो दिखता है ना ब्रो, सुशांतो ब्रदर्स. हाँ, ये है कि नहीं?
Maybe like 27, 28, I'll be like the Vi leading the kids on, you know.
The kids. Okay. But I wanted to ask about the tone of the overall match.
Need a new mouse is a good fun. Usually thoda bigger mouse use karta hu. कौन सा
Then
ये?
we go over to Ascent, and suddenly the rounds get closer and closer, and we start hearing some death slams on the side of Alex. So was it entirely different, or did you guys need to like? Was there a round wherein on Ascent you guys were like, okay, let's just lock
Order
in?
some cheapest.
I think we had a slow start on Ascent. I mean, props to them. We couldn't really adjust well. they played kind of different from their style. They just went like full execute, like every round, and we took a while to adjust, honestly, and that's kind of like our fault. But like when it hit to like our attack side, that's when we had to control the pace and everything. So kind of went to our favor because we know how to play our pace. So yeah, I mean, it worked out well for us in the end.
And final question for you. Forsaken mentioned in an interview that he wanted to, in the future be able to impart wisdom on younger members of PaperX, and then he singled you out. You are the youngest member of PaperX. So do you feel like he's imparted wisdom to you?
Sorry, what?
Do you think that he's imparted wisdom to you? Have you learned anything from Jason?
I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, Jason's like, honestly, I will base this guy. He is probably the most creative person I've met in Valorant. Like, the way he thinks and everything is like no one else can like think of it that way, you know? He's very unique and very creative, so I think that's what differentiates him from like any other player.
And I don't think anybody else would think to detain their teammates like that
on
a map also. So you're right. He's a very unique player for sure.
Yeah.
Invi, thank you so much for your time and congratulations on this win. Best of luck in your future matches.
Thank you.
You can leave the headset right here. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. All right, we have something with another match MVP. I think this is his third in a row.
Yeah.
And on a variety of agents too.
He's just going crazy. I mean, we all know how great something is, right? He's an incredibly storied and well-respected player, but it feels like here in Stage 2, he's just heating up once more.
I think the most impressive thing of all is he said, I want to play Viper. I want to play Viper. I've never heard a player say, I want to play Viper. I want to just tap the wall button on my keyboard and stand there the whole game. So credit to him, and he made Viper gameplay look very entertaining, so good on him.
No, that's very true. I remember there was that one content piece where we got all the controllers there, and they're like, oh, why did you pick this role? And they're like, we didn't. Nobody else wanted to do this.
Somebody's got to do it, bro.
Yeah, somebody has to do it.
It's by far the most thankless job. So if he's taking it over, then it's worry for controllers everywhere.
It's amazing when he does take over and on an agent like this, right? I do want to see more interesting plays coming up, and maybe our next match between Gen G and GE will have the same amount. I mean, who knows? We have, of course, Global Esports, who are definitely in another form right now. They have been experiencing this high coming from Masters London and everything, but they have some kind of setbacks, but we're hoping that they can manage
Ultra over here on the right hand side, and just the general feeling and layout of these, they do feel identical in the hands when you are holding on.
Very, very good Valorant over here in Stage 2. They made those changes. Platoon now taking over as the head coach, and we see how the stylistic differences begin to show. And I think, especially in those first two games, they look fantastic. They did drop to Nongshim though, so now it puts the group stage in a little bit more precarious of a place. They want to get a win today, get it back on track.
Yeah, the first 5 maps were fantastic. You really couldn't fault Global Esports. Probably the best we've ever seen them play, and I think a lot of that comes down to Autumn. He's been fantastic, 100% in the Australianness as well, up the green and gold. You love to see it. He's the only one we got, so I'm always suggesting, guys, can we do an Autumn highlight? And Morgan's like, another one? We can't do it every week, man. I'm like, nah, again, and it's hard not to, and he's been arguably their best player. Although, to be fair, Global Esports do get it done by committee. They're a very well-rounded team. Everyone pitches in, but Autumn on the veto in particular has added a new dimension to Global Esports lately.
That's the thing, is I feel like they're putting him on all sorts of different agents. A lot of them we don't see him continually in the meta, and he's making it work every single time. Very impressed with him.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? We're also impressed with their opponents, Gen G here, because Gen G, sure, they started off this year with a little bit of a slump. Now they have some new members coming in, and this is looking like a much better, much revamped Gen G.
Yeah, something has just clicked for them, honestly, with this roster. Like, Athena being added in has just added some intangible kind of vibe check to the team that seems to be bringing up the mood. Everyone always seems to be kind of laughing in the comms. They're having a good time with things. I think Rascal has stepped well into that rookie role, seems to be doing well. Ash has been putting up crazy numbers on the Neon, and as such, you see them 3-0 in their group. One more game, and they will secure an automatic seed into the playoffs, I believe, which is not something that you would have expected coming into this season.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think with the changes, the role simplifications, this team looks fantastic. And whoever would have guessed that they could have topped the groups? Because it certainly wasn't me.
Well, somebody did. take is Gen G is going to
क्या बोलते boys?
That's not much better.
Victoria
I'm a hater.
saying
I'm a
that-
hater
Yeah,
as
no,
usual.
Gen G need to lose today. They need to lose today.
Yes,
It
yes,
cannot
yes,
be
please,
right.
yes.
But you know what?
जल्दी पहन के आओ,
It's
yes.
looking like Gen G will indeed do that. They're looking so good right now, especially with Ash gaining just confidence continuously on this Neon.
I mean, I
But
felt when
but
this guy took over the Neon, I thought it was fine. That's how I would have categorized it. Now enter this stage 2, he's looking like a demon. He's looking like Dambi out there in his prime. I feel like on this map of Summit in particular, he just cannot be stopped. If he keeps up this all-star level duelist performance, it's going to feel impossible for Gen G to lose.
I mean, we touched on it on the desk previously. Head-to-head with Dambi, he
Durra.
completely gifted him in first duels, first deaths, as well as in head-to-head duels on a Neon matchup against the very best, famous Neon in Pacific. Ash completely outdid him, and on this match in particular, I mean, that clutch was just perfection. You can see that Texture and Karon have been encouraging him to take the entry.
आइडिया सुनो, ऐसा बैठेंगे अगर हल्का सा लेफ्ट राइट कुछ होना चालू हो गया, मैजिशियन हाँ कैसा रहा? उस दिन आपका फिनिश गेम प्ले देखा था समिट में, हर्ष से भी गंदा था वो. He doesn't know ball knowledge in English. He doesn't have रहता क्या? He don't have ball knowledge. And I have 2 of them. हाँ, chat. दोनों बार गलत बोला, कोई ना, उसको दो ना, बॉल नॉलेज दो. थैंक यू फॉर द वड़ा पाव, थैंक यू फॉर द वड़ा पाव. हे माँ माता जी, गिफ्ट कर दो किसको, ये तेरे काम का नहीं है भाई. सारे हेटर्स एक साथ आते हैं अटैक्स करने, सारे हेटर्स एक साथ आते हैं अटैक्स करने. हाँ, परसों लिया था वीपी का, एनरोल हुआ होगा गिवे के लिए, बोलेगा जकड़ दल्ले. नहीं, परसों हुआ तो कहां से होएगा बे? कल ही तो प्लान बना है, परसों कहां से होगा बे? डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक एक्सपायर हो गई है, नया दे दो. ओए मार्ज, ओए predictions bro is kidding the means of the bacha karings dudes. Huh? Prediction map 1. विराज भाई थैंक यू फॉर द गोड ट्रॉफी मेरी जान कटे, गोड ट्रॉफी मेरी जान कटे. भाई काम करते हैं, देखो 100,000 गोड ट्रॉफी का अपन गोल लगाते हैं. 100,000, अगर 100,000 गोड ट्रॉफी आएगा तो अपन ये जर्सी नहीं पहनेंगे. ऐसा कैसा लगा? हाँ, ये आइडिया कैसा लगा? अभी तक देखो 2 आए हैं, 2 9999998. That's a quickie maths.
Attack.
I'm going to show you this $37 mouse I bought from AliExpress.
Time है क्या मैच का अभी है रे 2-5 मिनट है.
From this team, I wonder if GE is going to run this veto comp into Breeze against
G 3 Gen G 5 G.
We look at our predictions right now, and on the desk it seems as though Gen G is the underdog, but according to the viewers, GE is the underdog.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's fair because it's a very close game. I think I picked Global, you picked Global as well today. But I don't know about you, for me this is 60-40 at best for GE. Because I think if Gen G show up and play to their ceiling, then Gen G will be feeling very good. So I think I love games like this. It's so close. I think it's all about execution.
I don't know. What about you? I think it's a lot closer than what the stats say.
I'm reasonably confident in GE, and like I said, Gen G, I felt like they got across the line against RRQ. They've been a little bit shaky, but you can't argue with them being 3-0 in the group right now.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. It is the battle for Group Alpha. We're going to send it to the stage with Gen G and Global Esports.
If you put a Logitech logo on this, I believe you. It weighs only 60 grams.
Hey, what's up, guys? Jackson here, Toasty DIY, and today we're going to be taking
that light as far as a mouse goes. I was very surprised by how clicky and satisfying the buttons feel. And just look at it, it's a nicely built thing. It's very light in the hand. The skates on the bottom of the mouse are nicely made and don't snag or catch anything.
यही बराबर है.
I've tested this Logitech guys, really nice. On the underside of the mouse, there are 3 different options.
इससे क्या support भी रहेगा और मैंने पहना भी नहीं.
And Bluetooth. Those are the options for connecting the mouse to the computer. You also have a DPI button. I think I use a lower setting, but this can go up to
क्या बोलते हैं? ये बराबर है.
Way more than I.
वाह क्या गाफ है तेरी. Language.
Using the 2.4 gigahertz dongle, battery lasts for a very, very long time. So
ये बराबर है. इससे दूर से वो करेंगे ना, पहनेंगे नहीं.
couple months or so.
फ्रेम से बाहर कर दे.
I really appreciate the nice simple design of this mouse. Again, all the buttons are very, very clicky. Both the thumb buttons work very well as the scroll wheel. Unfortunately, there's no mouse out there which is going to save me from my terrible Counter-Strike skills. But here's what I can tell you. If you are looking for a mouse on a budget, either around $35 New Zealand or $20 US, this is a great fit.
It's time for the top 2 performing teams in Group Alpha to show Pacific who is really the team to beat. Is it going to be previous Masters winners Gen G, who might have hit a slump earlier this year, but they're just as easily bouncing back in good form for Stage 2? Or is it going to be Global Esports who are hitting this new
Let's go,
Global Esports sitting at 2-1, but this is a huge game for them in that group stage, looking to bounce back from that tough loss. Now we know this is a team that has potential to perform at the highest level. We saw them over in Masters London, but they couldn't quite get it done. They're playing to run it all the way back to Shanghai for Champions and another crack internationally, but they have to get through a tough-looking Gen G.
Let's go,
Gen G, a little bit of a roster change, a roster shuffle, but this is the game for all the marbles. 3-0 in their group so far, but if they win this game, straight through to the playoffs, they get to kick their feet up and watch all of the other teams.
मेरे को लगा प्लटून वो लोग को भी बुला रहा है आज ग्रुप के लिए. फिर पता चला अपने वीडियो लोग आ रहे हैं.
I would say through the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, and you definitely want all that extra time. You'd want to make sure that
लकी ड्रॉ होगा कैसे, कितना तक वीपी लेके हमारा नाम आ रहा है. कोई भी वीपी रिचार्ज करो.
Got a couple of years of ups and downs
ज़्यादा
behind them,
वीपी रिचार्ज किया तो ज़्यादा चांस वैसा रखा.
So they do have, Gen G does have that core, that veterancy and that experience behind them. And Global Esports, they are getting there, but not quite.
Yeah, when we talk about Gen G, I think you always have to look to the big names.
ये वाइटी पॉल का एक्सेस देना चाहिए मॉड्स को किक जैसे.
डाल रहा हूँ ना पॉल. The guys who've been there and done that, but then when they also bring in experience in the side of Athena, he's not, he's not some young 18-year-old. This is a man who's been there, done that, played on a lot of teams, and then they also have that alongside them. So I think it's a great mix of old and new, a great mix of experience and rookies to be able to get this job done. I'm loving this new roster. They've had a fantastic group stage, but like you say, they can't slow down now. I think they have their toughest games in the group stage still ahead of them in GE and Pulsets.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's some big opponents for them to be playing. You've seen both GE and Pulsets recently be the international representatives over from Pacific, which is where Gen G's expectations lie, having previously been a team that's lifted international trophies.
आपका member already से Apple में अरे पागल
coaching staff. So I think they've
Apple है तो flex करो ना वहाँ से सब सेट करके है कि नहीं क्या बदल लेने का Apple
hot streak of form in the group
खेला ले लो
they can ride that momentum all the way straight into
मैं
the
क्या करने वाला
playoffs
था
and
low
beating
battery
GE would be
मैं क्या
another
करने
big
वाला
tick
था
in
यार
the book of a Gen Archie, who's been on a bit of a heater lately.
Oh, for sure. And on the side of Global Esports, we talk about coaching staff, and they do have a little bit of reinforcements coming in, right? We had Amix come in last week. You can see him there joining in on the huddle, and Fields as well. There's extra brain power on the side of Global Esports. Platoon isn't entirely alone this time, but is it going to be enough against the likes of Solo and HSK?
Yeah, particularly coming into this first map, we'll see what GE have prepped. They did get Breeze picked into them by Nongshim. Didn't go well, and they haven't adjusted their comp at all going into this game of Breeze. They're going to play the exact same thing that didn't work against Nongshim. For Gen G, the one thing I want to touch on quickly, texture on the Phoenix. It's another agent that he's picked up lately in between seasons, and he's a little bit of a monster on it. Keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, it's really nice. Ash can go in, be that aggressive entry in its texture follow-up. Caron is there on the Harbor. This is a Viperless Breeze coming out from Gen G.
Yeah, crazy. Been a while since I've seen a Viperless Breeze. Raxkel again will continue to play that Senti role, something that I was kind of questioning seeing the Vice being picked into Split, but he passed the test over there, so I want to see if he continues to deliver Gen G on a role that historically hasn't really played.
Yeah, you guys talk about the Viperless, composition of Gen G, and I didn't think I would ever see that when, it was a signature during the time of Munchkin, right, from way back when. I didn't think that you'd actually get to have that on the side of Gen G, but who knows? Maybe this might work.
We can build some mini Viper walls. We've got a Phoenix wall and a Neon wall. We don't need the Viper wall. It's all good.
It's not the only wall in the game, right? Absolutely. Well, we are about to head into Breeze right now, and we're going to send it over to your casters, Elfish and Quack.
Thanks, Mika. Yes, another big game coming up here for these two teams. GE, Gen G, both at the top of their group. And this feels like it could really be a bit of a season-defining game, I think, for both.
It definitely is. I mean, just the fact that they're kind of in that group, going up against their opponents in this fashion, and then just whoever takes this one gets to move forward, or at least locks in that spot. But also, kind of funnily enough, as a side consequence, if Gen G actually take the win against Global, for play-ins because of that. So
yeah, lots of intricacies, I guess, but I still feel as though both teams
लाइव मैचेस देखते हैं ticket price कितना रहता है काफी महंगा रहता है फाइनल्स का I think महंगा रहता है ये सब मैचेस का I think $50 या $100 या ऐसा कुछ रहता है
the rebuild still coming through. GE obviously lost their
लेकिन ये सारे मैचेस का तो टिकट भी नहीं रहता ये फ्रेंड्स जोन नहीं रहता
we've both seen some really good stuff as well this season.
ये फ्रेंड्स एंड फैमिली वाला सीन रहता है सारे पब्लिक के लिए ओपन नहीं है बहुत लिमिटेड टिकट्स रहता है
second and final game of the evening. Gen G up against GE here, and I'm looking forward to this one. I think it should be the game of the day.
Playoff के टाइम पे
खोलेगा. Did give PayBreaks a bit of a run for their money. I'd be expecting this to be a little bit closer. Let's find out.
Yeah, it should be closer, right? I mean, the fact that GE has played this map already last week against Nongshim, even stating in post-match interviews that, they had some mistakes. They were overthinking things a little bit, but we'll see if they have fixed that up. I mean, it's the same composition as well, but for Gen G,
$50 कम है क्या? जो बंदे वहाँ डॉलर में है ना, वो लोग के लिए एक वड़ा पाव है वो.
But with texture on the Phoenix as well, you're looking at taking a lot of close fights and using that wall to section off parts of the sites. So it's going to have to be a very decisive way to work around utility, because once you spend
Solo Harbor wall थोड़ा सा left right हो सकता है.
Peek down middle from Yudotan.
Well, it's not so much a peek, is it? He's really fully committed to it
मेरे को
now.
पता नहीं जी अच्छा लग रहा है.
Call Harvey across as well to maybe reinforce. Got a nice forward line being held here by Crystal too, so lots of early information on offer for GE. That said, it is a pretty big map. Rotations are still going to take some time.
All comes down to how well Crystal holds this.
Shock dart doesn't go where it's intended, so no real connection there. Gen G just pushed away for the moment. Smoke's going to go through to A main as well.
And rotation starting to be brought over from B side. There's a chance for Raxkel.
भाई वो लोग slow खेल रहे हैं chat.
He's going to want to activate here though. It's really just in this position to.
और वो लोग B चले गए तो लग गए.
G spots out one, tapping through the box to at least get himself the 1-for-1, but that mid crunch as well coming through. Or Yudotan gets himself also a 1-for-1, not to mention a bit of damage onto Karen. So not a bad start here.
दो बंदे low है chat.
Yeah, exactly. They still have the sight lines in towards K.
Chat.
Dart's going to go over the top. Something that hasn't spotted anybody out, and so GE happy to filter through the wall, get ready on the side. Harvey for the double, and will finish it off. pretty much where he started as well. I mean, he was very good.
Zombie bolte! Zombie
So nice to see
bolte!
him with some sharp shooting on display to
Let's go, boys!
map underway.
Positivity!
Otherwise, a little bit unfortunate for Genji.
भाई एक जीतने भाई वो लोग already qualify हो गए भाई हम लोग का एक जीतने तो बस
Not the back from Rex School, of course, but once you lose things like your Harbor...
भाई कैरन क्या वो cancel करके मारा बे
Without Harbor in the comp, honestly, for this map, it's going to be incredibly difficult to take a lot of these fights. It comes down to then, you know, maybe the Phoenix to set up his Blaze Wall. So Texture as well as Kara need to stay alive. They are the trophy lifters after all, but right now, onto these pistols, just trying to waltz through, but it's a lot of delay.
Ooh, a lot of spam in there as well. This guy's going to try and take advantage maybe of those reloads. Batman locking in a 3K, but a couple of
ओ बैटमैन ने क्या साइट एंकर किया भाई
was not there. Rascal was there on B as well.
Bro, what?
Chances to plant, but because he's on his own, he's thinking better of it. Reload coming through, awkward timing as Harvey will find him.
easy कह दे
Maxwell's now been spotted out as well. Harvey happy to take that. So really good back-to-back rounds from Harvey.
मूड में
Kills off of
मूड
the
में
first couple of rounds. GE starting nicely
if we
today.
win we qualify
Not too
for
bad,
playoff
but still some
easy
significant losses in that one, though. Like, the Bulldog was carried over. They're still holding on to a Marshall. So the bonus round is going to be a little bit iffy. But otherwise, still being able to secure the round is still pretty neat nonetheless. I mean, like, just having this almost double Sentinel on the B site, it's a little bit odd because you might want to have initially just one Sentinel.
Hello, Gaja Marte!
But if you are able to kind of peek around middle and players on towards A can be a little more fluid, that could still work out. Obviously, Viper's not exactly true Sentinel.
Batman का anchor भी sexy था
Overlap, but at the same time for Gen G, there was a chance with that Bulldog from before. Now with the full buys coming through, just perhaps to explode through the smokes that have been set up across the map, or otherwise to lurk elsewhere.
Yudotan just trying to
देखो
push
कोई
the issue a
सीन
little bit, take some space,
कोई
knows
सीन
that the weaponry isn't
B
quite
पे
there for
और
GE.
लिया तो
Taking a
इसलिए
bit
वो
of a
A
risk,
पे
but hasn't paid off this time.
aggro
Karen
चला
quietly
गया
putting together a pretty good start to this map on an individual level. Now you
कोई
just need
सीन
to
नहीं
see one or two of those Gen G players come online. And
Shot
they might be able to rain on GE's parade. Harvey again! Couldn't quite triple down this time.
Bro,
7 kills in the first 3 rounds. He is
Bro.
to a blinder of a start for GE, and he might just
Bro,
have done enough
bro,
to bring
bro,
this round back.
bro, gun की
Autumn
नली
is
दिखी, gun की
close
नली
to
दिखी,
maybe
दिखी, दिखी,
finding
दिखी.
a freebie here.
Gun
Indeed,
की
he's
नली.
turned around. No way. Oh! He's done the 360. It's all good. He's
He's
from
trick
a
shotting.
bolder breed, that's for sure. Yes, a trick shot might be required here as well, as Texture has just decapitated Patman, and Autumn now knows that he's going to stand and deliver, but Autumn gets it done. GE hold on to the 3-0. By the skin of their teeth, Harvey and Autumn, the only two to find any kills in that round for GE.
You crack me up, man.
वो मूड में बोल के आप अम्मा बहन कर रहे language
That's crazy. An absolute mad lad from Australia.
True.
That's how we do it down under.
100% Australianness.
We should get more Australian players in Pacific.
We should. I mean, we have them sometimes over on some of the
भाई अपने टीम में आ रहा था वो
LCQ, things like that. But this was pretty sick. Nonetheless, though, I mean, just some of these forward fights, G taking some bold risks, unfortunately for Gen
जीत
G
गए
not being
कैसे
able to
तो
bring that
कैसे भी
through.
जीतने
So
तो
let's
भाई
still listen into GE, excuse me, actually, and see how they put together this round.
कैसे भी जीतने तो भाई अच्छा तू जब चिल्लाता है साउंड लो क्यों हो जाता है
My sound too weak, dude. Ano one way?
रतन भाई बाजू में कौन है रतन भाई भी खतरे में है क्या लैंग्वेज
Okay, shock that, shock that.
Wait for Yudo, заявил.
Stay inside, guys. Care doors.
Do you have one more shock that or no? Захай Phoenix first, завел commit over. Shock?
They have a habort, guys. Can you bomb first? Let's combo shock that.
I can definitely hear no one was aware of that flank coming forward. They're also focused towards the front.
Yeah, this could get awkward for GE. Rack School will be cleaned up, so that does at least pull it back to 4-on-4, but there's so much space held right now by Gen G. Hubble keeping them at bay, now falling, and Yudotan looking to push his way forward. Needs a couple on the entry here, couldn't land the shots. It's a 2v1. Crystal typically pretty good in the clutch, but this one's a tough one, and Gen G have got their first. That is A little bit of a fumble for GE. That round was supposed to be easier. Turns out it wasn't.
Yeah, they were kind of tested with, you know, all the harbor walls and everything, so backing themselves up. Concerned, you know, not quite being able to break down some of these trips, so even with that hero rifle, it just brings in enough damage. And then down to some of these fights where, a little bit unfortunate for Yudotan, right? But a sharp shot from Ash, and it's just numbers advantage from that point too. So a bit more confidence from Gen G now, and you can see, you know, what their composition can do by applying pressure. Now it's pace a little bit.
Ash out already. Not finding anything so far, but up close and personal gets the reload off. Texture just didn't clear it in time.
Gun mila, 1 second.
A retrieved weapon as well.
Bro, बच गया. Bro, निकाल सकते हैं, रुक जाओ.
To get some info. Gen G have at least been able to cross into the side, although there's still a fight on offer. Patman is using that retrieved Vandal very nicely, and now Harvey as well.
Bro, flank भी आ रहे, chat Patman भी मार रहा है. सिर्फ जिंदा रहना.
Karen that find themselves now alone, and all of a sudden the tables have turned once again. GE back in full control.
Trying to bait them out with the tap too, but can't see anything.
Not much there for Ash in the end. Just the 1-for-1. No spike plan even for Gen G, so GE
Bro, look at economy देखो, वो लगा force के और हार गए भाई, जीत गए हम लोग मैप ही.
Very much so. Like you call it too, right?
5-1, 6-1, 7-1 तक जा सकते हैं.
It's just this one little angle that goes unclear. They tried to pick up the pace because they were more confident knowing that GE were on that eco. However, still not quite enough. I mean, Storm Surge, yeah, it's a bit of space, but GE will always be able to backpedal towards safer positions.
So early timeout for Gen G. They aren't necessarily used to being put under too much pressure this season. Over Zeta to start their campaign. It was a bit of a tough game against Nongshim in week 1 as well. 2-1 there for Gen G.
Chat 4,000 लोग देख रहे हैं, like करो, मेरी जान के वीडियो.
But immediately out the gates, pretty awkward start for Gen G here. I mean, it is G's map pick, but down 4-1, so.
कोई नहीं यार, मैं करता हूँ यार, ये ले लो.
See if they can figure out what to do on this attack to try to break open the door. You've got a couple of players that aren't really having too much success in the fragging department. Tough day at the office to kick things off here for Gen G, and you might argue this is going to be their biggest test for the season so far.
बदल जाएगा यार.
Yeah, they are able to secure.
Sorry, busy चल रहा था, scene का पता नहीं था. Can G qualify for champs? They already qualified, Ankur bhai. You have to just watch the game.
Again, like that's what this whole map veto is
down
for.
Tension लेने की जरूरत नहीं. Good tension लेने की जरूरत
नहीं. G picks it. Certainly should have.
Patman क्या anchor क्या भाई क्या मारा भाई. Yes, Dapper भाई, yes. Thank you for the watching, क्योंकि मेरी जान गड़े. Thank you for the duckling, मेरी जान गड़े.
Able to come into this round with a few rifles.
3, 2, 1.
Just able to lock it down with that outlaw too.
Bang bang, that's perfect. Exactly what you want. Autumn set up in mid as well.
दिख रहा है अपने पास कितना ult है.
Hefty headshot there, but still able to get the better of Ash. Fina is 1 HP.
तुम लोग को दिख रहा है चैट? भाई 5v2 है, उसको लड़ने दो ना क्रिस्टल को. क्रिस्टल को लड़ने दो ना.
Headshot, but Javi cleans up.
That's fine anyway. That's brilliant for GE. Rebuild a bit of the money. You only lose the one gun. That's fine.
Bro, मैं एकदम आगे तक देख लिया. आगे तक देख लिया मैंने 7-1. 3 ads off है मेरी जान
coming back in with a few guns soon, and that'll be where they can really look to test GE.
It's gonna be tricky though, isn't it? I mean,
you leave me down, so I was.
Not too pleased about the fact that they've left mid.
But like, this is the momentum that G are building up on. They do this incredibly
chat
well.
बंद करी हुई है बिंक्स ने, नहीं तो मेरी जान.
Away from Gen G. Look at Yudotan down.
मत देख फिर language.
Incredible player too.
Run फाड़ दी.
Completely trying to pick up
फिर
pace.
तो G ने let's go. Yay!
Over there, Patman has dropped early on in the piece, so someone else is going to have to step up and take that responsibility. It might well be Harvey.
वैसे अंकुर भाई वो
To be
लोग
fair,
तो
has been doing the lion's share of the lifting. He's actually dropped the spike.
2 matches लेकिन जीत जाएंगे,
now
जीत
drop the
जाएंगे.
one-way smoke as well, and I don't know how GE are going to, Gen G rather, are going to be able to really recover that. Ash decides to try and take a fight forward on his own. This round is getting a little chaotic, perhaps too chaotic for Gen G to feel feel comfortable. They'll be the 1-2 punch into mid. Great coordination from GE. Crystal there to reinforce Harvey. So Raxcall's going to be forced to try to pop that ulti to see if they can get their way back into this round. Texture and Raxcall, but they just have no map control. They don't know where any of this is going to end up playing out.
Scope leke beta tha kya hua?
Falling, we're back to 2-on-2.
Oh, but it's a quick race to see who can get to the B side first. Autumn's here.
Waiting and eating a headshot as well, but Crystal, oh, so close. Look at how low Raxcall goes, 11 HP in the end. Probably should have been around there. GE did convert upon, but not to be this time around. So Genji fighting back.
Yeah, that's, if anything we can say about Genji for sure is they can fight. GE fighting for sure, yeah, but like the initial peak taking down Autumn just made all the difference. It's quite clear, you know.
उसने aim क्यों उठाया? ये वाला देख. Just उठाया उसने.
You're gonna have to bear with us here.
But like their whole composition, what
इतना आगे तक देखा था.
the Harbor and the Phoenix to be able to take down a site forces them to group up, so it's tough for them to hold every separate lane, and in those instances GE can exploit some weaknesses, especially when Yudotan had that op previously, of course, but now it's just a pop through
Elbow
with an
contact
overdrive
में
possibly,
stun,
depending
blind,
on what Javi
neon ult.
sets out for him. There they go.
Well, Javi's definitely doing a bit of sussing there, and maybe a little too much of it. Probably needs to just be happy with the early chip damage that he had onto Texture there. Decides to overstay his welcome though.
ऐसा ना केला emotions के साथ बंक्स भाई. Uncle भाई love you. Thank you for 200 मिनट जान को टे. लेकिन हो जाएगा. We are very close. Uncle भाई.
Still in this fight.
मतलब finish line यहाँ पे मेरे को बस न्यू कर देगा और मैं पहुँच गया ऐसा.
Run it back. They can just dump into sight and clear out corners.
Yeah, come on, let's go. उधर ही खड़े रहे.
Autumn waiting behind it. Crystal here, just trying to layer that Hunter's Fury in and slow down the progression. Patman is the man at the moment for the 3K. Still not enough to win the round just yet, but Crystal and Yudotan filling in really nicely. Karen is going to drop the Reckoning and really invest into this round. Yudotan as well. Keen for the fight and gets it done with the overdrive. That is very nice for GE. The recovery in the round brings them back up to a 6-2 lead. And Genji, again, sort of scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the money in this round. So get themselves around, but if you can't put multiple together here, then that's not going to put together a good half.
It's going to be quite worrisome as well, depending on how the next ones go. Nice. We are not seeing any timeouts yet either.
Batman actual I think heavy impact.
It feels like for both sides, it's what they're kind of missing sometimes, because Genji start to dwindle in numbers. If Yudotan slides in like that, that's great as well. So like you said, scraping the bottom now. We'll see if they're able to indeed push through this cove.
वो है.
Or just to take the
Viper ult और उनके पास कुछ भी नहीं है वो लोग के पास.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nothing round for Genji.
तो हम लोग एक जगह वो कर सकते हैं, stack कर सकते हैं. Vito उसके ult में वो डाल देगा util. और I think 3 खेलेंगे और Vito fast rotation वाला trips. और ये सोच के शायद वो लोग ए जाएंगे, लेकिन Viper B पे ult मारने वाले. लिख के लो. लिख के लो.
GE on this map of Breeze than when we last saw them on it against Nongshim.
I mean, that was different because Nongshim picks up that pace as well, but now GE is just not letting up against Genji. Grouped up towards A site for now, though. Pat's alone. Yudotan's close by.
Language diaper!
Is walled off, but decides to go straight through it. Keen to try to reinforce the site. He is going to get scanned, so has to take a little bit of a step backward. Patman still, though, ever reliable on the site, and well, a bit of a flood in here from Genji. Karen doing some work. GE get caught off guard. Crystal needs to be very careful with his positioning here, and it seems he's aware of that potential flank coming through from Texture.
Close जाना जरूरी है क्या?
Really hitting his shots with the Sheriff today, and he could be on for another couple here. Very much hunting for Harvey, who has now crossed into the same position as Crystal. They're going to double up. There's one. A third on the board now for Karen in the round, and Crystal, you have to be a little bit terrified because these headshots have been coming through. Bit of a tag down. Karen 45 HP. Crystal just wants to swing. The time is being bought. He's really playing ring around the rosy. Crystal, time starting to run out. Has to sit that defuse. At least gets it to half, and the swing through. Oh man, played it very well.
Not even
Crystal.
close.
but so did Karen. In the end, GE walk away with another round, 7-2.
वाइपर अटैक में तो समझ आता है कैसे यूज करना है, डिफेंस में कैसे करने का है, एक सेट पे अल्ट मार देने का। तेरे तो एक बंदा रखने का बस।
Crystal having stuck that spike at least halfway. It
Chat
does come
हम लोग
down
7
pretty
to up
close.
पे chat 7 to up पे।
Unfortunate for
तुम लोगों को
Javi, maybe
टेक्सचर
just
दिख
trying
भी
to
रहा है,
watch
मेरे को नहीं
things
दिख
back,
रहा।
but being able to crouch down and get the shot anyway at the end is still
लो फील कर रहे बे, लो फील कर रहे chat।
Still needing a lot more from the Gen G camp right
Bro,
now.
वो लोग का इकोनॉमी
They
देखो।
haven't been able to set out their executes.
मार वाइपर अल्ट।
Now it's going to be them walking into a Viper's pit. Autumn here to
कुछ
support as
भी नहीं
well.
कर सकते। ब्रो मजाक सेट कर। मजाक सेट कर। अब अपन स्टैक करेंगे, वो लोग बाद में मिड से ए जाने वाले, ए स्प्लिट जाने वाले, कंफर्म है। बहुत लोग बी पे, लेकिन वो लोग बी पे बकचोदी करके ए एंड करने वाले मिड डोर से। और ये राउंड अपन जीते तो नेक्स्ट राउंड वो लोग इको है 9-2, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 9-3 हो सकता है। हाफ तो हम लोग जीत गए, हाफ तो चाहे कुछ भी करो हम लोग जीत गए ऑलरेडी। भाई जी नॉट पिकिंग हार्बर, मेरे को क्या मालूम, जीत रहे ना वो लोग।
Let's see what Patman can do from inside of his own pit, aware that Ash is pushing his way forward. Raxkel, how? Where does that 2K come from? And Karen catches Harvey as well. That round shouldn't have gone that way. Crystal might still have something to say about it. Shockdart is not going to deny the plan.
वाइपर के अल्ट में घुस के कैसे मारा था उसने?
Getting any chip damage onto Athena. It's a bit of a question mark here for Crystal, and Eurotown as to whether or not they want to go for this.
हाँ?
Not impossible, and they do have some cash to splash.
कैसे?
That's true. See if they can find at least an initial pick.
Crystal going to try and get a scan. Doesn't see much. Eurotown though gets the better of a
भाई रिटेक हो सकता है क्या? वो ही नहीं है बे, स्मोक
maybe
ही
starts
नहीं
to
है।
feel doable. Fast lane up to obscure some vision. You've got the reckoning coming through though, and Eurotown is out of the picture. It's again on to Crystal to try and make this clutch happen. The 1-2 punch. Not there. Karen just buying time. You're exactly right. That's the way to win the round. He doesn't need to peek there.
देखो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, एक ही गन से हुआ, वो लोग को अभी भी इकोनॉमी नहीं है चैट। अगर हम लोग ये राउंड जीतते तो भी 9-3 है।
Need every round really for the rest of this half to, I think, put anything together that they'll feel comfortable with.
Any advantage that they can get, yeah, even if it's economical damage to their opponents. Look at that.
Yeah, that's crazy from Rax.
Challenge stream करो क्या?
Pure intuition, really.
Or just also using, I guess, Texture as a bit of a sacrificial land ball. Eurotan sets off his own assault, also out by Tunnel. I mean, that's honestly kind of creative to be able to use the high tide to section off middle in that fashion, block off arches as well. So Genji going to give it another go towards the B side, maybe a little bit quicker this time around.
Ball goes up. GE running pretty low on the weaponry here, but
अपने
Rax will
इकोनॉमी
having a
कहाँ पे
little bit
गया
of
बे?
trouble dealing with it nonetheless. Full site open. That's
भाई 7-3 में हम लोग पैसे कैसे दिए बे चैट?
Weapon retrieve.
4 on 5. Definitely might be something here, particularly if Crystal can get some tags in with this Hunter's Fury. Hasn't found too much in the end. Karen in a one and done position though will be dealt with nice and easy. Harvey, that retrieved weapon, like we've said, might start to come into play. He's going to TP back into spawn just to add another angle to this retake. Looking for the duel against Ash, and we'll get it as well. Harvey putting on a masterclass.
निकाल लिया bro, एक को बस डिफ्यूज करने के बाकी लोग हेल्प करेंगे.
But Gen G have time on their side. Athena at the back of sight, tapping away. Can only get one. It's Texture who's done as well. And GE out of nowhere find another round. Gen G have to be kicking themselves for that one.
Truly so. Had the side hit.
It's just one domino after the other. One falls and then the rest continued to falter as well.
Considering the fact that, yeah, it's
भाई क्या अच्छा खेल रहे हैं लेकिन भाई याद रखना ज़ावी और पैटमैन ये दो नाम ये दोनों
Nobody's swinging together, nobody's helping each other out.
तो चलेगा ना भाई, हो गया था, वो लोग 3 जीत गए वो लोग ऑलरेडी. करने दो वो लोग को मस्ती.
A little bit odd watching Gen G play this way, but that's like, the map's so huge as well, and even though they have this
ये
comp,
defending
it's
map
not
है
working out
नहीं
too well for them yet. Now trying a
थोड़ा
middle A approach.
Autumn ready to try and defend. He does have a bit of
मेरे को
backup
तो
here.
attacking ही लगता
That
है.
won't last very long.
60%.
And Autumn also going to drop pretty quickly. There's a bit of a recovery attempt from GE. Spike dropped, but it won't be too much of a concern. You'd think it's all Crystal here solo. Final round and a half. He's going to go for it, and he's just ticked over 1,000 kills as well. Why not make it
जरा एक
1,003?
बात बताओ.
If he can.
8-4
Genji gonna take
मैंने
a
बोला था
very
कि नहीं,
safe
बस
route
इतना बोलो.
with that spike.
बाकी मेरे को कुछ नहीं
And
सुनना.
it forces Crystal to second guess it.
Not in close bang by मत कर please.
Maybe.
आज नहीं please EMA पे
Or he could take
कर
a bit
ले.
of time.
Not now. EMA शायद नहीं
get his
करने वाला.
recon
सीधा NA आऊँगा मैं.
vault back up.
NA से पहले आऊँगा मैं. I think
We'll see if that helps,
10:30
though.
बजे
It's
ऐसा
still a
कुछ
very tough
11
angle to
बजे
fight. If
11:30
he
बजे
actually
stream चालू
does go
करूँगा.
through mid doors, which would be a initial path.
बोला था
Angles that he needs to clear, given all the time that it
8-4 ही
takes
बोला
to
था.
push through.
Thank
It's
you.
pretty risky. Recon comes
गर्मी हो
back.
रही है.
Top forward for Crystal. We'll try and have a look.
भाई मेरे को अभी
Anybody out with
बस
that, and this seems to
वो
be a
देखने का.
pretty impossible
एकदम
crossfire to break. Even if
disrespects
he
वाला.
is aware of Athena's position, the spray
Exact
control would have had
G
to
का.
have been insane to find that kill.
No time.
No time. Hot hands in
इतने
there
ओके
as well.
इसी बंदे
just to
रिमोट से ऑन कर रहा हूँ मैं.
add an extra little bit of an insurance on
कभी
top
कभी
there for
लगता
Genji.
है
They will get
मुझे
themselves their
भाई.
fourth at the end of the half, but it is GE's map at the moment.
Played that defense incredibly well. So I'm thinking about their defenses and how well it has been so far for GE in a lot of their past games, especially like against Full Sense as well.
Main
Some
switch on बिना
halves
करे.
they felt or they looked untouchable. This one looks similar, but not because they actually turtled up. They actually
भाई
pushed and
पिस्तौला
took forward
चाहिए
space against Gen G,
Chat.
who
चैट सिर्फ पिस्तौला चाहिए. मजाक से हटकर अपन जीत गए मैप. सिर्फ पिस्तौला चाहिए चैट. हाँ हल्का सा अपना पॉजिटिविटी को ऐसा चैनल कर दो अंदर. कैसा 3K 4K मारे बस ये लोग.
works out very neatly. Gen G on the
3K
other hand, you know,
3K
not
मारे.
too bad. It's scrappy. They do put up some big fights. Karan taking a lot of
जी
huge multi-kill
एक
moments
जीतेगा
as well.
बाकी हारेगा.
But it's
बंक्स
gotta
बाय.
be more
Don't
than
worry.
that if they are to take this map away.
ककाशी भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ. है ही 2 मैच. बाकी इसके बाद एक ही मैच बचा है जी का. राउंड रॉबिन खत्म. हाँ समझ रहे? मैं इसलिए बोलता हूँ ज्यादा दिमाग वैलो मोबाइल में मत डालो. इसलिए मैं बोलता हूँ ककाशी है कि नहीं. आने दो गेम को, इधर आने दो.
What are we going to get? Genji with a 100% win rate when attacking.
मैप बोल रहा है वो. ओ नहीं
8-4 heading onto the defense of their opponent's map pick. It's probably about as bad of a
पहले
situation
बोलता
as
ना
you
नूब.
potentially right. Sure, I guess they could have lost more rounds in that first half, but it's not a good spot to be in here for Gen G. Defense of the A site not looking to be a whole lot, really. They'll just allow GE in. Oh, Yudatan has found himself the perfect timing window. I'm surprised no one's covering that. Karan and Texture down, and that might as well potentially be the pistol out of the picture here as well for Gen G. Gonna try and recover it, courtesy of Ash. Gets the better of Crystal, but it costs him a lot of his HP.
भाई उड़ो सीधा घुस के मार के आ
Gonna
रहे.
make it tough for that retake. G quite aware.
A couple of taps through there.
Just
from
saying
Axel,
group DP
but
मस्त है.
Not really enough to trouble
No,
GE
WhatsApp बंद
at this
करो.
point. Harvey's picked up Ash, and Athena's position now noted as well. You've still got to find two. Yudatan's going to put it
Bro.
down. 9-4. GE make the pistol round
Triple
look
दिया
easy.
बे उड़ो.
Like you thought, you know, Javi was
भाई वो
putting
लोग
up
के
big
लग
numbers,
गए
but
भाई वो
Yudotan
लोग
comes
देख
in
भी
and
नहीं
does this
रहे.
as well. Like that's what I'm talking about with this whole team and how every single player has the potential to just pop off. And this is, you know, you talk about being surprised that there's a lack of cover. It's true, and it's something that Gen G kind of, to be honest, overlooked. They're thinking that GE goes in, they're probably just going to take the site. But Yudotan recognizes, yeah, these guys with this comp, probably they'll be playing that far back. I
We
can
will
take a
win
site
by
flank against them, and it definitely catches Texture by surprise.
Yes, G
Now
is
the guns
already
again,
qualified by
we'll see
champion
how
point. नहीं रे दल्ले
they
होने
take
वाले
this,
भाई.
because if it is indeed clean, might be another
पर
potential bonus
तेरी
on the
तो
board.
होने वाले अपन.
This is an interesting walkout from Patman. He's got a lot of space.
Single controller
Money
वाई बन
manning
गया
here
वो
with
नहीं
the
मालूम है.
bandit. If he finds Karan, that is going to be
I feel
beautiful for GE.
Harbor
Now
Viper
the
सबसे
A side
बाप
is
है
really
इसमें.
under pressure. Although Ash is still there to kind of lock it in.
चलेगा,
Side
कुछ करने
also
था उसको
getting
बस.
opened up. It's kind of bad on both fronts, unfortunately, for Gen G. Of course, they'll have to give it
तूने
back
अंडर
here.
अभी
Sheriff
आया वो
Bandit.
चैंप से पहले चैंप में नहीं आएगा शायद.
On the other side of it, Yudotan, who really doesn't care what gun
Ulta
you've
आएगा
got,
क्या
he's going to
उसका?
take you down anyway until he runs into his counterpart Ash. It doesn't really matter.
लेकिन
Double
आ गया ना,
digits
और ब्लैक
secured
आल्ट
for
तो आ गया
GE, and they
उसका.
are doing it easy
हाँ
right
दो
now on
राउंड में.
Breeze.
Can't lie. That's honestly pretty good. They were thinking for a second about, you know, how to min-max this
Breeze भाई
spike plant
जरूरी
as
नहीं
well
है
so that they can get
कीड़ा
their ults up as soon as
बस
possible.
आपके दांत में हो
And
या
it
कान
doesn't
में हो.
matter, you know, you lose a
Language.
bandit, you lose a marshal. Yudotan gets that many kills. He's already one away from an overdrive. Like, GE have, I think, the best possible scenario right now for them to close off this map, which, to be fair, is their own map pick.
And to be fair, we are winning all our map picks.
Such a tough fight.
Yep.
2-1-2, and
Yep.
they're going to be caught by possibly a surprise again. Ash not seeing too much, but he's given up his position, and GE are looking to just jump on that opportunity.
Drone's going forward again. Ash inside this smoke could cause quite a ruckus, and GE just get it wrong this time.
Yeah.
ने expect नहीं किया था यहाँ पर अगर
inside the smoke.
Still recoverable though if Patman pops off. We've seen what he can do in the
काकाजी भाई जागो आजा गॉड रवि मेरी जान
It
कड़े.
hasn't been so much this season. It's been a bit more of a effort by committee. But
ये round तो गया,
steps
ये
up
round गया.
how we know he can. This could
एक
really change in
सेकंड
this round as
लेकिन
well. Autumn kind of on
ऑटम
the creep
थोड़ा
up
आगे
middle, has
गया
taken
ना
quite a
उसको
bit of space.
गाफ दिख सकते हैं सैफर की.
No
I think
mistake being
दिख
made by
गई है.
Gen G just yet.
Exactly.
हाँ,
Texture's
हाँ,
still
हाँ,
holding
हाँ.
that line down A main, so he knows exactly the
उसको
hit.
दिखा है.
Probably ending up on towards B. Autumn though.
Yeah, a lot of this is really hinging on what Autumn can get done here in the mid round. There's only 30 seconds left though, so he's going to have to work quickly. Hasn't spotted anything out.
The calls to A now.
Might
Autumn.
get Ash. Oh, if he would have got this kill, actually, I think that could have really opened the
अच्छा
door
मारा
up,
बे.
but not the case. Ash
Actually में
having a
अच्छा
great
मारा
round
बे.
there. 3K now.
There
And
goes
with
the
15 seconds,
disco.
there's just no chance you're getting into the site. Crystal thinking about going around this corner, and that will be to his death. Texture puts him down. Spike dropped. And, well, we know where this is going. So Gen G will get themselves their 5th.
लेकिन
Plan
अच्छा
really
हुआ कि
disrupted
उसने
for
चेक
GE
नहीं
as
किया
they
ये
go down
वाले
smoke,
राउंड
lose
में.
2 players, and then it felt like the round was just
क्यों
an
टेक्निकली ये
attempt
तो
at
हार गया
recovery
था
the
ना.
whole time. There wasn't really
तो
much
अब
more to it.
Yeah.
अब तो आएगा ना
Unfortunate
चेक.
for that little smoke play by Wallback by
देखो
Ash,
ये
for sure.
सनशाइन और
And
मेरा
for the whole
सुबह
team to be
4 बजे
holding around
तक
it as
मैच
well.
देखा और
Like
अभी
you
भी
said,
ऑफिस में वेट कर देख रहा हूँ.
Autumn and how he could
WWW.
have done a bit more, but not too big of a consequence for now. This was meant to be GE's bonus, so they'll be able to buy up onto the next one, and this is the one that counts.
ऐसे क्यों खेलते हो जैसा
If Gen G
बिग
can
दे
take
रहे हो
this, they
30
will
40
have a
मिनट्स.
chance at a stronger
लैंग्वेज
comeback.
अच्छा खेलता हूँ मैं.
At the same time, for GE to be able to walk away with momentum, if they can get this done. Just trying to push through into A site now. Let's take a listen in to the GE
उनको पता है
comms.
ऊपर है.
Oh, Gen G comms.
비디 조심.
ऊपर वाले में मारा.
A맨이 풀게 일단.
स्पैम
소가
में.
있었고 뒤에 비토 있었어.
नीचे क्यों नहीं कूदा लेकिन.
방금 미도울 됐겠다. 근데 3mm
नीचे क्यों नहीं कूदा.
확인. 레스 혹시 조심해 이거.
हाँ संदीप आ जाओ let them cook मेरी जान कड़े.
스모크 있어 얘네? 비비토. B맨 비토. 이러 먹겠다. 이러 먹겠다 에스트. 내가 B맨까지 봐줄게. 뭔가 내 복귀 원태형. 확인. 나 그러면 이거
कर सकते हैं क्या बैटिंग कुछ crazy.
파이프 일단. 안 맞았고.
Once again, another 3 on 5 early on in the piece for GE. Patman is trying to recover it. It's got a bit of backup there as well. You might still see Crystal come into play here.
भाई वो लोग लेकिन
Decides
1v1
to
फाइट्स
cross
ले रहे
instead of trying to
चैट.
take the fight towards A.
चैट वो लोग के लग गए हेवी वाले.
Lurking around, but it sort of feels very similar to that previous round. They lose 2 players very early on in the piece, and then it's just dudes just walking around.
मैंने
trying to
जैसे
find
स्ट्रीम
some
चालू
fights,
किया
and
जी हार गए
eventually
हैं.
kinda goes
हम
the
लोग
way
बहुत
of
हेवी लीड
Gen
पे
G,
थे.
so
हेवी लीड पे.
GE want to close this map out and they want to do it cleanly. They're going to have to figure out how to get through some of these early rounds with 5 players still alive. I'd say Crystal's been able to take quite a bit of space here. He could
अपना
actually
A split बात था
one
फास्ट
is
वाला.
not enough though.
10 seconds left. Spike down.
Spike's dropped.
Actual में अच्छा
Leaves it
था
all
हम
on the
लोग का
shoulders
A
of Autumn.
split.
He's pretty much timed out of this round. He gets the kill, but there's not going to be time to plant. And so
करेगा क्या फिर
round
भी?
secure for Gen G again. 10-6 now the score. The slow but steady comeback beginning for Gen G here.
Does hold on to the rifle as well, but
heavy lead 15 minute की बात है, चुप
another
रहो.
thing that Gen G can do with their composition, just being able to flash forward, take a bit of space against GE as well. Still somewhat early though, at least in the second half. Getting very involved, Platoon.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is a good time for it, right? Like, you've seen those couple of rounds go the way of Gen G. You know that maybe there's a bit of momentum starting to build up. You want to stop that with a timeout. Slow
Group अलग है, हाँ, group अलग है.
A chat with the team.
दो group रहते हैं, A और B.
About how they can potentially close this out. So those 2 rounds, though, you lose the 2 players early on in the piece for GE. So I wonder if they'll maybe just try to slow things down a little bit here.
मैडम? हाँ?
Funny.
So आप कर सकते हो flex.
Rifle in the hands of Autumn, which was saved. Patman's got one as well. So there's definitely some avenues back in here for GE, but it might not happen this round.
Also just thinking about how they could start
to put
together some stronger attack rounds. I mean, in a lot of these
A or O group
instances, you see Gen G getting a lot more aggressive.
A or C group.
Similar to what we saw in the first half against Gen G. It really puts a hamper onto things. G can't really execute
Where is Frost? Where is your membership?
Off these rounds with a couple of casualties. But with the ultimates all built up, though, it's not impossible. Yudotan Overdrive can catch Gen G by surprise again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like GE are going to be slowing things down. Ready to go pretty quickly.
जिसको chance के लिए top 2 finish करना पड़ेगा.
That space, which they do manage to grab, but again, bearing in mind it is 3 pistols rolling out.
Just wait and watch.
Keeping our eyes on Patman and Autumn to be the ones that kind of need to do the damage. Okay, maybe he can make something happen there with the overdrive. He gets just the one. Hunter's Fury singling Ash out as well for Patman.
Oh, Cypher भी दिख गया, Cypher भी दिख गया, Cypher भी दिख गया, Cypher भी दिख गया.
Raxkel is still lurking on this B side, and he is going to be a factor that Crystal. Oh, okay, Crystal's got on lock. Did not think he would be so aware. Meanwhile, by the way, Autumn picked up another kill, and all of a sudden, Gen G this round has gone slipping away from them. A small but workable investment from GE has turned into something beautiful.
भाई ये लोग के split से बाप है बे. दोनों split अच्छा था ना A और B.
Don't know about that. 1v3 for him. He'll just wait that drone out.
हाँ?
Does have quite a bit of time to work with here as that spike only just went down, but.
बोलेगा बाइट तो है दोनों round के लिए.
Pat has the snake bite. Otherwise, it's just multiple guns that Car needs to take down.
किधर से लेते हो पता नहीं है कौन सा.
They're not even giving him a chance. He doesn't even get to have a fight here. Try and drop the cove, see what he can do, but it is pretty wishful thinking. Get that dart through as well, and they're well aware of his position at this point, so it'll be a freebie for Autumn, 11-6 for Gen G. Up against G.
Gen G का ult है किसी for round 2 max.
The names are just, they're too
दो भी
similar.
नहीं एक I think.
You know, before I started casting
हम लोग का भी
Valorant,
ult आएगा.
goodness. I used to always call GE Global.
हम लोग का main I feel Vito ult है.
Used to say GE.
Direct घुस जाएगा.
Everyone says GE.
A पे recon का कुछ BT भी नहीं रहेगा सीधा घुस जाएगा.
Could be saying Global and Gen G. That's like 2 different things.
Happens sometimes. Wow.
भाई मैं प्रॉमिस करता हूँ 2028 में ऐसे टर्म में होऊंगा. W like captain मत लिखना. Chances कम हो जाते हैं. ठीक है?
At all times.
Could continue smiling for this round. If you listen to some of the G comms videos as well, like they actually tell him, you know, when he makes a nice call for them, and that has to be one of them.
Yeah.
Where Yudotan pops through, and even though Gen G reacted with in kind, they weren't quite able to catch on quick enough.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे देखो ना क्या हो रहा है. ये देखो. Emoji war चल रही है इधर.
A bit of a fake in towards A site. GE looking to
वहाँ पे लोग वो कर रहे हैं. F के points ले रहे YT पे. उधर माल कमा रहे, इधर चैनल points. हर जगह पे चाहिए, हर जगह पे.
To the middle of sight, Ash does kind of spot out.
कभी सोचा है ऐसे 1000 gifted करने का?
Before it blooms, Yudotan needs to be careful. There's a one-way cage there. And he waits that one out. Swings with Crystal, who gets himself the double. Now a third. Crystal just out of nowhere activating for GE. That will allow them a plan. It will allow them a chance to get to a map point here as well. It's a 2-on-3.
Chat.
Both Athena and Karen still have a long way to rotate.
Chat. Bro, Genji का best chance ये था कि वो लोग ये round जीते, Alt के साथ next round जीते, फिर इको जाए और फिर शायद 11-9 के आसपास क्लोज आए. अब तो लग गए बे उनके. अब तो लग गए बे. नीम का पत्ता कड़वा है. बंक्स बाय काश दोस्त की को परवाह है. एक साल पर अभी तक 10 टॉक शो कर दी. अरे बहन चो, मैं चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ सोच के ये राउंड जीत गए करके. ये क्या किया?
Didn't really need to take the fight.
ये क्या किया? पोस्ट प्लांट में जीत जाते थे अपन.
Thought he had an opportunity, especially if he heard the tap and if Karen wasn't still on it, but
well,
that's...
I mean, it's not so much Crystal. I think once Crystal's in the 1v1, then there's that. But, like, they don't need to be necessarily so eager to try and stop that cross, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was long range as well.
But a
little bit unfortunate, but sometimes you do get lost in the sauce. You know, you're up to 11. You feel like you can get this done quick, but the consequence of that will now be GE into a bit of a partial buy situation. Texture with that.
Good trophy present today.
Phoenix. It's kind of similar to what RQ just tried like a week ago when Jemkin was still playing. It didn't work out then, but he actually just peeks back through middle, and that's
calmly
not too bad.
Calmly
we'll see if that continues to pay off dividends if Genji continues with their setup.
Did get to see a little bit of a table slap through there from Platoon.
Right पे और ads on कर दे सारे click पे आ जाएंगे WID आ नहीं रे. पागल.
So some frustration, I guess. Looked like that might be the map pretty much done for GE, but now going to have to work a little bit harder again.
ये क्या है बे?
Requires. But yeah, I mean, it's quite clear global. They do need to kind of figure out how to work against or around this operator.
Automatic रहेगा तो उसमें क्या मेरा हाथ नहीं है.
So starting things off quite tentative and slow, very default-esque. Need to scout out some information initially. Genji taking it slow as well.
Well, Harvey's already been able to take quite a bit of space. If you've got multiple players here ready to set up for a bit of a mid-fight, you know, he can look to activate the drone, headed in the direction of A instead.
That एक crucial round हम लोग जीत गए ना भाई.
So
next
at this
round
point,
B
Global
side
still doesn't have a full idea, but they will just group up and try to hit the B side quick.
ये round
Suspectful of that drone being broken that early, but Texture rotates early as well.
Cam is there to get some info as well when they do come out. That swing is going to come through. Crystal will try to assist his teammates on the entry here with the ulti. And Yudatown, I don't know, he doesn't seem to need too much help most of the time. It's a 2-for-1 already for GE. Site control is taken.
Bro, check नहीं होने वाला हो. Viper का पोजी देखो, check नहीं होने वाला.
Should get this one nice and easy as Karen just drops into his crosshair. And that makes matters worse for Genji.
That's going to be the call to save.
जो बोला language, Prem bhai. Chat.
The economy's not that good for Genji.
Chat.
They save this one. They're down.
B-side अपने पास. जाओ के लिए भाई.
The Phantom to go through to the next round.
एक बंदा तो और लेगा. एक बंदा जाओ. ऑटो में बैटमैन से कोई एक बंदा जाओ भाई अंट के लिए. मरे तो मरे.
Doesn't look like they'll quite catch up to Genji though.
Should be okay, you know, just in case if Genji does decide to peek out in the middle. No need to go for a real hunt yet.
नहीं नहीं
but
जाओ.
If you can get that op away, like why not, right? Otherwise,
जाओ.
Jordan, you know, people, I might come under criticism for this. I'm a little bit on the fence on a Phoenix op. It's just, you know, you're not able to go into a deep position enough to like flash or set up.
You certainly don't have the same escape tools
बाय आ जाएगा.
a lot of the other agents.
3 ulti.
You know, on the op, you know, the Jet, the Neon.
So
the
even though Texture like got in, he's just like, that's one kill against Yudotan. Like the hit from G was still that good. So this is going to continue forward, and off run it back is also not really that strong of a thing. But it's 4 ults for Genji. We'll see if they can extend this map.
Yeah, I mean, they've put together a buy. It's not the world's best buy, but it's certainly something. And Yudatan certainly not expecting Ash to be that far progressed up in middle, although not even really that progressed at all. It's not looking good at all for GE. They've fallen apart in this round. They just had a massive misread, it would seem. Nothing more to say about that, but they've walked into a bunch of really awkward fights, and Gen.G are going to survive here, you would think. An attempt at a recovery for Crystal and Harvey, but way too much to do. Crystal on 30 HP is just backing out.
Bro, abhi bas apne paas bhai hai, sab kuch hai, घुस जाओ bhai, amen. ये round split करने का जरूरत नहीं है.
Crystal on that cross.
Mid default करके A या B जाओ, बस 16 ult अपने को dodge करने का, इतना ही, वो भी dodge नहीं, autumn ult करके घुस जाएगा.
That's the second time we've seen Yudotan kind of run into a smoke. And Ash
Javi को कर दे lurk.
Patman
set में जाके मारेगा ult.
Around middle, like it's sharp from Gen.G to be able to recognize, especially with that kill against Yudotan, that it might be a quick pivot over onto A site, and Karan does well to hold around Poison Cloud. So that's credit to Gen.G.
99% जितना मेरा read है. Phoenix Harbor ult.
But you know they can keep going at this. They'll still be able to buy up.
दोनों ult कुछ नहीं उखाड़ेगा भाई Viper का.
Yudotan's just a 3 shy away of an overdrive. Who knows? But I can see why G wants to like try to go a bit faster, you know? Like that's one of those things that can
मैं आपकी बहुत इज्जत करता हूँ, इसलिए आपका काम language. चलो.
Money's still okay for GE, so they'll be able to put together a buy here.
Yep. अब ये winning round होनी चाहिए, winning round.
It seemed completely off for GE. Sometimes that's going to happen. Not going to read into that one too much. Do have Harvey with just the sheriff here. They're kind of keeping things in check for if they need to buy next round. GE.
लेकिन नजर ना लगे पूरा टीम का kills देखना. दोनों टीम का kills ऐसा close.
Oh, but the A site's so weak.
Yudotan already getting that fast lane up. He's going to allow the cross here for GE, obscuring Gen.G's vision, and Patman finds the perfect timing to come in through for a middle. Ash is going to try and fill back into that position, but you've still got multiple members to get past. Beautiful shooting out from Ash, and now Yudotan tagged down as well. Ash is putting on a clinic, has the 3K. There's a sheriff on the other side of that wall that he needs to deal with. Autumn as well, looking to lock in here, has the ulti popped. It's a 1v1 now for Autumn to try to get this one done, and he's going to get tricky with it. Texture's got no idea. Evolution gets him through that wall. Tap on the defuse, and it doesn't matter. GE will get it done. Autumn clutches it once again, and finally the map is over. It was always headed in that direction. It felt like Gen.G were trying to recover it, but GE had such a lead that it would have felt insurmountable, those odds. In the end, it was 38 get over the line pretty comfortably, it does have to be said, although some of those last rounds
दो बदाम चार था.
Good feeling to go into the second map with one in
फिर
your belt.
एक बदाम चार जीते.
It's a good fight from both sides, but that last round, like this completely proves, you know, the fact that GE with this much talent in a single roster, every single, like it's something that has so much potential to go over to internationals and
अरे salsa music क्यों डाला किसके नाच में?
We saw bits of it from Javi in that first half, Crystal come in clutch, and then towards the very end, just Autumn comes back through in full. Evolution,
लेकिन texture को मजाक सकता texture पे ना fast agent shoot कर
Gen.G, they made it close. They brought
Jet
in the
हो गया, Neon हो गया, Raze हो गया, कुछ भी ऐसा जो
a weaker side and GE.
बसड़ में एकदम ऐसा कुछ crazy.
I mean, you have to look towards the next map now, Sunset, where things can be a bit slow, but GE has had some really strong defensive sides as well, so I'm not sure if I'm convinced with what I've seen from Gen.G
language. उधर पर आओ कभी घूमने, कभी आऊँगा तो बताऊँगा मेरी जान को. Shout out to you.
Certainly, well, it'll be something that the desk can discuss as it is time for us to
I
start
pay
heading
for
in that direction.
the internet to witness moments
take
like
it
this.
away.
Sexy के लाना.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It is time to head in this direction for sure, because Gen.G, unfortunately, this Viperless comp didn't really work out for them. I mean, like, there were some ideas that were there, and Ash was absolutely frying, but in the end, it's Global Esports that takes this win.
I think massive respect to Global Esports. I think they understood the game plan really well here, especially in that first half. To me, it's very clear to see why they picked it.
टाइमिंग वाला लेफ्ट राइट हुआ था जब वो मिड स्मोक में गए थे. बाकी ओवरऑल देखा जाएगा तो अच्छे खेला. एक वो टाइमिंग वाला राउंड और एक और 2v3. 2v3 वाला नहीं होना चाहिए ना. टाइमिंग वाला तो चलो होता है. 2v3 वाला नहीं होना चाहिए था.
Yeah, I think GG, I mean, if you go back to their previous games, they
so
first banned
I think
twice,
everything
they
is
second
good.
phase
I
banned
think
Breeze,
everything
the
is
third ban
good.
this time they leave it in the pool. Having a pretty good game, quite honestly, and like I said before, I wasn't surprised to see Texture playing Phoenix, but something wasn't quite clicking for Gen G, and for GE in particular. I felt like they really went into this game very aggressive, very confident, and I think that was a bit of a difference maker, quite honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, on the side of Gen G, as you mentioned, something wasn't really clicking, and you can tell when a team like really has, you know, the composition down pat, when the strategies are in place and everything, and it just felt like a lot of Gen G's wins here were on the back of Ash's fragging, you know, out of his mind.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough at the end of the day, right? And you look at Global Esports that were just in with a very, very solid plan, and even their IGL fragging out of his mind. I mean, I'm so happy that he's on my build diff roster today, because for the longest time on the side of GE, he was on top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to Platoon about it right since the start of the stage. He said Harvey's going to be our guy this stage, and we've seen him pick up the Cypher. We've seen him play more controller roles and things like that on the last.
Genji don't have that Viper, so ending towards A in the late round can get very difficult. It's built to end towards B, so this is a round where we see them go aggressive in B. They're really setting that precedent. You can't come in, and they force out this Phoenix wall here. So now, instead of giving A for retake like we see a lot of teams do, they fight forward because they know that they've baited out those walls already. They have to, GG have to push forward through a Viper wall, and that's how you win these rounds. I think they understand very well that aggression will win them these rounds as they start to break down. So fantastic game planning.
Yeah, I think GE had some great protocols to deal with those A pushes. They had like a Neon fast lane to cut the site in half and all fought one side. One time they played Viper Orb left side with Patman anchoring. You just talked about that Viper wall that made it very, very hard for Gen G to end A. They have a lot of different kind of tools. I didn't actually catch it. They swapped Uditan off the Jet onto the Neon, and the Neon, I mean, I felt like they got a lot of value out of the fast lane, and some of the relay bolts and things like that seemed like a bit more of a comfortable fit maybe for Uditan here.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Global Esports, they work best when it's just go, 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 because their players are so instinctive. And I think that, you know, when they slow down a little bit, when they start to hesitate a bit, that's where Gen G can actually catch them off guard. But I think on the side of Global Esports, it's something that works so well for their players because they can just snowball off of each other. But Gen G also have like top fraggers, for example, Karan, which first time playing the Harbor, by the way.
Wow.
He's definitely one of the top fraggers that we have here in Pacific, but unfortunately it wasn't enough for Gen G.
We were very happy to see him move back across onto that smoke throw, but part of that will mean learning to play this Harbor a little bit, especially on Breeze. We're seeing this become the meta because of how strong it is around A in those retakes. So he's really embracing this new meta, and normally we don't see the Harbor players pop off. It's quite rare. It's only very occasionally, but he did his job very, very well here in this map. He'll be sad that it wasn't that map win despite his strong individual performance.
Yeah, I think he dumped his kit and threw a lot of good walls for Gen G, and then a lot of the times he was left in kind of the mid to late round clutchy kind of situations, which is where you want Caron, and he almost pulled off a handful of clutches for Gen G. He might have even won one or two of them during that game, so a good fragging performance for Caron. I feel like they're setting him up for success in the late round where he needs to be, and I wouldn't mind seeing more Harbor from him, even if Gen G didn't get the win there in that one.
Do you think that Gen G would have looked more comfortable still with the Viper instead of the Harbor in play?
It's just a different play style. You know, we talked about it on the attacking side, how it's hard to kind of create pressure with the Viper and be able to end A because you often invest that wall towards the A side to create that threat. But the defense as well, you know, you often see the deep wall down mid on defense to kind of threaten things there. So it's just that passive pressure versus being able to have to be active and actually, you know, create pressure without just pressing, you know, the gas.
I think for me, it made them a little bit obvious and a little bit readable.
Yeah.
You end up telegraphing where you're going with
the Viper really masks your intentions a lot of the time. Yeah.
I think that Caron also is like, I don't think he's a very passive player, or he's not the kind of player that you want to be in that passive position. But we're going into map number 2 now. It is going to be Sunset. Okay, just like brain freeze right there. But it's Sunset, I think, is like a map that I think GE would definitely want Javi to go crazy on, because the last time that they were on Sunset, Javi did manage to make that his map.
He was the standout player for them, no doubt about it. When we saw it from them last time, it was this Neon Phoenix, but it was against Nongshim, and on the attack especially, they struggled. Only 3 rounds there. So I'm curious if they stick with what they were running here, because this team doesn't strike me as a Neon Phoenix team in the same way. I do feel like I like it more when they lean into the veto, when they get a little bit more experimental. I think they constantly seem to win when they do that.
Yeah, there's potential for comp change here for GE. They've played against a lot of slower teams on this map lately as well. A lot of teams that like to op, you know, RRQ and teams like that. So for Gen G running this chamber comp, that might not be something that GE is too unfamiliar or uncomfortable playing against. You can see this double Senti comp for Gen G might be a little bit slower, but for GE, they're quite happy to play against Sage. Actually, they're one of the teams that, because they have played a lot of Sage in the past, and Javi is part of that age, and I find that teams that often do that understand how to play against it. You know, when you see the other team on the defense, you know, throw up a Sage wall or something like that, you understand how to work the map and break the utility and force out some of that that kind of util from Gen G. So I think Global Esports not only are comfortable on this map, they're not disappointed to see Gen G pick it, but also the comp that Gen G are playing is something that GE are going to be totally fine against as far as I'm concerned.
So you think that Gen G doesn't have any surprises up their sleeve perhaps for the side of Global Esports?
I don't think they're going to change comp here, to be honest. They've already had a win on this map. They haven't, you know, necessarily played it a ton. So, you know, I think Gen G is just going to keep doing what Gen G always does. I think both teams have got tape on each other. So I would be surprised to see either of them really swap it up too much. But we'll see what we're going to get.
And I think for me, I don't think they should change, because I like how they approach the roles in this. It lets Texture play that chamber. I think it's nice. I think for me, the problem with the Breeze is that it felt quite different to what the other things they were doing, where I like when they simplify it right the way down. I think Texture on that chamber is where it suits him the best. That's where he's having his best performances right now. So I don't expect him to change. And I think Gen G can still recover this map very much so. It is their own pick, but I have to agree with you, Pilski. If I'm GE, I'm not mad about it at all, this in the veto.
No, I mean, I would be surprised if either of them swap away from their comps that they played previously. For Gen G, that's not going to be the case. It's going to be a slower attacking side to start out here with the Sage Chamber, as we kind of mentioned before. GE, that's a massive change. Yoru Raze on Sunset. I don't even know if I've seen this before.
It's a very different double duelist look here, but I like it because the principle of it is Sage is very good in theory against that Neon Phoenix, because you have to be on the ground. You have to run through that slow. But now, a Raze can satchel up and over. The Yoru has that TP, so this feels like a very deliberate change, very smart to be able to beat the stoppage of that Sage.
We also have Crystal on the Cypher instead of Javi, which is a bit of a change as well. And
Yeah,
Javi going on to the Astra too. So I'm interested to see what Global Esports have up their sleeves here. I think they're feeling a little bit playful, and I think with these players, once they start getting a little bit playful, that's when it gets dangerous as well. So we're gonna see how it's like to get into Sunset. Pilski, you wanna toss?
Let's toss it on over to Elfish and Quack, father and son duo of the year. Father of the year, Jordan.
Ah, good catch.
I mean,
yes,
what can I say? What can I say? I mean, I don't even know when Father's Day is here, but it feels like it is today, actually. As we jump into map 2 here between GE and Gen G. You know what? My take is right now, this kind of feels like it could be a 2-0 brewing for GE. They looked a lot more comfortable there to kick this series off. I don't know that Gen G have really hit their stride just yet, but again, this is Gen G's map pick, so maybe we should give them the benefit of the doubt. Texture back over onto that chamber too. A little bit more comfort territory for him. Tend to see quite a bit of impact out from him on that chamber, but what I will say as well is I'm quite keen to see Autumn on Yoru.
Oh, yes, right back on that. 13-5 last time Gen G played Sunset against RRQ, so that's the one thing that that you kind of want to go off of. Texture on the chamber still.
Well, yeah, as you say, extra bit of impact out from him you'd hope to see in this map.
And then back towards middle, maybe to go through market. To push up into the mid smoke. I mean, Morgan had a pretty good point, but you know, with G's composition brought over here to work against, you know, what has been kind of like that counter meta with the Sage. But starting out on defense, you're going to have to approach the game a little bit differently as well. So just to seemingly swap sides, in fact, GE have pushed out all the way towards the back end. If they can take down Texture, bring things back towards an even fight, maybe they have a chance. Texture is hanging back as well.
Nice open plan, and Texture, again, another sharp shot. He is so happy to have this Headhunter back in his hand. A 3K to kick the pistol off. Texture is not messing around. He's got a Sheriff as well. Could be on for the ace. This could be a pistol round ace from Texture, and he's made it look so easy.
He's just holding angles. It's just incredibly smart positioning. The crowd is shouting out for him.
I mean, the thing is, he is going hunting for it. He really wants it, but
he's Mr. 4K.
Yeah, Mr. 4K is only getting a 4K here. I can only imagine he's got no idea exactly where Crystal is. Maybe catches them here. Right at the last second, the ace on offer for Texture. He's got it.
Oh, look at him. He's adorable.
He worked hard for that one.
I mean, if people ever have a chance, like, do please check out that homegrown documentary that they just released, I think on the VCT Pacific channel, because it really lets you know his motivations as a player. He's really thinking about fans, his family, and to be able to put this all together just off of the initial first kill. I wish I understood, but there he goes. Okay, next one up though.
Yeah, fun's over. Time to lock in here. Gen G did drop map 1, so need to be converting on the pistol.
A lot of respect paid over to the exchange of utility for now, but look at Texture still with an eye towards middle. Leaves options open for Gen G, but also with the peel back from Global, Gen G might just reassert themselves back over at the B site.
They do have a pretty hefty defense on this side of the map if Gen G opt to hit it, but 5 classics? Something would have to go really wrong for Gen G if GE were to win this one, and it could be a couple of players getting caught maybe right here. It's not going to happen in the end. Paranoia was held in hand by Karen, collected a couple of players with that, and Ash finishes the rest of the job. 2-0, easy for Gen G.
Immensely clean as well. With that said, they can move forward with a really potential strong bonus onto this round. In fact, because of that many kills that Texture brought up from the pistol, he could have a tour de force. He could have, in a sense, a round 3 op if he maybe goes for an alt orb. GE might have to play a bit safer, which might not favor them too well either. So getting into position, maybe a Seasonade combo. No, just a haunt.
I was going to say, on the other hand, it seems like GE are going to play a little more aggressive outside of A there, and that does actually push Gen G back away. They're now setting themselves up in mid again.
If you look towards the B side then as well, it's just very defensive positions all around. Autumn doesn't have his own op yet, so has to play a safer angle. Gen G will have more options to be able to push around.
A little bit of a tickle there onto Autumn. Not going to be an easy cross for him, so he just decides to set that gate crash up.
He's trying to see whatever he can bait out, but nothing found. Just port over it.
Oh, Harvey needs some help here. Autumn's on the other side of that fight, but that slow orb's going to make it awkward, and now the smoke coming through as well. They can't really fight this together. Harvey is isolated and doesn't care about it. There's ice on the floor as well, but there's ice in the veins of Harvey here as he doubles down and looks for some more. In the end, though, it just falls apart. GE lose a bunch of duels in succession. It's Patman solo. Hasn't been spotted on the cross, at least.
30 seconds left.
Has a Prowler too, but with the spike being planted, he needs to take down at least one isolated duel.
Oh, it's been seen by Karen. Rascal's there on the angle as well, just backing away. Happy to play that time smoke out. Patman's still going to have to give this one a crack. No players giving him anything. Tries to hide the drop with the shot. Of course, not fooling anybody. And Gen G find their third.
Yeah, the flash right at the end from Karen as well. Gen G, and they're just so good at going for some of these brawls. Sage wall and everything. And you can see GE just really fighting tooth and nail for a lot of these little skirmishes. Down to the position by stairs where they thought it might have been cleared already. Maybe Gen G hopefully would have skirted off towards the site, but as soon as it peeked out of that smoke with no flash, just a little bit too dry. So right off the back foot in this half now, and it's going to be difficult. We'll have a listen in to Gen G though on this round where they have all the guns.
A로 와봐 얘들아. A로 와봐. B 스모크 깔았어. 오브 챙기기야. 하긴. B메인 그러면 리클하고 A 따라가자 얘들아. 막혔죠? 없다 형. 이거 앞라인 프라울러 굴릴래 이번에 확실하게 그냥? 저롤이 앞에. 찍어봐. 타에 나오는 거 모르고 우리 형. 저롤 다운인 거. 씨 하나 더. 이런 우리 B 가자 얘들아. 캠 있다. 마크 사이프 사운드. 얘네 아울러 하나 있고. 다 듣겠다 얘들아. 나오라. 얘네 원에이. 나 설 좀. 원에이 안 오른쪽 블락. 트랩 조심. 인스모까지 찍어야 될 듯. 오른쪽 블락까지 괜찮아.
Here comes the hit towards B. GE will have had advance warning of that as Yutatan did drop the boom bot over towards A and saw nothing. It's not really going to give them a huge advantage though. That rotate is coming through pretty quickly on the backside. It was Harvey dealt with by Karen. Now Patman trying to creep his way forward, can't quite recover the headshot there with the Sheriff, and with that it'll probably be the round. This should be a 4-0 lead for Gen G. Crystal, of course, lurking about with this bandit to see what he can do, if he can maybe just get another ult charge, get another kill, take a gun away from Gen G. That would be a win. Not to be this time. Nice round out from Athena, the 3K there. And the 4-0 is confirmed for Gen G. So they are setting up nicely here on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, what more is there to say? It's just the lack of resources, lack of firepower. Not too bad, though, with the initial exchange, at least bringing the Outlaw back. But kind of clear as to how Gen G would love to approach the map as well. Right? Maybe texture on the lurk. So for the future rounds, if Global can start to kind of identify and pick that apart, could start to formulate something now. Tour de Force then brought in. Not to say, though, Global has their own ultimate as well. Yudotan Showstopper.
Once again, GE looking to fight outside of A, and they are able to, at the very least, push texture away. Feels like at the moment, though, the B side has been a little bit more of a liability for GE.
Yeah, but I guess that's what they're going to try and do now, just get that full rotation over after initially pushing texture off of his line. A bit of regression, though, so it just keeps a bit of that extra pressure on for the A site. Keeps Global Esports interested in this portion of the map. So once again, Crystal, Javi, they're going to have to try their darndest to hold as much as possible. They have trips, they have little stars and smoke set up. But market door set open. Javi has to be so cautious.
Needs to channel some more of that sharp shooting that we saw on Breeze. They come in his direction. In the end, they do decide to turn away. It's towards middle. They're going to push their way. Yudotan very nearly gets caught. Oh, Showstopper. Well, I suppose that beats a relay bolt. In the end, though, a res out straight away. Yudotan not keen to swing off the back of it. Cleans up two anyway. Paint Shell's out, doing the job all on his own. Yudotan for the 4K. He could still get the ace. It's actually stolen away by Harvey. He could have had an ace regardless, but job well done. GE get there first.
Yeah, off the back of Yudotan. I could have even been a 6K. This is masterful work, though. Every little bit just funneled over. And this is what it can do, you know, you send that little Prowler presence, hold off B, push texture off of his line, and it forces Gen G to think. They try a different approach, and unfortunately they walk into Yudotan's open and loving arms. Next round up, and it's going to be Autumn now with his op. I think Global has been waiting for this quite a while. They actually get a big line off of it, but the push in.
Autumn's over towards B, so he's not really going to have much of an impact here. Doesn't have a gate crash to get back over to A too quickly either. Gen G taking a lot of space, and Harvey set up behind a smoke for the moment. Has a star ready to go as well. Might need to pop that in a second.
Trying to play a pixel angle, but he's giving up too much space. He has to play safe now.
Prowler does go out. Patman there to try to reinforce. Gen G very well poised to hit this A site.
Well, Global is just tucking themselves in. Yudotan looking to support maybe with the paint shells on the right timing, but I'm curious why, you know, the rest of them haven't rotated yet. This is a full hit now.
Yeah, Nightfall goes through two, and that should be bad news. Indeed it is for GE. try and hold on there. Yuratan not able to repeat his heroics this time around. A pretty easy hit in the end for Gen G. It felt like GE were kind of in two minds there. And in the end, Gen G just make the right call. Clean it up very easily.
Right. And it's, in fact, starting to look like some of the same semblances of what we witnessed in that Global versus Nongshim game. Played Sunset as well, didn't do too well. And it was said in the interview, you know, they were kind of overthinking things. Do we need, like, maybe a bit of platoon intervention to get the boys' heads in the right minds? Because they were still stuck on that B site. Autumn had the line. Nothing was seen. In fact, they kind of knew, like, there were that many footsteps, that many players already pushed up inside of Hall. But there was no full support. Like, just 3 players against the full force of Gen G. It was definitely way too much to get done. So even with the paint shells tossed out, you know, unfortunate for Yudotan because there was a separate angle that wasn't quite covered nicely. So this 2-3 defense, 3 onto A site hasn't been working out, and they need to pull in some kind of a change. Like the initial macro, right, getting the reads and all that, like layering backwards, it's not too bad.
Want to see Autumn get involved in this game. He's obviously 0-5, but in that round, you sort of mentioned he had the op. Didn't really get to play that round though.
Yeah.
So he's going to need to be in the position that actually gets to have a fight.
Could be this one.
Could well be this round. He's going to play the same spot. Seen a couple of really good Ascent games from him on Yoru. He can channel a bit of that here on Sunset, then can pull GE back into it, but he goes walking right onto the line that Texture is holding. And Autumn involved for all the wrong reasons this time around. It's going to be the B side that's under pressure now. Fast hit coming for Gen G. Looks like Crystal's been spotted there as well, and he's just got no hope against Ash, who essentially hits him with the drive-by. These rounds are way too easy right now for Gen G.
Just a taste of, okay, what a flick.
Can't double down, so can't really put too much pressure onto Gen G. Cool, calm, and collected. They really do seem at the moment. 4-on-2 in the post plan. Batman and Yuratan thinking about what they want to be doing here, but
won't be easy. Everything's just smoked off. Paint shell's already spent. Probably on for the save, but okay, okay. Yeah, on for the save right at the end. Unless Karan cuts them off. Nope, okay. Still not too bad.
I mean, G can shoot straight when they get the opportunity, but hasn't really been too many of them. Gen G have been running rings around them on the map.
That's precisely it. I mean, look at the pathing that they took against Crystal as well. Like, this is just a bit of layering that they've done in all the previous legwork from the previous rounds. Just starting to note that, yeah, Crystal's just anchoring on B side most often on his own. If not, maybe Javi's close by to support it. Has those trips, but he's probably holding off towards the back of the site rather than the front. So if they take that full pathing with Ash leading the charge, it's going to be difficult for him to react because he's always going to be worried about the front too. And then apart from that, like Autumn, you know, the previous round, he thought he could have a bit more of an angle, but lo and behold, Texture's right up front. And especially with all those footsteps down middle as well, like, can't really blame Autumn too badly for that. Still though, it's the scoreline, and this timeout is one that has been sorely needed. Just don't know exactly like what the call could be. Their guns aren't going to be looking too good. They have tried to take a bit more proactiveness, but that hasn't worked out too well. Whatever it is, like the one round that they did have was the round where they managed to disable Texture.
Well, I mean, considering he's 10-2, that makes a lot of sense. If he's alive, he's kind of going to wreck you. And if he's not, maybe you have a chance, although 5 of those kills did come from the pistols, so. Either way, still doing a good job. 6-1 here. GE need a little bit of magic, need a bit of pizzazz to get them back into this one. They don't have the op on offer. 3 rifles, 2 pistols to try to get it done.
Won't be easy to say the least, but look at, okay, a lot of forward stars being placed down by Javi. Guys trying to work off the same approach that they had back then. Texture again.
Just a bit too pixel perfect at the moment here on Sunset. He seems to be super comfortable on the map.
Remember that game against Zeta when he was just constantly pushing out? This is the same thing.
Let's see what Patman can do on his push out. You got Karan and Ash on the line, and an instant headshot greeting Patman as he rounds the corner. Now Autumn's turn. He hasn't exactly been having the map that he would have wanted to. He's going to send a decoy forward.
Just confirming presence for now, though. Buys a bit of time for Javi to just walk into Texture's crosshairs.
Gen.G reading GE like a book at the moment, and these fights that Autumn is trying to get are not really too favorable either way. Gen.G know that they've got at least a player on this A site. They're going to commit to the fight anyway, and Ash somehow gets them both. Oh, nothing's going right for GE here on map 2.
Well, I guess it is Gen.G's map pick for a reason.
Yeah, they are looking so good.
Let's look at that Ash POV. Like, he just swung so wildly, able to get both of them. Other than that, most of the kills were all brought out by Texture.
Wow,
look at that. Oh my. He had the one towards the back first, just as the slide lands. Okay. And Texture's 12-2.
Yep. Oh, I can imagine that's going to continue. We're back into another round here, 7-1. There is that buy coming back on through for GE.
Yes, off of that timeout, the platoon hand, we'll see what it does. Playing much more defensively now. Not giving anything up to Gen.G. Ooh.
Hey, there's a bit more success. GE just standing and delivering this time around, although Fabi wasn't expecting the walkout there from Karen. It's still going to be covered off by Patman. Maybe a round on offer here for GE, and hopefully they can build off the back of that. You do still have to have a decent hold here from Autumn. He's been spotted, but deals with Ash.
And then there was just Afina, who's right around a trip.
Also been seen.
Just gonna try to
take the orb. Why not? May as well get something out of the round. Batman hasn't spotted him, but Autumn confirms the information as to where Afina is and does not need to take the fight. Easy one tap. 2 on the board now for GE, but there's no reason to get too excited just yet. We need to see a few more here.
Absolutely. So far, though, I mean, quite clear. Sometimes playing it passive does work out, especially when Gen.G are starting to feel this confident, starting to take a lot of these fights. Still tells you that global players definitely can have that form of stability. Javi being able to hold it down by market, even though push comes to shove. So that's several ultimates now built up. They continue to play defensive. They can go for stronger retakes. It's up to Gen.G to try and break this open. Early info gathering around A main, though. It's Yudotan with the op.
In a forward position as well. Waiting for that push around the corner. This is not a line that Gen.G have seen an op on before, but hard shot to hit as Ash goes sliding past. Gives away the information. Yudotan has the op over on the A side. He's also down to 18 HP, so some inroads being made by Gen.G.
At least he's still backed up into a safe enough position. If there was a push in towards Halls, he can get his showstopper, but not the case right now. Gen.G wisely calling a cancel back over onto B side where they have known Crystal's alone here. But that said, it's still this Nightfall retake.
It's not even going to be the retake, it's just going to be an attempt to hold the site. GE felt like they had a good read on where Gen.G are. Crystal out in no man's land, will be run down by Ash. And now you've got 4 players filtering through the exact same angle. Rascal could have a field day. It won't quite happen, but still it's favorable enough for Gen.G. As Karen will find a trade. Plant will go down. Gen.G on their way to a yet another round.
And Global to save too. Heavy investment on this operator, and they kind of feel like they need it for the next round. Texture with his lurk, that push. You know, even with the Nightfall, like you called it, like the Sage Wall just completely halts them in their tracks. Uh-oh. Okay, thought about it for a second. But this Gen.G, with the way that they have all these different forms of pathing into the B site, how they're able to immediately piece together where Global could be positioned. They just look so damn smooth right now. Like a baby's butt.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, all the way through the top of mid, walls it off, and then yeah, maybe you get hit by the Nightfall, but it's just slowed down by that Sage wall again. And Ash has been just phenomenal with how he's able to take duels against Crystal every time. Like at some point, Crystal might want to, you know, might feel afraid to. Maybe instead of setting trips up towards the front of B main, he puts one towards the back of Boba, which is not common.
Yeah, well, anything at this point that will get GE around, I don't care what it is. Do a backflip on the stage. Is that worth a round? I'm not sure. Can any of them do a backflip? That's the next question.
I bet someone could.
Anyway, Gen G, once again, back into round number 11 here and feeling very good about the proceedings. This is even more of a dominant display from them than what we saw from GE on map 1. And honestly, Breeze felt kind of easy for GE, so it feels as though we're going to get the tail of 2 maps here. Another entry goes the way of Gen G.
Just waiting for that eventual peak. Multiple rounds where Global feels so starved for information, but they're just not finding anything at all. Yudotan holding it. Well, okay, Pat.
Spike down A.
Spike's going to be retrieved. That's not really a problem for Gen G, but at the very least, GE have been able to pull one back. But a pivot back over towards B, and again, it'll be Crystal who is alone holding on to that site. He's also 0-7 for the map so far, so not been having a great time. Needs some backup. One-way cage will slow Gen G down, which is pretty important. GE starting to reinforce that site. This could actually work out for GE. So Harvey gets in there with that kill onto Ash. Another cage to slow things down. Crystal will fall to Texture, however. Shouldn't matter. Oh, and Karen thinking about a port back over to A. He doesn't really have the room to do it this time. So in the end, will fall, and GE do have a third. That was some nice delay work from Crystal. He doesn't get rewarded for it on the kill feed, but it did win the round for GE.
So that's the one key difference. You know, I kind of thought about it. Maybe he puts the trip towards the back of a... No, he put the trip towards the front of Market instead, because Gen G, whenever they put that pivot back from the A side over onto B, they always take this path instead. So it definitely slows things down a tad bit, and Javi does well as well to be able to hold off some kills with that Guardian of his. Yudotan gets one as well, so that's an extra showstopper too. Pat also kicking the ball just by taking a shot around this corner with a smoke. I mean, he's always got that dog in him to try to take things into his own hands. But with this round now up, Yudotan against Texture, or maybe the whole team of Gen G. You want him to stay alive, though. He has the showstopper.
Yeah, it's a risk for sure, and I don't know that he gets out of this one alive. Satchel is not going to get him far enough. So Texture punishes. Like you said, that showstopper now is not going to be utilized, and it's all for naught because there's a res available anyway. So you've essentially just thrown your life away for nothing. Maybe a bit of information. Dimensional Drift was pulled there as well for Autumn to assist in the rotate. Tries to see whether or not there was a pullback from Gen G towards A. That is not the case. Now Nightfall heading down on the B site, and Gen G will filter out behind it. It is a massive pitched battle here. GE just trying to stand and hold, and it's actually worked out nicely for them. Texture alone could be the kind of guy to get it done right now. The form he's in is not enough. Batman saves it for GE. The 4-on-5, the pre-rotate works out, and they do at least get to a fourth at the end of the half.
Not too shabby. Definitely felt worse for wear in some situations, but for this one, the adaptation's now brought up. Everyone takes the path out by Market. Gen G had no earthly idea. They tried to simplify things just to re-aggress back over onto the B site, even though taking down Yudotan. But they kind of forgot, you know, they always thought that Global would be playing further, much further towards the back of side instead. So that fast flood from Crystal works out very neatly, and he manages to crack his egg right in that last round as well. That said, though, I mean, that graphic just tells you everything.
Yeah, Texture is the man.
Pistol round ace.
He's looking pretty chill about it as well on stage at the moment. It'll be a bit of a longer road ahead here for Gen G if they want to win this series. They're going to have to push it through to that third map. So, sort of just getting locked in for a little bit of a longer game, but don't know that too much necessarily needs to be said about the position that Gen.G have found themselves in for this map. It is looking really solid.
Still not impossible for the comeback at least, but you know, you do have to wonder about if Texture's this much activated on the attack, how's he gonna look on defense, where he's definitely, you know, trying to get onto his op, hold down lines. We'll see what Global can do. I mean, after all, this composition was built for this, to try to work against the Sage and the slows and the walls. In position for it right now, as they are leaning heavier towards B site.
Maybe they're passive.
Maybe a bit towards middle as well.
Early look into mid for GE. Doesn't see too much.
Looking to be as well from Gen.G. Might not have seen too much, but here, spotting out the one-way smoke, maybe thinking.
Texture ready and waiting with that headhunter again. This time not the same success as the previous pistol. But still got a few in there, ready to go. Athena's also lined up and tagging away with the Sheriff. There's some damage going down onto GE as they filter their way into the site. They lose a player, and Patman hanging on for dear life. Do you have a late lurk from Crystal though? That proves to be successful against Ash.
Numbers advantage. Pat gets a spike down as well, and now it's a crossfire being set up on the site.
Yudatan might be the man with the plan. Tucks back in, swings on into Athena and Harvey there to assist as well. GE with an all-important pistol sends a bit of a silent ripple around the auditorium here. There's a lot of Gen.G fans here that are now wondering, okay, is that GE's avenue back into this map?
Surely a few Yudotan fans as well, but yeah, this really could be it. I mean, 5 and 8, you start to build up on it. They've had 3 pistols so far in this series, and this was a really strong and much needed one. Having Crystal on that lurk as well proved to be quite effective. So we'll see how this continues to scale up. Oh, it's a full push into B.
Okay, Boombot goes forward. Grenade there from Yudatan as well. Rascal is stuck in the corner. Actually does get his way out. But still, advantage GE. Trouble is, they are going to be going into a site with 4 players on it, and we've seen that that can cause a couple of problems, particularly if Texture's sharp and unable to connect this time. Autumn doing the job instead. Just going to be isolated on his own, trying to really sell this fake, keep the players over on the B site. Will gate crash back away to safety. And Gen.G kind of reading into that, rotating off.
Even if they do that, look at Global. Still keeping some presence, lurk presence towards middle in case there's a rotation. Not right now. So again, it's Autumn.
Doesn't have a gate crash this time. Doesn't matter. He's got a flick. So B-site's cracked open. Gen.G at this point have no idea where GE are going to end up, and also it probably doesn't matter whether they do or not, because it's just 2 players with pistols to try to hold on. This is essentially a bit of a farm, a bit of a recovery for Autumn's KD. We build up the ulti for the upcoming rounds, if he can.
He definitely does. Down to Rascal now.
Yudatan on the hunt there, and Rascal's going to be hard cleared. Oh, nice headshot to start that fight, though, for Rascal. And so Yudatan falls, heals himself back up. This could be the ace for Autumn. It will be.
Dishes one right back against Gen.G.
Yeah, anti-eco ace. Love to see it.
Not too shabby. You know, you can come in with an operator in one of these rounds, and as a Yoru, that is definitely going to be quite of value. But this is just so impressive right now as well. Definitely kind of cools Texture off a bit. Apart from that, I think one thing at least maybe slightly worth of note was how quickly Rascal just dived in onto the Alt Orb to try to deny that away from Global. So starting to put some pieces together now, but again, Global's just looking to overwhelm.
Rascal's going to get that slow orb down, which will certainly pause the progress of GE. Meanwhile, Texture is on the move outside of A as well. Some probing movements being made by Gen.G in this round. Oh, Patman is all over it, very aware.
What a peek.
Nice line to be on for Crystal as well. There's going to be some re-aggression into middle, so he'll get his chance. Does miss those initial shots, go sliding past Ash as well. Frankly, Crystal might be a little bit lucky to be alive after that. Patman not so, as the spam through from Athena gets the better of him. Autumn ducks back to safety. You've got a lot happening in this round. GE have taken B.
Yes.
Yudotan has walked all the way through.
Because that's the thing, you spot Crystal, you think he's just lurking around tiles, you think the hit actually goes towards A site, but Genji's wrong, it's just Rascal though.
Oh, Harvey, lucky. Gets across without taking any damage, and Yudotan here should be on for a freebie. Oh, Rascal heads up enough to be aware of that angle, so we're back into a 3-on-4. Plan did go down in that meanwhile, time ticking away, Genji still making their rotate.
Just down for the post-plant fight. Global wants to fight up front.
This could be a big round for Global. If they can get it over the line, they can really start to pressure in onto Genji. Lots of util headed in the direction of Harvey. He's pushed back into the site, wanted an aggressive fight. Now it's Autumn that doesn't hit a shot. And Genji, all three landing theirs. So 9-6 will be the score. It's not the immediate recovery that GE wants. It is going to have to be a big uphill climb.
Definitely difficult to hit as well. I mean, Ash with his movement, it's not, you know, exactly like flashes or anything, but still a neon, and sometimes under a bit of pressure, you start to feel it. A bit of nerves. Either way, though, not too bad for Global. Trying to sell some fakes, actually getting that spike down onto B. Some antics from Ash. Really coming into this role as well, but now with the buys back in, we'll see if Global can put themselves back on the board and really start to cement some kind of comeback. Still tentative for now, though. Heavy lean towards A site. Let's have a listen in.
Who's next?
Right side, Omen,
Chamber mid. Get the Omen flash, guys.
Cutting through.
He's stun. Wait, I put stun. Ready? Oh, he's not there, I smoke A-Link, guys. Go. Default. I stun default. Default.
Nice.
Dead.
One more.
One link, happy. I suck it. Give me bomb. Yep, they might fly that. I can smoke A-Link again.
Definitely trip behind.
I smoke A-Link.
Immediately recognizing the trip as well, and everyone's set into position.
Yeah, 5-on-3 for the retake. Not going to be an easy one for Genji, particularly with Autumn now finding his second for the round. Rascal pushing into that smoke. His death is going to be GE, just calling for the save. Autumn wants to try and deny that. He's going to swing Texture, has some backup there as well. Had he gone down, Texture was still a dead man. But a nice round out from Autumn. He drops the dimensional drift there and just sort of runs straight through the center of the map. Gets all the info on the A site. You hear him saying default.
Yeah.
And at that point, GE kind of know exactly what they need to do. As long as they clear out halls, the A site is open and clear. Job well done. Nice, easy round for GE. You know, not going to have such an easy round going forward, though. Obviously, that big, powerful ulti has now been burned, but Yudotan has got himself the showstopper ready to go, so could still see some fireworks upcoming in the next round or two.
You burn one, you get one back. Especially off of these kills as well. It really brings to question then, like, what else is Genji going to do on the defense? You know, sometimes they try to play a little bit forward. Middle sometimes doesn't work out for them, especially if Global gets the right read for it as well, just being able to spot all of it out. We go back to what's worked out before, and that's B main presence, Texture with op.
Okay. Nothing really coming from that one, but Autumn just gives him a little bit of a peekaboo.
And that's enough for them to just completely avoid B side right now.
Yeah, in saying that though, Texture not scared. He's going to push his way out into B main, gets all the info, and so Genji happy to reinforce this A site. Paint Shell's going to be pushing one away, and Showstopper the other. Karen on the receiving end. It's Ash that will re-swing onto the line, needs to be taken down here. Athena's still sticking around, but GE are aware of that. And Crystal has spotted the rotation of Rascal. So should be catching him in the back, if not at the very least coming that over to his teammates to be well prepared for. But yes, the backstab is in. Another good round from GE. Recovery is in effect on this attacking side, and Genji must be starting to get a little bit worried. I will not be surprised if we see a timeout here soon. Texture Needs a 1v3 and doesn't even really look like he's going for it.
Yeah, I think he just has to save this up. It's just way too pricey. Incredibly well crafted, like you called it too, right? I mean, just initial contact, maybe a bit of information, especially with how Autumn, like, that just confirms global suspicions, and it tells you, how much Javi's anticipating with how Gen G might want to try and position themselves in these rounds too. As soon as they confirm it, they just come in for that pinch as well. Even though Ash does try to slow them down with the relay bolt, they did well to actually just immediately pin down these positions, some preemptive shots, Javi just supporting the whole team. Trying to take that op away now, maybe though. Oh, okay. Texture survives. Crystal will be able to buy back up, so that's not too big of a concern. Not at the very least, just continues forward anyway. But this, you have to admit as well, like part of the entry and how quick it was partially due in fact to Yudotan's showstopper. That's not going to be afforded in the next rounds now, and in fact, Raxco will still be holding on to that res. So Gen G are not out of this fight just yet. They can still have multiple layers depending on how well they position themselves in some of these defensive rounds. For Global, it's quite clear, like, they need to still work around their duelists quite a bit, and if they are able to build up more ultimates as well, then they might have, a smooth sailing second half from this point forward.
And the issue for Gen G is that now you've kind of got a couple of these GE players starting to come online. Javi and Yudotan were pretty good on map 1, Patman as well. Autumn, he was really missing in that first half, but now feels like he's actually having quite a lot of impact, and Crystal sort of quietly plugging away as well. The impact's not necessarily shown on the scoreboard a lot of the time for Crystal, but he's often that guy that's in position to get some info or slow some players down. We saw in the first half, so he's also kind of having some work put in as well. 8-9, GE making it a little bit closer here, and another round that probably should be theirs, a very possible equalizing round here for GE.
Ooh, all right, immediate pings on towards mid-market. So Global trying to break through with Gen G's pathing, in towards the B site.
Quite a bit to go up against though in this round for GE. I mean, look, some substandard weaponry maybe, but you've got the res there as well. Texture still got the op in hand. So there's definitely a round that's fraught with danger here for GE.
The Texture's just pushing all the way.
You get the grenades maybe from Yudotan, maybe not. Oh, Texture. Easy kill onto Crystal. Not expecting that push. It'll be the go signal for GE, and Texture is just ready in the right spot. So now GE are kind of getting corralled around the map, and Karen is waiting for them. The clean shots don't come from either side, but he gets the info. They need to clear him out, and they need to do it ASAP.
Texture.
1 HP finished off easily, but Texture is everywhere. So now it comes down to Patman and Yudotan to try to recover this, and they don't have a lot to work with. No ultis available. It's just going to come down to some fine shooting.
The positioning as well, though.
Rascal dealt with. That'll at least be the res out of the picture as well. Patman with a clean kill onto Texture. Hold for a minute. This could still go the way of GE. A 2v4 in effect right now.
With guns all around middle, though, Afina might be able to pick one up, and he's looking for crystals.
Yeah. Could almost argue it's a 2v5 if Rascal would have got the res through. But didn't get the chance to use it, so that kill was worth 2. Patman and Yudotan, though, still need to convert on this one.
They have to watch out for Ash. That's the main one. The Neon utility and movement.
Yudotan creeping on the line here. All it takes is a headshot, and Ash needs to clear to the side as well, but info at the last second is going to be enough. Now it's all on Patman. He is hit by that relay bolt, and, well, the plan is pretty bad for Patman's position, so he's not going to be able to get anything done. In the end, Gen G sneaked their way through that round, largely thanks to Texture, but a good clutch in the 2-on-2 as well.
Yeah, planted back for Boba, but Patman was a little bit concerned about if there were to be players pushing through from market, especially spotting that haunts. Unfortunately, though, just down to that 2v1. Ash still not too bad on those fights, though. Like, immediately down towards middle, taking down Raxcal. Global still makes it somewhat close.
Yeah, plenty of money there as well for Global, so reinvestment comes through straight away. Definitely not out of the woods yet, Gen G.
Yeah, still got to watch. Keep an eye on Texture.
A big setup over on B though, and it looks like GE are going to walk right into it. Nightfall causing some issues, but so is Ash. He's dealt with by Patman. Texture tries to take the fight forward as well. GE are fighting up against Karen now as well. There's so many Gen G players on this B site. Nightfall comes back the other direction. Athena cannot double down, cannot hold the site alone, but does so much damage.
Rexkull's looking for a res.
Nightfall's effects wearing off. Crystal and Yudotan back to a reasonable amount of health, and Crystal's got to be aware. He's calling Yudotan across. He doesn't want to take this fight. They want to go together. The swing should come through. Oh my word. Yudotan, 5 HP. You could see Crystal was waiting. He would have been screaming at Yudotan. Please come and swing this together. He's going for the res, exactly like you said. And it almost went wrong for GE, but they get it done.
They certainly do, Jordan. Oh, just flying across the screen like that. Yudotan, what a peak. And that is just a hell of a chaotic, bloody fight out towards this B site. Even as Texture tries to re-peak, Global immediately recognized it and support the whole team.
Too close for comfort, I dare say, for GE there, but it has done a number to Gen G's money. Texture has got the tour de force. Global. So there's something to play with here for Gen G still.
On the wrong side, though, and Global are definitely feeling their opportunities.
Slow orb pulled out from Raxkull. 3 players on this line. Raxkull really playing with fire. He's just going to wall up, but it's not much of a wall. Instantly deleted. Crystal, again, just goes walking onto a line and gets deleted, similar to that Texture round earlier on in the piece. Overdrive only good for 1. As the pivot into the site is somewhat confirmed here for GE. They've still got Harvey miles away. Gonna go for the plant. Harvey's watching for a late lurk out in middle. That's not actually coming. Needs to get himself to the site ASAP.
They're really thinking a lot, but Gen G has simplified things. They just go for these fights.
Autumn's got the dimensional drift, man. If he would pull this and go charging on in, he'd spot all 4 of them. I think Harvey might be here a little bit too little too late. There's the res through from Ash, and Yudotan has fallen as well. So this makes matters even worse for GE. Defuse is on. Harvey's not in a position where that plan is good at all. This round falling apart for GE. The defuse secured, and Gen G go to 11.
And off of a half-purchased round as well. I mean, some of them have pistols on that one, but Raxkull does well to slow it down. Of course, you got to count Texture when he comes back in, but ultimately it's just how the fight gets a bit too chaotic with Ash being able to thin down the herd. I mean, a little bit tough for Autumn as well. I mean, he didn't want to leave Yudotan high and dry, so did not want to use the dimensional drift. But if he had, like you said, that could have been a lot of information then. Yeah. Global still showing signs of maybe overthinking things a little bit, thinking about late lurks that don't exist.
I think G's going to go for something here. I mean, you've got the shorty for Autumn, so to me that would indicate that he wants to use the ult.
Yeah.
And remember how useful that was to take the A site the last time that they did have it online, but that was a gun round. They don't have that luxury now. We are going to get the dimensional drift pulled from Autumn. It's a bit of a different route for him this time.
Gonna need his team to support this.
Spots Texture, just wants to try and take that kill, but Texture gets out of there. Still, it provides a lot of space for GE to start filtering into the site. They might get a quick plan here. Flash on through. Clone goes forward. No one is fooled by that for the moment.
There's a chance to play around these close corners with the shorty.
Smokes are dropping though, and they haven't been able to get that plant down, so gonna have to rush it now. Autumn up close and personal.
Spike planted.
Needs to click perfectly here for GE. The weaponry is substandard, but the positioning is not bad at all. Autumn can't get anything done. And that's the first domino to fall. This could be the 12th on the board for Gen G as they come cycling into the site. Yudotan needs 1 for the showstopper, hasn't got it. Both Crystal and Harvey finding all the kills. Where has that come from? Karen is now alone. The crossfire was established by Gen G and executed upon. Surely Karen can't get this one done anymore. The swing's coming through from Yudotan to trade, and 10-11 will be the score. GE have pulled off another miracle thrifty.
Doing one right back. Wow. Just buys a bit of time and information as well, but I think the biggest difference maker was that smoke that Hobby places right down. Makes the crossfire that much more effective because You know, it forces Gen G to pop out of there without much clear lines. And they didn't have like flashes or anything, so as soon as they jump out, all those bandits, all those sheriffs just turn this into Wild West.
Oh, this is so messy, but...
Alts.
Oh, that's not going to help. Crystal has been having a bit of a tough game on these lurks.
Yeah, random TP from Karan as well. That's pretty darn impressive still. And Texture's still on this op with this line that he's holding down A main. A lot of information afforded to Gen G.
Spike's walking its way in mid. So that'll be where the commitment is going to come for GE. Yuratan feels to be the key for this round. Has got that showstopper ready and available. Needs to have impact with that. Gonna look to creep up into mid here. It might just be Yuratan and Autumn swinging together. Clone's gone in, and Yuratan hits the headshot as well onto Athena in that meanwhile. So space being taken here by GE. They've got options available, and they've left Harvey on the lurk as well. He can still have impact on this round, though, with that Cosmic Divide, which does get pulled. And it's a really nice one to kind of cut the A side in half. They can get a plan on the back of that site without really clearing the rest of the site. So this could work out very nicely for GE.
But Javi needs to get into a position where his lurk can become effective. Yeah. This might be it.
I think it will be. I mean, his timing is looking sublime right now. Oh, has he zeked when he should have zagged? Playing it a bit patiently. Cosmic Divide will eventually fall. Job done, though, as they did get that plan down. Time ticking here for Gen G. Patman able to creep into a little bit more of a stable position on the site. We've got lurks upon lurks happening here. Ash still in play as well. Showstopper is going to be pulled just as a bit of a preventative measure. Texture around this corner is going to cop it right in the face. That is an easy kill for Yuratan, and it might be an easy round for GE as well. A 2-on-1. Raxkal not keen on it, doesn't have the time anyway. And so GE will go to 11.
Off an incredibly strong foot as well. Looking at the money that Gen G has, they might not have the best of buys onto the next round. This is very impressive. Global just might have flipped the score depending on what the economy looks like for Gen G, but holding that on for a different discussion. This is so sharp. Like a bit of fake presence, you know, Javi maybe making some footsteps around towards B main. Yeah, Crystal might have fallen a bit early as well, but just being able to scale back up, refilling space that Karan previously left open, they take a fight on towards an unsuspecting player off to the top of middle.
Money's not great for Gen G, but these are the rounds where they've actually kind of caused quite a problem for GE. So I think, again, this one's still kind of fraught with danger for GE.
A little bit. Texture still has Headhunter.
Exactly. Ash has a rifle. Got a few players stacked up over on B. It's A where GE turn their attentions towards.
I love Autumn on the Outlaw.
Karan on the close line, though, with the judge, and I don't love that for GE. I think that could be very scary. Autumn has a few targets.
Prowler confirms.
Yeah, they're going to find him. I mean, nades go forward. Everything's going forward. Just tries to port his way out, and a second Prowler to catch up with him. But that judge in hand could still be a problem, and now the position starting to be reinforced as well. We're going to have to pull out all the stops here. Patman looking for that Nightfall through the site. It's only connected onto one. And you do see the pivot coming across here for Gen G. They could still have the forces they need. Through the smoke, though, goes Raxkal to his death. The A site now well and truly taken by GE. They are going to be the first team that gets a bite at the cherry to close this map out. And that should surely mean series point on offer in a second. Texture falling as well. GE have fought so hard to get to this point, and they have one chance to close it out without overtime.
Just might be able to make it happen. Big guns brought up from Gen G onto the next round now, but this one was done with style. I mean, I was honestly quite concerned. They spent so much, basically half of their kit, just to flush Karan away. Still, though, the marksmanship, the confidence, the way that they pushed into the site, it definitely brings a lot of support, but wow. Timeout called at the nth hour from Coach Solo and HSK. They've been tested quite a bit with some of these footholds that Global trying to set up. It's a lot of quick adaptations, off the cuff calling from, I think, Javi, maybe a bit of the rest of the team as well, which makes it kind of honestly difficult for Gen G to continuously adapt all around. But all it takes is just like one big opening fight, one big opening kill, and then Texture on this op can definitely get that done. If that happens, Global are looking at numbers disadvantage. That's where things get tricky.
Well, the GE fans around the world are going to be watching with bated breath as this timeout ticks away to see whether or not their team can claim the 2-0 today and hand GE their first loss of this stage. Both teams would then find themselves at a 3-1 record for the group stages thus far. Chance for GE to still top this group. Full Sense have been wonky, so have Nongshim. Zeta has been up and down. RRQ have been more down than up. So it really feels like it's the race between Gen.G and GE at the moment. Oh no! Well, I think we might be going overtime off the back of that. 2 opening picks. That's going to take some recovering for GE.
Unbelievable how they got that done.
Okay, how about that drive-by from Autumn? We might not be done yet. They needed that to get them back in this site, and a fast plan here would start to put that time pressure back on Gen.G.
Oh, what else does Javi and Yudotan have, though? They have to play it so safe, but the spike planted exactly for a B main. Maybe a bit telling.
There's not much in this one for Gen.G in terms of delay util at all. No ultis, of course, online either. So it's going to come down to some sharp shooting. Autumn is going to take a risk to just tuck in behind the box and see if that position will be overlooked. Prowler might have already dug him out. I don't think it did in the end, though, as that fast lane obscured the vision. Here it is, the chance gone, begging for GE. All on the shoulders now of Yudotan. Spike is planted, kind of for him. Oh, but just not around the corner far enough. Karen will sit the defuse and secure the overtime. So, we're not done yet.
Not at all, but you can start to see where some of these issues arise. Perhaps a bit of overthinking or not enough, but a sudden set play just stripped out. Sage wall boosted, 2 kills immediately right off the rip. And down to the last few, even though they got the spike planted as well, like trying to play a little bit forward towards the smokes. Didn't quite anticipate the way that Gen.G could have launched themselves into that retake. So we go back into it with how that first half has kind of played through. And, you know, you still have to watch out for Texture again. This is where Crystal is, unfortunately, really tested a lot of times on the B site.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had his struggles, I would say more so on the attack than on the defense, so maybe he'll be feeling a little bit better to be back over on the defense here, can try and play that delay game a little bit more so. Gen.G focusing their attention on middle. GE discovering there's not a lot happening over towards B. Gonna start to send Yudotan and Autumn on in. That's awkward. Rolls around the corner into multiple players now. Job required to be done here by Crystal, who sees a couple crossing. Nade in. Yudotan, not a bad timing on that one, but still gonna see them. Oh, what? No. A chance there for Yudotan to equalize the numbers, but doesn't land the shot. Patman got all the info, finding 2. Not enough, but Harvey is there to backfill in. Pings go out. Texture unable to have an impact on this round so far, and held at bay by the trip for now. Plan's gone down. It's 3-on-2 for the retake. Yudotan looking to clear it out. Default needs to be cleared, and it won't be. There's no way. Missed shot, or maybe not. I don't even know what's going on there. Crystal holding for now in a 1v2. This is almost impossible. Another missed shot, and it's finally done. 13 on the board. Gen.G 1 round away now from closing it out and pushing us through to Summit. That round was madness.
No kidding. Oh my God. It's great and how quick Global were able to recognize the situation. Yeah, a little bit of a miss here and there, but they brought the numbers back thanks to Pat. And it all counts for nothing when it comes down to the fight and the way that they actually swing out. They knew where at least one of them were positioned, but perhaps a little bit over-eager, did not quite consider that Texture would be on a different line. They would line things up. Still, though, we go back onto the attack, and that's where Global start to build things up quite squarely.
It's true. Global definitely did have a better attack than a defense, so I suppose this is the round where they'll be feeling they can get a bit of work done. Texture forward. Honestly, didn't really get tested too much on this position, but now
oh, the Prowler went past.
Moonboard's gone past him as well. Texture could get so much work done when this cage fades. A shot onto Yudotan, and he backs on out. Now sets up for another one onto Autumn. Texture, almost the hero, will fall, but Ash is there to reinforce, and Gen.G will finish it off. Map 3 will be required. Gen.G getting it done, and GE faltering at the final hurdle.
And now getting to witness Gen.G Summit. Oh, what a prospect against GE, who have been building things up quite neatly, but again, this one goes the full distance. Ultimately, that first half made things quite difficult, a lot of issues, but they still managed to bring things back from the brink. However, all said and done, Texture on his off. Texture with how he's able to quickly reposition. But also in the last one where he's just inside a cage and the Prowler doesn't catch onto him, that is nuts.
Well, it was the Prowler and the Boom Bot. Both of them went past him.
The game is rigged.
he really thread the needle in terms of his positioning in that round, but I mean, we're getting the replay here of the Texture ace on the pistol. That's how it started, and you kind of see that round and you go, okay, this is gonna be a Texture game. He was a little bit quiet on the first map, but certainly stepping up here in the second to get Gen.G over the line. And at this point, really anybody's guess as to where this final map is gonna end up going. I think a very hard fought one, obviously, for Gen.G to get over the line, and it'll be a little bit disappointing because there were some big moments out there for GE. A couple of really nice clutches, but end of the day, another long game going to be required for them, somewhat maybe reminiscent of the matches that they had earlier on in this season.
Still otherwise pretty darn good though. You had multiple performances, like you said, all the different clutches. There's only so much left to do. Let's toss it back over onto the desk.
You would have thought Gen.G won that series with how loud the crowd was and how intense those last few rounds were. I mean, props to GE for managing to bring it a little bit closer than the initial half was, but Gen.G managing to keep their calm and take it to an overtime and then win it.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they're an extremely high-level Sunset team. That attacking side in particular, some of the set plays that we've seen, and Texture on the Chamber especially. I mean, there's a lot to love here. But for GE, I'm continually impressed by how many comebacks they seem to put together. I remember the one against RRQ on Summit, which we're going to see up next. But this game as well, I felt like they almost didn't really have a hope. It wasn't necessarily a clean game. The first half was barely scraping together 4 rounds, but somehow they made this a winnable game. GE was right on the cusp of getting this one done. Honestly, they were 12-11.
I mean, in that first half, you could have counted Crystal and Autumn's kills on one hand put together. So for them to mount that comeback, it's very, very respectable. They drag it all the way to OT, but it's not meant to be. Gen.G win their own map pick, and with that map win, it means that they've secured at least the 4th seed, meaning they will avoid playing a tier 2 team in that first round.
Oh, you want to be in that position for sure.
For sure.
But this was absolutely crazy. There were some really strange rounds there, especially towards the latter half and that overtime. Texture being immune to any kind of util at one point, just dodging boom bots and prowlers and whatnot. But it was just amazing for Gen.G to be able to, under that pressure, make the right decisions at the right time.
Oh, particularly round 24. Like, that round was fantastic. Got the post-timeout call to push it into OT, and then both of the OT rounds were just phenomenal for Gen.G. Like, I feel like they do so much right, and a lot of it revolves around just how good Texture is on the Chamber. Attacking side is always set up for success. They put him out on the wing, and then the rest of the team works as a pack around him. I mean, he started off this game with a bang, an ace in the pistol, and it turns out that the curse is broken, guys. It's another win after Texture gets an ace.
No more curse days.
Yeah, I mean, you really was hoping someone was going to steal it from him, but no, not meant to be, but he just heated up the whole way. I love when they put him on the Chamber. I think it's such a great fit for him on this agent. We see it more and more across. They didn't do it on Breeze, and they couldn't get it done. They bring it back once more for Sunset, and it looks much more comfortable. I think it's just, I love seeing it.
You're just beaming with pride because it's Texture back on the Sentinel.
You know, some of us knew that this was the way to go for a long time. it took Gen.G a long time to get there, but that's okay. Everyone makes mistakes and everyone learns. Now they're adopting it. It's about time.
And it's also the op skills. Come on. It's like Texture and his op skills are like absolutely amazing out there. But this was also Gen.G with a solid plan. It wasn't just Texture. There were a lot of excellent exec plays that they had.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about this attacking half. It's so well put together. You see, they fast, aggressive, taking the A main. They have that sledge so they have to stop that re-aggression. position. Then they pick up the orb. Look, they have the fade ult ready. It's a set round strat, and this is just really nice, really well thought out, beautiful. Blankets the whole site. That reveal hitting them behind Gen there, and it's just a clean side take.
Yeah, if you get hit by the Nightfall, you can't hear the haunt, so you can't turn around and shoot it. You can see that Gen G well aware of their positioning. I love this little pivot play through market. You saw this Sage Wall and a lot of different Sage Wall variations, and this is just perfection on the Neon movement from Ash.
I love having the Neon wrap around the site because you see a lot of teams try and hold that B site from the back side. It just exposes Crystal. I think that attacker half was really well drilled. It's very clear to see why they picked it.
Now let's take a look at the comparison here, because one of the biggest changes was shifting over to Crystal on the Cypher instead of Javi.
Yeah, I mean, I think Javi on the Cypher on this map was one of the role changes where we absolutely loved it. I feel like he's been flying here. He understood how to play it well, especially on that attacker half. Crystal, we've seen his Sentinel plenty, but on this map, he definitely struggled.
Yeah, I think he had a bit of an off game, quite honestly. I'm not sure how much it came down to the role, but I do agree that Javi has been a very good Cypher, so I really wouldn't have been against keeping him on the Cypher and Crystal staying on the Enit. The thing about GE that they do have, though, is that Javi, Crystal, and Patman can all play Enit, and they can all kind of swap around the roles and be flexible. So in this case, hasn't necessarily worked out. I think Crystal just, like I said, off game from him, but we have seen him perform very well on the Sentinel before they went over to London, and even in some of the London games, he has had some really good games on Sentinel. Unfortunately, it just wasn't one of them.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see why they felt that, you know, Javi moving over to the Astra was necessary at this point.
He's been quite good on the Astra in the past. I remember, when he came into the team, it's been a comfort agent for him. But yeah, I was surprised GE went for the comp change, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was because it was something that was already working for them. They had a foundation to build on. So this could be one of the questions we could ask them later on. But first up, we are heading into Summit, because although it feels like that was a series, it is not quite done just yet. And GE, they've been picking Summit quite a lot. They were the first team here in Pacific to actually bravely pick this map. But of course, on the side of Gen G, they are riding on a lot of momentum right now.
Yeah, both these teams have won on Summit, but it has been Gen G who have been choosing to pick it. They had that close game against RRQ and then dominance against Fulsen. So I think they'll be very happy that this is the map 3 right now. But I think for Gen G, they're not upset either. We saw them beat RRQ also on this.
Yeah, both of these teams have beaten RRQ. GE have got the 2 reps on it where they did swap Patman over from the Gecko to the Sky, and he had a blinder of a game. You could see the defense win rate there for GE. Both of their defensive halves on Summit, they have battered the opposition. For Gen G, my eye immediately goes to the composition. It's a very similar comp, if not the exact same comp that they just ran on Sunset. So I think stylistically, they're very comfortable with this style. Once again, it's going to be the texture chamber. He's going to be absorbing utility. He's going to be over on the wing on the attacking side, feeling things out, and the rest of the team just works so well as a pack, with Athena setting up Ash for the entry and the Sage Wolves just creating so many tricky situations to retake into.
It will be G starting out on that defender side as well. We've seen Summit mostly be defender side. It was a little bit different in that series we had earlier today, but let's see if they're able to rack up the rounds that we know they can in this first half.
I mean, just to reiterate, guys, both of the defense sides for G here, 11-1 and 10-2 so far. I mean, that it's hard to beat that, quite honestly. I'd be a bit intimidated as Gen G attacking into GE here, given how their track record's been.
No, yeah, for sure. GE's defense has long been talked about and is building up to be quite legendary at this point. But Gen G, of course, they can't be underestimated. We saw all of those execs that they had on Sunset. I'm expecting to see a lot more of that here on Summit. And I think, like, Gen G, of course, they're well prepared on this map as well. And Texture, he is heating up too on this chamber.
Yeah, I mean, barring any changes, I don't think they will, but Texture should be on that chamber once again. So it's all about him keeping that momentum going. I want to see him bring that up out, but you do have to say it's going to be a little bit more difficult with him starting on that attacker side. And even on the side swap, you got to opt into Teo and Sky. So there's a lot more util for you to have to contend with.
100%, and I think the Teo actually gives Chamber some problems. You get hit by the stealth drone when you're trying to work the wing on attack, or when you're trying to defend, and you cannot TP away. You will just get caught in the open, isolated, and picked off. So the double Enit util is something that Texture has to be clever about how he kind of plays around. It's not going to be as easy to do what he did on that last map in particular, where he's just sitting there on defense, holding the rendezvous, and he can sit around for as long as he wants, because if he gets caught, he has no recourse.
Yeah, we're going to have to see some kind of change in his playstyle or how he wants to control the tempo on this map. But of course, this is going to be our final map of the day, and the previous map was definitely tense. So let's see which team can manage to bring back all of this energy and all of this momentum to their side.
Yeah, it looks like no real changes here. To reiterate the stakes here though, guys, Gen G, if they win this best of one on Summit, they will secure first place in the group and head straight through to the playoffs, and GE are looking for the head-to-head against the top place team in this group.
Yeah, inside the server here. For Global, I want to highlight Patman. When he was playing this Sky against Full Sense, he just could not be stopped. So let's see if he can have that uptick in performance here.
Definitely a lot of performances to look out for, especially because this is the final map. We came from an overtime as well. These players are definitely going to give their all. So let's toss it on over to our casters one last time, to Quack and to Elfish.
Yeah, I'm glad that we get to a third map here because it feels like this is the series that did deserve it. GE, Gen G, we head into an absolute banger of a third map. The first two were pretty good. We can only hope that this one will deliver.
Certainly should. I mean, Summit, both sides like the Desquention as well. They've already run through it multiple times, maybe Global a little bit more than Gen G, but still both ones looking incredibly sharp on the outings that they had on it. But that's it as well, the composition, texture on this chamber still, like what Morgan was talking about or highlighting, the initiators can definitely flash them out of the open positions. But at the same time, you always want to be concerned. I mean, Ash, Raxkull, all these names, all these numbers, it just feels like it's quite an even fight.
Certainly does. The outset here for Gen G, it looks to be a pretty quick hit towards B, at least, to try and take some space in B main. Nothing doing so far.
Oh, both sides waiting for each other.
Orb was taken there by Patman, so GE happy with that.
Immediately backpedaling. Gen G, though, coming back in to refill that space, which is being held by Global still, however.
Once again, Tech Shot with that Headhunter will be a pivotal piece of the puzzle here for Gen G as they have a bit of a look in towards B.
This is also partially due, in fact, to Autumn just seeing so much information outside of A, but what is that angle?
Counter flash comes out for Patman. Doesn't quite provide the opening that GE wants it to. 1-for-1's not enough. Now Patman getting involved, but he's losing teammates all over the place, and now his own life as well. Autumn is in behind Rascal, but wasn't prepared for a player lurking around late in middle. So Gen G will take the pistol. The crowd here still very strong. And starting to get a bit vocal as GE lose those rounds.
Yeah, gotta have to watch that as well again. Out from Texture's POV, hopefully, because he had such a neat little angle. That was off a reaction, just spotting Yudotan on a pixel. Of course, Pat was holding on to that flash, hoping for the pop out, but Crossfire gets broken apart because of the one eventual kill. What?
They sound tired.
Yeah, Karan. Definitely feeling like they can push this a bit further.
Well, Tech Shot. Ooh, actually could have been a bit more of a farm than that. Still, it's information for Gen G, and they'll take that and run into B.
Not too much done there either, though. Raxkull, such damage. And into position here where maybe you hope to sneak something away, but other than that, not much else left. Gen G just having all the rifles, everything under control.
Crystal sticking around, waiting for Autumn. Have a little bit of a look into B main.
Just a linear fight with these weaker guns, though.
I mean, you're just trying to get some damage out here. Relay bolt goes through, not actually connecting. That Paranoia certainly will.
Last player standing.
No real chance at all there for Crystal and Autumn. Perfectly played by Gen G. Good patience being shown.
And a little bit worrisome as well. I mean, yes, patience. The fact that Gen G, the specific players who got or farmed up these kills, Raxkull 2 on towards his res, Ash as well, a little bit closer to the overdrive. Other than that, maybe a little bit more inconsequential, but it's Texture who's one more on towards the tour de force. It's a little bit troubling, and you can definitely feel Pat. They are going to have the guns, though. On to the next round. It's Autumn with an op glass cannon. holding a shallower line while his teammates come in to clear out B main, always denying that orb away from Genji.
Oh, Yuratan around the corner here in an awkward spot, just can't jump back up to safety. Texture opening the account alone. He's always been so effective on these lurks. Now Crystal's really under pressure there as well.
Spike down mid.
Oh, it's not too bad from Autumn.
Batman's creeping back on the line. Headshot there, waiting. Flash around the corner as well. Catches Ash with that. He's got another ready to go. Fast lane is enough, though, apparently, to slow things down. Texture knows the Batman is low here. Oh, it's a mess all over the place. There's players peeking into middle, but the fight's, most importantly, going the way of Genji at the moment. Crystal will buy himself a bit of time.
At least maybe to try and pull the attention away. He's so low.
Grim spot to be in with 12 HP, that's for sure. Now down to 5 bullets as well. Has to force that reload out, and Autumn is miles away, but Crystal somehow gets the kill onto Texture while that plan's going down. That might have been a bit overzealous for Genji. Puts it back into the 2-on-1.
Would be too off glass cannon.
Yeah, no armor. Could be a problem. Could be also not an issue if you hit every shot. Now down to the 1-on-1. Autumn has to clear an entire site, though. We'll tap that defuse, see if he can pull out the peak from Karen, who's happy to wait and bide his time. But is this plant good for Karen? I don't think it's great. Autumn's just going to sit this defuse. There's no way. No! Karen's played himself.
Unfortunate. And he still holds on to the op as well. Autumn, what a guy. Is the glass half full? Glass cannon op or glass cannon op? And he just makes it happen. Even though Crystal goes down, it's a little bit unfortunate for Yuratan as well, right on early. Does well to kind of hold off the eventual push. Hearing the op, Genji gets funneled over onto the B site, where Crystal actually, you know, even low HP does enough damage as well. So this is Global hanging on, and they can still go on for a deeper fight. Genji, however, with their own purchase, we'll have a listen in to see what they can put together right now with a 2-3 split.
스카이 필, 스카이 필, 140.
이거 A오퍼 같은데 B가
스카이
나와.
필, 스카이 필.
B 뭐야?
스카이 공 먹고.
B 모여서 가면 돼 그냥. 스카이 필이고.
제가 A오퍼로 볼 거야. B 가는 거 좋다. 태워 드론까지. 이런 거 조심.
이름인 거 조심해.
이거 스카이 필이야.
민석이 빰 줘라.
나 빰 줘.
그냥 버릴게.
오브 있으면 오브 챙겨 민서가. 태워 스카이야.
계산까지 있습니다. 뒤에 헤드가.
그래도 컨택까지 가져. 내가 미드 볼게.
앞라인 더블 조심 이거.
앞라인
I
찍히면
believe quickly noting the Teo and Sky, so they're just trying to get themselves ready together to eventually flood back into sight, get more of that utility burned away from the eventual fast flood back in. Or the stalls. There's still quite a bit of time onto this map.
40 seconds to play with here for Genji. They don't have to necessarily go straight away. Can pull out some of that util and to see it get invested. The Seekers do go through. GE well aware that Genji are making their way into this B site at this point, but there's not really a whole lot that they can do about it. The double swing onto Crystal's position, easy enough to dislodge him. Now Harvey looking for that fight against Athena. It'll be Patman that actually claims that. Flash around the corner, and the fight ensues, but Genji playing well off of one another, puts it back on the shoulders of Autumn to try and clutch out that 1v3. Rez came through from Raxkel. Genji want to confirm this round. It looks like they should have by this stage.
Still wait for Autumn to get out of dodge.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just got to try and save, right? Like, there's no information. Doesn't know where any of those 3 Genji players exactly are, and trying to retake this site.
He's going to stick around to see if he can find any exits.
Yeah, best case scenario 1, but not going to happen. Genji exits safely.
Still, though, that's incredible. Just a bit of information off the utility that they spotted Genji go in for a hit. And even with the Sage Ball as well, I think the one thing, though, for Global, I mean, although they kind of know where the hits are coming, but they're always concerned about a potential flank or lurk somewhere else, and hence leaving like 1 or 2 players elsewhere in separate positions. Autumn's rotate was a bit slow, and because of such instances, like, the site's not as well reinforced as they should have. If Autumn was perhaps with his teammates over on the B side, maybe it could have been different. Who knows? But nonetheless, that goes forward now with the weapon saved over onto the next round. Genji still wary So taking things slow initially.
Texture avoids that for now.
Autumn as well, repositions all abound, but it's global towards middle. Texture possibly filling back in.
Okay, that's a good kill for Patman to grab. This might start to feel a little more doable now for GE with the player advantage. Nade will slow down GE, might even grab a bit of damage there as well. Yudotan, sharp shot with that Sheriff. Chance at a second. Goes by the wayside. Harvey, though, still putting in some work, and he's tucked in on this site. GE have an avenue back in, and Genji are kind of trying to find him. They haven't actually been able to catch up with him. He's gone around the pole, ring around the rosy. Harvey is alive. I don't know how, but he's managed to sort of get out of there, get out of jail free card. Rexwell's got off the site though, which is a nice position to play from here. We tucked on in, and now actually cut off by that Cosmic Divide, sort of isolating Genji in 2 1-on-1s. Although Athena comes straight back on through, they're going to try to fight together. Slow Orb keeping GE at bay, but not for long as Genji get a bit antsy. They look for the fight. And GE waiting for that, punish them. It'll be a second here for GE.
Team Ace.
Again, just immaculate with how they're able to get these reads. This time around, Pat as well, getting a sharp shot on towards Texture's dome. And that is enough information then for the rest of the team to just get themselves ready for the push. Nades, paint shells, spams through the smokes, hurts Genji's numbers. And down to the fight too. Cosmic Divide was pretty smart, but now the next round, it's going to be Ops, Rifles. Genji definitely still having some stake in this round, which means maybe a bit of work cut out for Autumn, and we'll see what he can get done. They have no idea where Texture is positioned right now, of course. Smokes around middle too, so a bit telling, and Global stays invested. Yudotan on an elevated angle.
Sees Ash and takes that opportunity and runs with it. Happy to get the player advantage. Meanwhile, you've got GE kind of working B main as well. Boombot went forward, so Autumn pretty aware that that's clear, is able to set up on an advanced line. Solid setup for GE now. Next shot, not hitting his shots. Patman and Autumn, however, will be. So we're right back to square one here for Gen G. You're kind of wondering, how do we get through this map if Texture's not having the impact that he was on Sunset? I feel like that was a really pivotal point as to how that map actually ended up paying off for Gen G, and now we're not really seeing it. Autumn is having a better map as well. There is a tables being turned type situation though, as Texture connects, Autumn does not. We're back to the 3-on-2. 26 seconds left here. Gen G thinking about a rotate back over to A.
Javi's considering this already. It's his greatest strength. It's always just having that global read all across the map.
Oh, okay. That was not how I expected that to go. I thought Texture was going to pop on the line and get rid of Harvey, but he lines them both up, and it's an easy round, actually, in the end for GE.
And that's why Javi's that great IGL that everyone talks about. A lot of coaches, Frost, the Platoon. He's just so aware, and a great mind for macro as well. So off the one kill, just leaves his teammates to reinforce the site. He alone goes through. And that 3v2 as well, it's just the right call, right read. Timeout then for Gen G, and like you said it before, Jordan, you're not seeing that much of an impact from Texture, but at the same time, it's a map which Global have so much repetitions on. You know, they prepared this ever since they played out in the front set of the first week. Like, they already picked onto this. So just knowing all these different positioning, right? An elevated angle that Yudotan gets set on as well. And it's, you know, if you're not that experienced onto a map like this, you might just be walking out to the open. That's how Yudotan just opens things up.
That has to be somebody's parents.
Yeah.
Whose parents is that?
I don't know. But either way, it's lovely to see that much support, not just for Gen G, but for Global as well. You know, being in Korea and everything, but for Yudotan is a Korean player too, guys. Apart from that, though, I mean, off this timeout, yeah, economy not too great.
Athena's parents.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, economy not too great. And also a lot of ultimates starting to be built up for Global. They're always going to be watching every separate lane of the map, and I think that's what makes things a little bit difficult for Gen G to get going as well. Just relying on Ash and his movement.
Ash and his movement is good enough to get the opener onto Crystal, and it might be worth a little more. Karen, oh, okay, filtering through, but Patman is trying to be the hero for GE. It's not going to be enough. That flood from GE, close to doing the damage. I mean, Ash is low, Texture's tagged up, but now onto Yudotan solo. If he gets this, could be in with a chance. I mean, he's got the showstopper, and he's also going to be able to pick that Phantom up, so I think he might be in with a crack for this one.
We'll see. Has to get the read.
I mean, the spike's super open, though.
Then that should be able to let him know that his opponents are up instead of B main.
Well, Boombot goes forward, clears out one angle. Needs to tap that defuse. Perhaps even could have chanced the half here. Prowler's going to go forward. That will confirm at least one player there. He's going to sit for the half. Does he just sit for the whole defuse? Hold on. A swing in from Ash will get him off the defuse. And now, well, you'd have to say that's pretty much that. Athena cannot lose it from here. Gen G will take a fourth. It was a good effort from Yudotan.
But not enough.
Not enough.
The thrifty, the pistols, everything all brought out. Ash and his movement. Loving it. I mean, even if Texture's not quite able to find it, you know, kind of forget sometimes that Ash on this Neon is just able to crack things wide open. And for Global, just perhaps not quite anticipating this kind of an execute. Like, who does this? Just sending one Neon in, and it does that much work to be able to pick up the weapons back. Yudotan tried to offset the crosshair placement as well, but it's not enough. And now we go again with Ash.
Yudotan spamming through, gets some damage back in his direction, but happy with the result. It's actually a 2-4-0. So much space being taken by Gen G. By the way, Karen TP'd in behind. And that might be proving to be the undoing. What a mess of a round right now. Crystal's gone up and then down, and now GE, after a good start to that round, actually will have to face a 2-on-3 retake. Now 2-on-4 as the res comes through as well. And Karen deleted by Harvey, so we are back to 3 in the end.
Slowed away as well, though. Timer's still ticking, and it's difficult for GE to even set foot into sight.
Yeah, slowly trying to creep their way forward. Couple of taps there, no connections. Smoke's gone down to allow the cross, but time seems to have gotten away from Harvey and Autumn here. And Gen G are just giving them absolutely nothing. No swings coming through at all. Harvey's going to try and get that defuse through, but really, what are you going to do in those circumstances? Gen G make it look a bit too easy in the end. It was such a chaotic entrance to the A side that you thought maybe GE would hold it. In the end, not the case.
It seemed like it, right? With Yudotan being able to get the kill onto Ash right at the end, but immediately with how the rest of Gen G were able to flood back forward, finding all these separate angles, and then the wall, which unfortunately props Crystal out up into the open. But down at the end with like the 2v4 or 2v3, after they get the one kill, you know, I thought that sensing the timer going off, they would have immediately just ran off to save, but dug themselves a little bit too deep, I guess. Next round up, and once more, unfortunately this time it's going to be Global off a little bit broke.
Athena, a cop a flash in the face. Patman putting it to good use, flashing himself for that kill onto Raxkull. GE, again, maybe in with a chance to find themselves a cheeky round here. Ash is on the hunt in mid. 4 kills away from 1,000 Pacific kills here. Could come in this round, although Seekers is going to hunt him out. Relay Bolt to just give himself a little bit of space, and now fast lane to try to get out to safety. He will get no closer to 1,000 as he is unceremoniously put down by Autumn, and GE are starting to make this round look interesting.
Chokehold broken though. Oh, Texture. He's in with an outlaw. A single shot could do everything. And he spotted out Autumn. He snuck behind. Autumn turns
Texture. And another. So Spike dropped. Gen G will be getting nothing out of this round. Maybe a kill onto Crystal. Always seems like he's the one that is just caught in transition, sacrificial lamb style. But end of the day, GE will be very happy with that. A thrifty round win, just as it seemed like Gen G were looking to accelerate.
Yeah, thoroughly pleased. I mean, little pistol shots, they pushed through. They were so adamant on pushing past B main, and it rewards them with a bit of information and a kill. The flash from Pat and the whole team to swing around it. After that, then, with the rifles picked up, Autumn as well. It's a little bit unfortunate for Gen G, but incredibly well put together. Now getting to hold on to some of these ultimates as well. I mean, there's still a chance here for Yudotan to play spoiler. He's in the right position for it. Gen G trying to scale forward, and Texture is on that op to lurk around with as well. Evolution preemptively popped.
I wonder what Autumn's looking to get up to in this round.
Yeah, maybe just more defensive, I guess.
Yeah, again, Boombot goes forward, Autumn goes forward. This time he doesn't have the op. He did that with an op last round that he sort of made this move. In the end, they do clear out B main, and that'll be surely some early advance warning that the A site might be under a bit of pressure, especially with all of this noise being made by Gen G. You are going to start to pull a rotate, but maybe that's what Gen G wants. Pivot back into middle. Nightfall goes through. Doesn't look like it connected onto anybody. GE are well prepared to defend against this B hit. Patman tucked in the corner, and he's been given some space there by that opening kill from Autumn. Now Patman has room to work, waiting for that fight against Ash. Can't quite hold onto it. Crystal in on the site. Hasn't had much to do on this map, but that's a crucial kill just to maintain the player advantage for GE here. It looks like Gen G are going to try and hunt Crystal down before they try to get that plant, and they can't catch up to him this time. Texture falling, Crystal surviving, Karen pushing his way on in, but Crystal will get it done this time for GE, 5 apiece. The game is tight on Summit.
Certainly is, but definitely looking a lot cleaner on the defense this time around from Global. What a defense. I mean, just little bits, perhaps with the push through as well. It's enough information for them. And then for Crystal, down to this little play where he just gets it all done. He gets the first one, but immediately jumps back over into drop. And then regress from that point forward. There's so much money now, and it's, well, second timeout for Gen G.
Yeah, it's surprising that they would want to call the second timeout here. Given Skyline is 5-5, it doesn't look too bad for Gen G, but maybe just a little bit unsettled by those last couple of rounds in a row here for GE, noting that if they lose a couple more, they go into the second half with a bit of an uphill battle. So looking to try to figure out what they can do. I mean, this round, they don't have a lot of money to play with. You have the rifle in the hands of Karen at the moment. You don't have any ultis to look to. So I don't really know where Gen G want to look with this one. I mean, Stinger for Ash, he's certainly capable of getting a couple of entries, sliding on in with that, but it does make the job a bit harder than, having an actual rifle in your hand.
That's right.
So it does look a bit grim for Gen G.
Can't really say for sure either, but certainly trying to get something done, especially with Ash on the Stinger. Still always a threat.
I mean, Headhunter for Texture as well, so you do have some long-range stopping power with Karen and Texture, and then if Ash can take the space, then you might still be able to put it together. This one goes through, fast lane goes up, and immediately Ash, well, he will not be part of the picture anymore. Yudotan as well, popping that showstopper and kind of negating any possibility of this round for Gen G. They had a plan, they had an idea, but it's instantly been dealt with by GE.
Boombot as well just confirms that the presence is still around. No way out, no way in.
Crystal, Yudotan swinging together and making it look easy for GE. So flawless in this round.
Yeah, just shy attempts, unfortunately, for Gen G. Texture with the Headhunter. Immediately stopped, but this is why this team is to be feared. I mean, Gen G, you don't fault them for it. They knew that the chokehold was always going to be in this position. They're trying to set up around it, break it through, and just flood into the site. Maybe Yudotan's alone. But this time around, maybe it's off the timeout as well. I mean, Javi's just so aware. He sets up the star and blocks off the choke point. Of course, Crystal and his utility as well, just continuing to delay so much too. Last round of the half, Texture pulls out Tour de Force. But there are just so many obstacles that Global has laid all over the road and tracks with.
Oh, Gen G, no doubt they're going to be heading in towards this B side. Autumn with a missed shot, and Crystal has to go scurrying away as well. So B side is starting to get opened up. Wall broken. Patman needs the reload. Could he be pushed there by Ash? Doesn't seem like it.
Ooh.
In the end, spams on through and gets the better of him. Now the push coming through from the rest of the squad will finally be enough to at least dislodge Autumn. Man going down, but Gen G not looking too capable at the moment. Yudotan caught in no man's land. The flash through is good enough to dislodge Texture's position. Athena will fall as a result, and now Texture has to come sliding back on the line. Reload here for both the riflers. Texture, perfect fight for him. Gets away with 2 before being put down. Rascal on the swing. You thought he was going to get spammed through the box. In the end, it was all about Rascal. And Gen G secure the 6-6. It is as tight as it can be.
An even fight is what we expected. It's an even Steven fight that we get as well. Incredible. Pat immediately flicking on towards the Tracer rounds right through the smoke, which is not too shabby, but this round would not have been possible for Gen G if not for Texture and those 2 crucial kills. Rascal as well immediately shifting forward. Oh, the coaches themselves can't fully believe that they got that done, but sometimes just being able to shove it all the way through in with a quick set play definitely catches Global off guard by a bit. They have been setting up incredibly well defensively, but how will they look on the attack then? Pat, as someone who constantly tries and does so much to take things into his own hands, will be the halftime MVP, and I feel like he's got a lot more to offer still.
Yeah, you really got to look at this in the context, though, for Gen G, how hard they're fighting for this. I mean, they've completely rebuilt their team from last season, where they had basically their worst finish to a Pacific, to a VCT Pacific ever. And now, coming into the next season following, they are potentially on the cards for a 4-0 start. That has to say something, that has to mean something for Gen G. So 6-6, it's a good staging ground, but they go into the second half here with no ability to call attack timeout. That advantage lies with GE for now.
Absolutely.
GE obviously wanting to try to unsettle this unbeaten run that Gen G have had so far this split.
I'm not gonna lie, within this group where there's no Gen G just peeking all the way down middle, but the initiator utility that GE can pull off
बोला ना aggressive है देखा
will be quite valuable.
अबे ये लोग position होंगे बे 101% position
when they eventually get that spike down. Crystal, as long as he's alive, is going to be quite a nuisance for Gen G.
अपन हल्का सा आराम से खेल के जीत सकता है.
Very happy to take that 5-on-5 post plant. Late lurk again here from Harvey, although Gen G pretty aware of that kind of trickery. Set Texture up to wait for it. He will drop in that fight. So now
वो मरता तो भी पीछे से स्काई आ गया था.
All from one direction. Gen G, is this a bit too one-dimensional? Well, Yudotan will fall, and so maybe there's an avenue back in here for that retake. Patman up close and personal, smoked off for now, but choosing his time to strike wisely. At the cost of a couple though, Autumn and Crystal will start to fall, and now the defuse is on, and nothing to be done here for Harvey. He tried, I think, to pull them off the defuse, but it didn't work. And Gen G take the pistol.
They definitely do. Whoa. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what's going on with the Astra pull, but just all around the fights. Oh, that neat little lineup, and how perhaps GE might have gotten a little bit over eager, just trying to spam back in or to take a flank angle. Unfortunately, Pat got caught. And Gen G with that many bodies onto the spike as well, just managed to bring that one out.
Gen G coaches are real homies. Insulto and HSK do go back some years, so it makes sense.
Oh yeah.
जबरदस्ती fight लिया बे.
So much. They've got all the guns now. They're in the right positions too.
Paranoia out to try to slow GE's progress. There's a smoke there as well. Aaron set up close and personal, does get beaten by the flash. That said, Ash now looking for the 1,000 kills. He'll be one away off of that double.
This is not bad.
Never mind. That was it.
कोई क्रिस्टल को दे सकता है gun please?
Still, there's a recovery in effect here for GE, and they might still make something happen. Crystal and Harvey left to their own devices, they do have to try and buy as much time as possible. Ash and Athena have, of course, got the weaponry in hand, but Harvey has retrieved himself a Spectre, and they don't seem to know where he is. Oh! Just couldn't get the fight lined up that he wanted, and so Athena will secure it for Gen G.
चलेगा गुड इको शिट बे ये भी निकाल सकते थे यार
So this bonus may be a little worse for wear.
अच्छा तो खेला चलो अच्छा तो खेला
just down to the smokes and it still leaves some gaps open, but definitely making it close as well.
तो मारा ना उड़ो
Global quite intent with how their composition works to pop through smokes with flashes. Pat always
किसकी साइड पे तू
coming in for quite a bit of support. Can catch some players off guard, but yeah, there we go.
1000 kills हो गए WWW
achievement.
Not a bad shout at all.
वो लोग का बैट देखो वो लोग का बैट देखो वो लोग का बोनस देखो
Cannot afford to lose them early on though. Do they spend the interceptor to burn?
3 गन चाहिए हम लोगों को ठीक है?
Yes, they do.
Just gobbles it up. Ash keen for it. Oh, that flash was a good one.
भाई काउंटर यूटिल भी अच्छा था
backing out just as quickly.
काउंटर यूटिल भी अच्छा था अब ये लोग रीड करेंगे भी देखना मिड टाइम पास करके बी रीड करेंगे
being able to avoid that in kind, minimal damage sustained, Global will get another go in this
heavy
round.
inferred double drone ne chalo chalo
that space, and that's why that smoke kind of works out neatly for Gen G, but
infolo
quickly rotating on over. Both sides might just be walking into each other's stacks.
Drone one karo idhar mast
Options. They could still go A, they could still go B. The fact that you've got Autumn kind of hovering on B makes you think it's probably going to be a B split.
Oh, shot be.
Decent attempt in there from Athena, but doesn't really have the stopping power range to deal with the Phantom. That fight will go the way of G, and they're starting to probe their way towards B. Karen also picked up over on the A side of the map, so at this point, Gen G don't really know exactly where GE are going. It doesn't seem to matter. The kills all
भाई ये पूरा साइट ही खाली कर दिया भाई पैटमैन ने क्या ब्लाइंड पिक था वो
1001 Who's counting? Not me.
Could just build up more into alt points as
bro
well.
W be
Yep, has himself a Phantom.
Read भी sexy, blind pick भी sexy.
Having a little bit of a look in onto the site, but I don't think you're really going to get too much done with
12-8 actually 12-8
available to GE.
1180 है.
Delay you till still got the nade there as well for Yudatan.
Technically 1180.
Just going to have to try and take the fight forward, but Yudatan is waiting for it, and so GE will claim their first of the second half, and feels as though we are going to be going pretty back and forth on this map.
सिर्फ 8 राउंड काफी है डिफेंस में 8 राउंड बहुत काफी था वो लोग पिस्तौल निकालते थे ये भी राउंड निकालते थे फाइट तो लोग ले रहे बे एम डुल्स तो ले रहे हो लोग
This is why this composition works out quite nicely. You've got
एक दो राउंड आई थिंक टाइमिंग फेवर नहीं किया अच्छा तो खेल रहे
Pat, who just brings in his own individual firepower as well, just
language shush bhai
players up from the A site on Gen G, so a little bit unfortunate there, but
इतना तो देखा बंक्स भाई थर्ड में मूवमेंट कर लो
that strong. It's going to be bringing in these guns, and Showstopper as well will have to listen into their comms.
Go here. Neon Sage here. You guys can go. Let's go, guys. Go. Dueling, Neon Sage. Neon, don't have a stun.
I'm just plant.
oh by full blind था वो
I'm getting pissed. That's an obby.
Hurry, just go back. Heaven missile.
Can play this. Can win this. You have full lab.
Get missile, right?
by those star
Yeah, I'm already stuck.
It's the calm before the storm. Good read from GE. No one on the flank is correct. But they still have to hold off against 5 Gen G players.
फुल के बाद डालना पड़ेगा
ने come on through. Autumn can't see
इसने भी पीटी वो पीटी बोल रहा है पीटी डाल के नहीं रखा है ना
They've both been smoked off as well. Spam through. Bristol denying the defuse. Hold on a minute, this could be a chance on it.
Bro, W.
As Gen G are really having trouble getting that defuse. Bro. GE will hold the 3-on-5.
Oh my gosh.
That
I mean, it's the perfect 2 to have in that situation.
Bro, आगे लड़के पीछे जाने का कॉल जो भी दिया ना, you can go back. कौन दिया था कॉल? वो राउंड जीता है भाई. जैसे दो स्टार है बोला ना उसने, पोस्ट प्लांट खेल सकते हैं. वो राउंड जीता है. मजाक से हटकर.
Also a little bit comical without the little pull.
Zavi diya, bro. Jo bhi
keeps
diya,
Gen G
jo bhi
alive
diya,
for a second
jo
or
bhi
two.
diya.
So nonetheless, that's going to be an
Actually
operator now
double
for
call.
the next round, Gen G. Even though they were able to hold off some eventual hits, the
That
spike
पांच
goes down
round
in
चाहिए,
this
chat
composition,
पांच
still
round.
providing a
वो
lot of
लोग eco
value.
है.
Prowler plus op on a deep line outside of A main is a
Texture
lot of
dodge करने के
information for Gen G.
बाद.
8-8, money not quite there to put together a perfect buy for Gen G. So this defense might be a little bit shakier. Sage wall up gives GE an easy avenue to get the ulti orb, and that's really all they want over toward B main. They know they've drawn out quite a bit of util.
Will they be aware that they
भाई
could be
लेकिन कुछ
walking
insert
into
नहीं रखा है
Texture's
बे.
off, though? It must
कोई
have
उनके
hurt
पीछे
the
B
Prowler
main
off the
clear
back
करता
end,
था,
so
लग
pinging
गए
out
थे
the
ये लोग के.
location.
सीधा A stack हो जाता पता
Need
है.
to flash in or something.
They're not going to do that.
Oh,
They're
white
just going to swing. And it works out
ज़्यादा
fine.
ही wide
Texture
दिया.
misses the shot. Cosmic Divide down now. That'll cut Texture off. He wants to go past it in front. The Boombot will force him back away. Well layered util here from GE. They take the space and they go straight through that Cosmic Divide as well. Yudotan is in a
भाई
position
किधर
that
fight ही
may
करने
not
नहीं
be
मिल रहा उसको.
anticipated here by Gen G. It's the end of Karen, but also Texture picking up one as he gets aggressive as well. Spike plant in. Ball's going to fall in a second. Interceptor up. Won't seem to matter too much. Ash finished off. Yudotan for the triple in the round now. Starting to find himself until he runs into Texture, who gets a third of his own. You've still got the ulti ready to pull for Crystal. That's why he's so far back. And again, you've got Crystal and Harvey. The dynamic duo to try to close out the 2-on-2. It should well be theirs. Texture can't get that defuse initially. And now it's time to pull that ulti. Texture did at least secure the half, but he's dead. So it won't matter. GE take the lead.
Not that big of an investment from Gen G, but my.
Alt use हो गया
Well,
है
Texture
लेकिन.
still does incredibly well, though, I have to admit. Yes, the Cosmic Divide, yes, an initial
भाई
shot.
Texture
The
लेकिन
way that he
कितना
backfills
time
into the
जिंदा
site
था बे.
itself,
कितना time बे.
just dueling as much
हर
as
जगह से
possible,
पी
trying
करे
to
जा रहा है,
keep
करे
as
जा रहा है,
much
करे
alive
जा रहा
as
है, करे जा रहा है.
possible. But of course, once the spike
Eco
does
दा
go
ठीक है
down,
अभी देखो round
the
is
way
a
that
round.
GE is
Round
able
is
to
a
go
round.
back into that space, keeping Crystal and Javi alive, like you called it. Just painful. The Interceptor does quite a bit as well, actually sucks up one of those stuns that the Neon sends out, but okay, back over onto middle.
Good buy out here for
Texture
Gen G.
बीट कर रहा है, मार रहा है ना
Open
मस्त.
hand once again, of course, of tour de force might not play too much of a factor in this round. It seems to be the rifles that are really getting in
यार
and amongst
एक
it.
बंदे को इधर रख, बाकी लोग ए अभी जाओ, एक बंदा रुको इधर ही.
GE have a player advantage as well. This is where they can
रेस के लिए आएगा
to
वो.
look for a win in the map. Texture has other ideas. That's the spike dropped as well. Soft
बंदा
death, a soft
भाई.
way to drop the spike and potentially
स्काई को इधर रख के जाते हैं एक साथ भाई. रेस भी हो गया 3-4 है.
Too much room. You can't keep giving him these options.
Spike retrieve.
क्या है?
So just a quick race over onto the A site.
Crystal's low. It's going to be on
Heal मिल सकता है Sage?
Oh, Rez comes back in as well. 4v2. Now this has Gen G written all
भाई
over
स्काई को उधर छुके एक इंसर्ट किधर भी छोड़ के मिड में रेस को मारने के लिए बस.
Surviving against a missed shot.
बाकी तीनों एक साथ जा सकते थे कोई भी साइड.
Autumn can find 1 or 2 kills and Texture can just play with his util. Or rather, I should say Crystal can play with his util. Looks like they're just going to stand and fight together. Need to hit some brilliant
crazy
shots right here.
crossfire.
Crystal's already allowed them out and he gets spammed through the box. That is an easy cleanup. 4
Ay! 4 round chat!
Secure a 9th themselves.
Trying to maximize their
साला
economy as
stressful
well.
हो गया
Rez,
बे.
all the guns picked up.
Stressful हो गया.
This is gonna
I
go
remember
the
someone
distance.
said
We're up
that
9-9
G
right
will
now.
win and then lose
And
2.
GE, I mean, just not quite having the time for it. They left a slight gap, and that's all Texture needed. Strong fight towards middle, yes, but
गाली अभी का आएगा?
it's also wise to consider
और
the
कौन
fact
से
that
language
if
में
the
खाएगा?
kills that Texture gets are on towards players such as, well, I guess in this case, just Javi. Not quite able to block off, sight lines, choke points. Bit of an obstacle for Global to burst through, so needing to take some fights a bit more wisely now. A timeout called to hopefully bring them all across the hurdle to the end of this marathon.
Platoon very desperate to get some words through to the team there, calls that timeout, and he's speaking about 100 words a second. I could see there on the camera. Not much to really work with here for GE, unfortunately. Money's a little bit spotty. Harvey could buy Crystal maybe as well, but Yuratan, Autumn, Patman a bit high and dry, so might just be seeing a bit more of a save round out here for GE. One away from the showstopper. It's really not a whole lot to work with. So Genji, I would say at the moment, have got the advantage. Harvey's going to go for the Guardian. See if he can bring some firepower to this round for the team.
Okay. So I was thinking maybe it's going to be Texture on some Outlaw or something, but getting a bit more mobile, just trying to work against this double initiator. I don't know if Global is aware of that fact, but also the judge brought in now from Ash.
I was going to mention that. Maybe Genji expecting something a little quicker out here from GE towards A. They might be correct in their assumption.
Cover going out.
Just always staying prepared for at least 2 players on towards the A side. Genji watching.
G looking to take that space. They close the door. They're going to push their way into A. That Nightfall should have gone through 3. That's a good spot to be in here for Ash with the judge. And backed up by Athena. A little too easy for Genji in that round. GE just kind of walk into the setup. Genji were waiting for that. 10-9, double digits secured, and Genji now setting their sights on closing this series out.
Just a beautiful trap sprung, but Global definitely still in this fight. We'll be able to buy back up. They have ultimates for the next one. Have to watch out for these, though. I mean, you smoke off both angles, and this entire little cubby on the A side or elbow just turns into a very tight space. The shotguns are wonderful there. So trying to poke at the other part of the map now. It's B side under pressure. Texture with an op. The initiators are perfect for this, but it's Texture.
Texture up on top of the wall. What is that? Yuratan right in front of his face. It's like a jump scare, but Texture is not afraid. Around the corner, straight out the smoke. Patman will deal with him, so Texture down anyway. Mission successful for GE. They'll cut the site in half with the ulti and get the plant down as well. Genji have some thinking to do about how they want to negotiate this retake. They're going to go a little quickly, it would seem, straight into Crystal. He calibrates for 1, but drop is taken by Genji. Rascal biding his time. No res available there. It is the 3-on-3, the bona fide 3-on-3. And it's a full defensive setup for GE. Again, Harvey in position maybe to get matters done. It doesn't come down to much more than the duel, though. And GE will win it.
3-on-3, and it's a full firefight. This entire map, this series delivering on all accounts. Big fight, big hit, Texture just onto a stage. Like, who would have thought that that can somehow kind of counter this entry? But down to the drop as well, and all it takes is Autumn on this first sharp shot to bring the numbers back to eventual trades that Global just put on the board. Still though, money a bit of an issue. It's not the full armory, and Genji just playing it tentative and safe. The operator's still in question. Big line being held. It's quite clear the initiator utility is just not going to be enough to force Texture off of his line since he has a TP and everything. Oh, they're walking back into it though. And A main has been taken.
That's very much hanging in the balance, isn't it?
I've got your trail.
GE taking that mid control. Gonna walk past this trademark. Texture. A lot of work to do. Hits the shot onto Autumn. Spike now making its progression alone. Texture is the man right now for Genji. Finding another double. Oh, Raxwell's going to have his head lopped off, and Texture not able to find much out of that one. He wants to go for more. Straight into Patman's headshot. Hold on. GE have been given a second win back into this round.
All the utility spent though. They have to play forward.
That's exactly what Patman wants to do. He'll pop the flash around the corner and then just back it off. Trying to buy a crucial couple of seconds here and dissuade Genji. No util in the back pocket right here for Crystal. All for Harvey. Comes down to the duels once again. Patman and Crystal finding the 2 successful shots. There's a star actually. In fact, there's a couple now. Athena surely can't get this defuse through. He's down to 11 HP. He'll be pulled off again. The spam is on. And Crystal, now that that smoke has faded, happy to take the fight and win the round for GE. 11-10. They need only a couple more to close this out in the favor of GE and hand Genji their first loss of this season.
It might just happen. I can't believe how this gets done, though. It looks so dire at times, but the way that they just flush Texture off of his position and then hold angles where they know he'll re-peak. Pat is just so prepared for it. Down to the eventual fights as well, immediately recognizing position. They get some slight dinks, and it's the same position again. Gen.G are in a bit of a world of hurt. It's down to the overdrive now from Ash. Last potential buy, because this one goes broke. It's map point, series point for Global, and they're trying to take fights down middle.
Not anymore.
Okay. Enough presence for Global to call it to be a cancel. But where then would be the safest path for an entry to get the spike down? Crystal has an ult. Like, this is everything that GE are hoping for. It feels like it's the A site, but they've...
Texture has seen Autumn, but it doesn't matter. Autumn gets the better of that fight somehow. Ash will come sliding back in to try and reinforce A, but honestly, that might not be where he is required. It's over towards B that GE are headed straight into the judge of Rascal, and there's nothing really to be done at a range like that one. Easy pickup for Yudotan with the boom bot in the end, actually. GE are on the site. They have the numbers, they have the plant, they have Crystal with an ulti.
They have the path back to main, though.
Can't really see GE losing this round, surely. Gen.G are going to try to make their way back on through. Harvey out in no man's land, will lose his life. Yudotan up close and personal. That judge not really doing him any favors.
Alt.
And all of a sudden, maybe Gen.G have a thought back into this round. But again, the trump card of Crystal with the ulti available will push them off of the initial tap. Wonder if that buys enough time, though, for GE. Autumn has to take this fight forward, gets one through. There's still two more to find. Tap on the defuse. Ash is now going to find the kill onto Crystal. That'll be a gun retrieved. Spam on in. Autumn can't get it done. Defuse is good. Gen.G have won the round, 11-11, and they will stay in it.
Unbelievably close, but that trump card gets trumped. Everything down into it, but still, because of the smoke that just comes back up in time, Gen.G stay concealed, and all the fights, unfortunate. They tried to get themselves ported back over, but even through the smokes, Gen.G just push out front, flood the site, take down Javi, and make things incredibly difficult. Even Yudotan couldn't quite survive in this corner with that judge. Close fight, but now you're down and broke. Gen.G still have much left in the bank. Off of that win, and this is going to continue going on. GE, a desperate foot in towards middle.
Yeah, both GE and Gen.G bleeding at the moment, throwing punch after punch at one another, but neither going down. This is a brawl. We might find ourselves in another overtime the way things are going.
It's quite possible. Even if G goes down on this one, they'll still have enough for the next round. But okay, Prowler. It's Interceptor as well, so Gen.G a bit fearful of a hit coming through from A-Link, but the main one, it's Pat.
Oh, Ash doesn't want to push any further forward, just going to try and use that judge in a more favorable close-range duel. Trailblazer dealt with effectively. GE on their way over towards A, which is a little lighter defended than the B side.
Utility baited out as well. GE want to end up on A.
Oh, this is interesting from Autumn. He's going to try and take a bit of a risk. Yeah, you do have to. Nightfall's going to go through, doesn't go quite deep enough to catch Autumn. So his position at the moment could be a crucial one. Ash is kind of waiting for that push, to be fair. It seems like Gen.G are reasonably aware that with 25 seconds, GE are on their way back over towards B. They have pulled the rotate.
Texture.
Indeed, Texture has been the hero, and can he be once again? It's Karen that starts well, and Texture that follows suit with 10 seconds on the clock. The spike's on the floor, and for all the wrong reasons for Gen.G, down to just Harvey and Autumn. It's an ill-fated attempt into the B site that is going to give Gen.G map and series point for the potential 4-0 here in Group Alpha for Stage 2 of VCT Pacific. They are one round away.
So much work done, but down to the finishing line, and they can't quite cross it. The finishing line, of course, in this instance, being the site itself, but through all that work, just trying to bait out Utility, doing so much. The one thing they neglected to think about was that maybe a player could have pushed over into B main. So as they hop on over, they just get absolutely pelted by rounds. Still though, they have enough to buy out. They have one more timeout. It's not over yet for Global. Pat maybe looking a little bit worse for wear, but as long as he has his utility, that means so much more for the team. That's it though. Off of this timeout, and you just need to be quite wary and cautious of what Gen G could do. A sudden shift in play styles, if they suddenly decide to push out, go for fights, again, Global could be caught off guard, similar to what we've seen in some maps past. So they have to be just on their toes every step of the way. In order for this to go into overtime, GE need to play perfect.
Everyone in the crowd rubbing their hands together at the prospect of a Gen G win. No surprises as to who the favorite is here in home territory for Gen G.
Oh, he buys up for Pat. All right. It's Ash on a Judge.
Bring them down.
Texture is going hunting.
Slon said he wins the race for GE here, trying to take a little bit of space. Texture has been spotted out now by that drone, but he's bold enough to stick around. Creep forward again from Gen G. They are given a bit of space in middle, although they are going to run into Athena.
Judge!
With the Judge, with the trademark at his feet, that's just an extra little element. Texture's found the first and Athena the second. There is a trade back for GE. It's not over yet, but the flash is not good enough. Texture, once again, almost gets it done alone. Autumn has to clutch this out now for GE. Tries to bait the peak from Karen. Can't do it with the plant. 1v3 gets harder now as that rotate does come across. And it seems like GE might be fated to lose this matchup against Gen G now. Autumn needs a miracle. He is biding his time and waiting patiently. Has to creep on this line and try and find the 1v1, which will not go his way. Karen finishes it off, and everyone in the audience is going to lose their minds. What a game, and what a start to a season for Gen G, who came from absolutely nowhere. Last season, they didn't even make playoffs. This season, they made 2 roster changes. It's almost a new team. And now you're telling me they've started 4-0?
They certainly have. They've gone golden, Jordan. Every single bit. The coaching staff, the roster shuffle, a difference in the team as well. Just Texture onto this chamber where he's putting so much work done. But at the last moment, bringing out 2 judges. And just the perfect trap setups for it as well. It's a little bit unfortunate for Global. They made it this close. But Gen G just had that extra page in that playbook.
Yeah, and it secures Gen G a position into the playoffs as well. If I'm not mistaken, it also secures them first in the group. Maybe we'll get some confirmation on that on the analyst desk, but they have certainly done well. Yes, group stage, first place, locked in for Gen G. I've got the confirmation there as well. So confirmed for playoffs, confirmed for first in the group stage in this group. So what a turnaround from the group stage that we saw last stage. That is madness.
It's just so good. I just can't wait to hear from them as well, as we then, after enough of celebrations, the whole crowd cheering up behind them, to toss it over onto the stage with Gen and none other than Texture himself.
젠지의 텍스처 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
We have a man of the match that broke the curse, definitely. We have Texture of Gen G. Now, massive congrats, Texture. You had everyone praying for this win. Now, that is 4 wins in a row. What a match. Can you evaluate today's match for us first? 진짜 마지막까지 팬들이 기도를 하게 됐거든요. 아멘. 이렇게 4연승을 가져가게 됐습니다. 일단 G 경기 평가부터 들어보고 싶네요.
그래도 일단 사실 브리즈는 어느 정도는 힘들 거라고 생각하고 있었고 그래도 선셋이랑 서밋을 좀 우리가 더 잘하지 않을까 했는데 진짜 조금 더 잘해서 이긴 느낌? 그래서 그래도 저희 애들이 멘탈도 잘 잡고 해줘가지고 네 다행인 것 같습니다.
Yeah, today we actually expected Breeze to be somewhat difficult. We dropped it, we let it slip away, but we thought the last two maps we would be a little bit better than GE with it, and yeah, it was very small margin, but we won. So I'm really happy and I'm grateful for my teammates. Let's talk about the Breeze a little bit. The comp, Harvard, you're laughing. Harvard, Phoenix, Cypher. What was the discussion around this comp, and what was the talk around the absence of the Viper and the benefits of this comp that kind of override the drawbacks? 브리즈 얘기를 잠시 꺼내볼게요. 그래서 웃고 계신데 사실 하버, 피닉스, 사이퍼, 바이퍼의 부재가 있잖아요. 근데 그럼에도 불구하고 이 조합을 기용하게 된 특장점이나 계기가 뭔지 궁금합니다.
장점은 모르겠고요. 저희 형들이 시켰으니까 그냥 하는 건데 좀 최선을 그냥 다해서 하려고 했던 것 같고 사실 브리즈를 그래도 조금은 준비를 해야 될 것 같은데 근데 좀 변화는 좀 있어야 될 것 같고 해가지고 좀 한 게 이제 이 조합인데 일단 망했어.
알겠습니다. Well, I think I'm not really sure about the benefits that this comp offers. It was our coaching staff's idea. We tried our best. We just felt like we really needed that extra prep on Breeze, and we wanted a little bit of change to the comp. Tried our best, but I would say it was definitely not a success. Okay. Now, speaking of Sunset and Summit, we've had, the rookies kind of showing up and the veterans using that experience to close the map out. What can you tell us about the current form and the level of teamwork that the team has? 이제 신고 조화가 완벽하게 이루어졌었어요. 서밋에서도 그렇고 또 선셋에서 특히나 연장전에서 루키 선수들이 잘 해줬고 그리고 베테랑 선수들이 마무리까지 잘 지어주는 모습인데 팀워크나 그리고 팀의 폼에 대해서는 좀 어느 정도까지 올라왔다고 보세요?
우선 폼 같은 경우에는 지금도 물론 잘하고 있다고는 생각 들지만 좀 더 포텐이 높은 선수들이 모여 있다고 생각하기 때문에 일단 지금으로는 만족은 못하고요 사실. 그리고 팀워크는 좀 그냥 저희끼리 일단 소통을 좀 많이 하는 것 같아요. 뭔가 이제 스크림을 많이 하는 것도 하는 거지만 뭔가 만약에 힘든 날이 있을 거 아니에요. 그러면은 그냥 나가가지고 뭐 밥이라든지 뭐 하면서 같이 얘기 나누고 그냥 좀 리프레시하고 그냥 그러는 게 저희한테는 좀 도움이 많이 되는 것 같습니다.
In terms of form, I would say it's pretty good, but I'm not fully satisfied because we have such high potential. I think we have more to show on stage. And also in terms of teamwork, we've been trying to communicate a little bit more. Sometimes the scrims don't go well. In that case, we go out to dinner and try to talk it out and try to bond. Now, you secured first place of the group and you guys are heading straight into the playoffs. What do you think that means for the team? 그리고 이제 이번 승리로 그룹 1등을 확정 지었고 플레이오프 직행을 확정 지었거든요. 어떤 의미일까요?
저희한테는 있어서는 의미라기보다는 그냥 굉장한 기회라고밖에 생각이 안 들어요, 사실. 이제 두 번 이기면은 결승이 그 챔스 확정도 맞고 그리고 또 그 기간 동안 사실 저희는 쉬면서 좀 리프레시하면서 준비 열심히 하면은 그래도 괜찮지 않을까. 그래서 저한테는 기회라고 생각하고 있습니다.
It's a spectacular opportunity for us because once you're in the playoffs, you just have to win two games in a row and you secure champions. And we also get that extra time to kind of take a break, refresh ourselves. Work on what we need to work on. So yeah, I think it's a really good opportunity that we can definitely take advantage of. Just lastly, your documentary Homegrown Hero was released today. A lot of people were touched by your story. It takes a lot of courage to kind of share your life to such a massive audience. Is there anything you would like to share to maybe the viewers? 그리고 이제 다큐멘터리가 오늘 나왔잖아요. 사실 본인의 인생에 대해서 이렇게 공유를 한다는 게 쉽지는 않은 일이었을 것 같은데 많은 분들이 보시고 감명을 받았단 말이죠. 뭔가 팬분들에게 더 해주고 싶은 말도 있을 것 같아요.
그냥 힘들어도 꾹꾹 참고 그리고 그냥 본인 할 거 하다 보면은 언젠가는 네, 꽃이 피지 않을까 싶습니다. 네, 항상 힘들더라도 화이팅 하시고 저 같은 놈도 힘내니까요. 네, 저 보면서 힘내십시오.
힘이 많이 되실 것 같습니다. I mean, there comes tough times in life. You know, you just gotta stick it, try your best, and your time will come. You know, you just try your best, do your thing, and one day you'll get to blossom on your own. I mean, just look at me. I am having the time of my life, and hopefully watching the documentary actually inspires you to kind of go through that hard time and make the most out of it. Well, thank you so much, Texture. Mr. 5K now. Ace? Mr. Ace? Yeah.
Ace.
Congratulations on the playoffs.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 텍스처 선수 만나봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
How can you not love this guy? Oh my gosh, it's so heartwarming to see him, and if you guys have seen that homegrown episode, you know just how much he's gone through in life, and him saying how happy he is on this stage, securing playoffs too, and going through the whole arc that Genji has had so far, the ups and the downs, and being there every step of the way. It's so beautiful to watch.
Look, you heard it from Texture. Like, comment, and subscribe because that's a fantastic documentary. So it's great to see him succeed on this stage. He had a fantastic game today. Genji 4-0 here in the group stages after a rough stage 1. They are 2 wins away from champions in Shanghai.
Yeah, they really want to make it back to an international event. Even I felt like their last international in Toronto. Texture was fantastic. He's in top form. We'd love to see him represent internationally coming over from Pacific, and it would be great to see Genji take yet another rookie to maybe some international success here, because Raxel seems like he's fitting in quite nicely.
And it's worth knowing China was a fantastic good luck charm for this team when they lifted that Masters trophy. It was a crossover in China, so I think this is a tournament that they'll be hyped up for, as close as they can be to it now.
Huge flick from there too, and that might allow Twist to get the drop. A good timing potentially. 40 seconds, still trying to work with here for the Mongols, but things starting to feel a little bit awkward. FaZe have managed to find their way into some positions on this lower side, but the split comes in, and there it is. Blitz from the back from Ramp. Now down to Twist in this 1v1. He can still play spoiler to this round. He can still create delay. That presence means a lot here, but the bomb does go down.
There's a timing where 9-10 doesn't survive. Frozen after clearing lobby. Able to do the job. What can Darkmeister do though? Drop Frozen down to the 2-1-2. Blitz at the back. He'll get dropped by Jacob. Darkmeister with 12 HP in a 1 versus 2. A huge peek from Twist. A great man to get that last frag. That's a very solid overtime half for FaZe.
Yeah, 15-12. They just need 1 T round. And yeah, they couldn't find any T rounds in the first half, James. But it feels like the Mongols, when are they getting any kills? In the last 10-12 rounds, they're getting no kills. So from a psychological perspective, you have to give FaZe a massive edge now into this T side.
Frozen did great work to go through the ramp alone towards Lobby and give FaZe high confidence of the B play. Of course, Lobby being left open allowed a T to make it through there, but still FaZe able to overcome. Again, I think Twist getting that last frag at halftime as we have a short break and switch sides is fantastic. A lot of timeouts, a lot of discussion through a very high-stress game of Nuke.
Yeah, we can cast our mind back to what FaZe were doing in the first half. You know, they were going for a very fast pace, generally speaking. The first 6 to 7 rounds just all ended in just a quick upper hit. And generally, you know, using lobby, using outside, splitting. That was kind of what they were just doing, just time over time over time, and it just didn't work. It looked really just ineffectual. We'll see if they decide to go for the same stuff now that they probably feel a little bit more confident into this, or if the game plan will change completely.
20 for 4, Jabone went on that CT side, but now the roles change. Let's not forget how strong Mongols were. It's their turn to have no margin for error. They just need 1 round to go wrong, 1 duel that's pivotal to go wrong. 3 outside early for FaZe with a second set of smokes being deployed.
This is
Is ready though, peeking up from the secret stairs, but Jacob, he has been really great on the rifle so far this game. Gets the punish in, and 9-10 is completely circumvented as FaZe have found much faster positioning.
Techno, the only one in the lower area for the time being. So does he fight to the death? Oh, he gets that rotation just in time. Taking control of control. But he is on an island. Oh dear, nowhere to go. Again, you saw the question, do you fight to the death there? His team no longer have position on that B bomb site. 9-10 will catch a lurker, but there's more work to do.
Yeah, very nice frag. The Molotov might force his hand, but a bit of space there, Tikoak, to work with. And that will thin the numbers. The bomb hasn't even gone down just yet. It's going to have to go down right now into safety with Jacob. He's being very, very good right now on the position, pushing forward, gets the coverage from Natu. And now Dark Maestro 9-10 in a 2 versus 2. Trying to work their way down here, trying to coordinate. A reset of positions here from FaZe. Does give them a good spot here. Jacob ready, waiting, but no, Pullet's not able to connect the shots, and now suddenly the Mongols, the must-win round, Natu delivers for FaZe, and not a single round dropped. Unbelievable turn from them.
That is a hell of a run for FaZe on their pick of nuke to do it the hard way. 2 rounds at halftime. CT side ending up a relief, doing their best work. Crazy numbers for Jaboen, but absolutely a team effort, working together to face the round in front of you and take it all the way back.
Overtime needed, but at the end of their map pick, at the end of Nuke, we see a win for FaZe here. And I think a lot of people would have switched off at about around 10 mark, Maui, and they would have been shocked at the distance this game went and the result that we ended up getting.
I had to look at my phone to make sure that this was what I thought it was. The 13,
this is reality.
Yeah, 13 rounds straight was that for FaZe Clan? Like that's just ridiculous. Like Mongols, they had their opportunities, but I feel like some of the T-side calling, it led to so many opening picks going the way of FaZe Clan. To FaZe's strengths though, and to talk about what they did well, those A-side anchors did a great job. Jay Bowen, I felt like all the youngsters here from FaZe were really pushing them towards that finish line and got them over it.
Yeah, if you're wondering why Mongols is getting picked early on, it's for this type of T-side. Plan A did not work out except for a couple of early rounds, a force-buy victory, but as soon as they got into the guns, it didn't work and they couldn't find a solution. You look at Jay Bowen, I believe the stat was he went 20-4 on the CT side, but if you look at the kills, he hit some nice shots, 100%, but if you look at how it actually went down, so many were just peeking out into a rifler in the middle of the open, a rifler peeking out into him dry, someone trying to go for a pick. They just, it felt like they fell apart completely, and honestly, we talked about Mara. I think a Mara pause would have made a major difference in this one.
Didn't see one. I don't think there was one. They were getting stumped. I think NKJ used nearly all of his timeouts when they were getting down in the rounds. But yeah, no, as that comeback was happening, I just don't, they definitely didn't call one in overtime. I know that.
I don't think they called one the whole game.
No, they didn't. And this is like, you know, a film we've seen before. We've seen this story play out. And, you know, there is that element of they don't have a coach. Why would they take a timeout to give the team with a coach a little bit more advantage? But at the same time, you end up losing 13 rounds in a row and not a single time is a timeout taken there. But we can go back to the very beginning because this is probably the part that either people have forgotten or the part in which they tuned out where we were wondering what is going on with the T side for FaZe Clan. What is falling apart right now for them?
As much as it was a great comeback, the reason they needed the comeback was because their T-sides were questionable. I wouldn't even say questionable. This was a terrible T-side. And this is what you think of when you think of a Twist T-side. What do? You're on a force buy. Give me the AK, boys. I'm just going to take a straight up duel. Then we're going to push lower and we're going to collapse on the squeaky rotate, on the vent rotate. And that's what they're trying to do at the same time as this fight happens in lower. They end up in a 2v2 and then they can find their way fragging wise to actually close this one out eventually. This is their first round on T-side on a force buy where Twist said, screw it, we can't win strategically. I'm just going to pick up an AK and go for the frags.
They had some really interesting rounds prior to that and after that, but no, I think the kind of more set-piece plays for FaZe were just not working out. Usually I would say Tikuok, Darkmeister, those guys were doing such a great job actually in just kind of locking down Tikuok on the rotation, Darkmeister on the anchor spot. And really, I was just thinking, wow, the game plan just completely fizzled out for FaZe here. They have also had they didn't have the reps coming into this, because I thought this was a super questionable pick. It looked really questionable until they mounted that comeback, because that T side, I just don't think that they really had the reps, or really, they couldn't play any round out past the first like 30-40 seconds there.
Until the comeback, I'm still questioning it.
It's crazy.
It was a great comeback, but I still question it.
Well, maybe you need a little bit of a refresher, and we can have a look at the final round of how it played out, because I was thinking that we were going to be able to see Mongols clutch it up a little bit more, right? The pressure on them now to have a flawless round, and unfortunately, it just wasn't really there. The pieces still didn't necessarily work together.
That kill on Techno was where this round really turned on its head. To get so much control of the lower bomb site, I have to point out Tikuok there. This is super questionable. The way that he just watch how this next death comes about, where he just walks through. Oh, actually, it already happened in this one, but he walked through the right side smoke down ramp before his teammates were even ready to actually retake. I think at that point he had just mentally checked out of this game, because just to walk through a smoke to give FaZe in a tense, I think it was 2v2 or 2v3, the even 2v2 state was just super clunky.
I think you even see it in the techno engagement. I mean, you take that fight, you have to commit to that fight. You're not getting out the door. They're already close up. There are already two people shooting at you there. You need to just take the fight.
Yeah.
He tries to run away because he doesn't want to lose the advantage. Then they lose the bomb site. Then Tikuok walks through a smoke. That's the type of round you lose when you're on a 12-round losing streak.
Okay, well, if you're on the Mongol side, right, you want to forget the T side. If you're on a FaZe Clan fan base, you want to forget the T side. So it feels like both of these teams struggling with it there, but more importantly, you want to remember the highs, right? The way that we saw FaZe grow and have that strength in the CT side was phenomenal. The biggest standout player for us, we've said it before, is J-Bone, right? He looked great, and to be able to see it, okay, questionable at the start of it, the warm-up, but he got into a rhythm and had some amazing moments for himself.
Well, the CT side is why I questioned the pick specifically, because when they had it picked against them, they had some success, but they started on the CT side.
Yeah.
They had a very dominant CT side in their last outing on this map, so you see them have it again, and you think the pick might come down to, hey, our CT side is unbeatable. Screw the T side. We just need to have the guns in our hands. We need to have some rounds behind us, and we need to get the op into Jay Bowen's hand, because every time they went anywhere near outer, he managed to find an opening pretty much like clockwork.
It was a lot of openers that were actually, I'd say some of them were created by the boost, the nade breaks, so I definitely give him credit on that, especially the rotation kills he found towards the A-bomb site. All of that was great. Mongols did feed the hot hand, though, to go in so many rounds with these kind of trick plays, like when they were trying to sneak up the mini wall side, when he just got to just feast upon them. Those kinds of rounds maybe question the blitz IGLing, but in the ones where he actually created his
necessarily just series, but when we look at it, our newbies, right, on the side of Mongols, they were a big question marks. The first time being in Europe for some of them, as well as being in a tier 1 team on a stage. Where are you going to be able to have the nerves? And there weren't any showing in the earlier parts of that. For their start, Maui, you're like, wow, these guys are pretty much veterans, it felt like.
Early on, they were infallible. Darkmeister on A, the way that Tikuok was able to rotate. I love the little two-man game between them that's assembled, because FaZe are going for an A hit here, where Darkmeister is able to just kind of stay alive from here. Tikuok already rotated from ramp because he was able to read this play coming in tow. So the way that they're able to just kind of assemble that sort of totem pole defense on top of each other, you could even see that when Darkmeister was mollied out of that angle, Tikuok is making sure that he's helping him him. And that kind of synergy is something that I think Mongols are really going to love moving forward, that these guys can just play off of each other in such a seamless way, even as they join and fight against a tier 1 team like FaZe.
I think they did a great job on the CT side especially, but the question I have is how FaZe attacked them. I mentioned in the pregame against Heroic, you saw Mongols struggled on upper execs, out hut, out squeaky. Darkmeister can't dodge the utility the way you need to. I mean, he's half blind here. This is against pistols. He gets very, very dangerous there. They don't run, I don't think they run a true upper exec. They run this split 2 or 3 times. They don't run a true upper exec the entire half, the entire time on their T side.
The one thing also about this round that actually worked in Tikuok's favor is that there was so much outside pressure and door pressure. That's why he actually rotated over. If they didn't give any inkling that there was going to be this sort of A play or that there was this outside door focus, then he might have still been sat at ramp, and then it would have just been Darkmeister left by himself. But thankfully, FaZe, they sort of telegraphed some of the plays that they were running on the T side, which played into Mongols' favor.
Yeah, I think Tikuok and Darkmeister, great job on the defense. They're in the right position. They're playing really effectively off of each other, but at the same time, make their lives hard. Throw some flashes, throw some mollies, make Darkmeister reposition. That's what he's going to be uncomfortable with, not face it-esque, I'm peeking on the side of Silo, I'm peeking on the other. They're just trying to, duel out. Even if it's a good strat, it's not a great strat to pounce on the rookies.
And they're going to have that time now. They didn't take their timeouts during the map, but I'm hoping that that's the conversation that occurs where you look towards what is going to be Mirage for them. Is we need to step that up a little bit more, a little bit of strength for them. Now, I feel like you want to say something. You can say something super quickly.
Well, look at them in their chairs. This is what the Mongol special when they don't have Mara. They just sit in their chairs the whole time and they just deathmatch the whole time, or they're just doing aimbots half the time. That's the one concern I have. I don't think it's really a mental reset. They just say shoot harder. That's sometimes the mantra of the Mongols.
Well, then we're going to take a step back. Maybe the Mongols won't do it for themselves, but we will to just before this series where Banks was catching up with Tikuok and how he's feeling it coming into his first LAN.
Tikuok, first time in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. You're wearing the Mongols jersey. You had the online period. You were in Serbia. Now you're in Malta. First time traveling. How has this whole journey been for you so far?
So far, it's my first time in Europe, so feels good. But some things are kind of bad for me, I guess, because the food is not...
It's not the same,
It's
right?
not for me, Yeah.
Focusing on Counter-Strike, how are you handling all the new information and all the new things that Blitz, that the team is asking you to do?
Blitz, we have a lot of tactics, and I've been making some mistakes for some time, and like for now, I think I am like not gonna do mistakes because we've done so much scrims and some stuff.
Nice.
And yeah, I think I'm not gonna make mistakes.
And just your own performance so far, how do you feel about it? Like, what is your thoughts? Not what the team says, not what other people say, but how confident do you feel in your own gameplay so far?
About my game plan, I think I'm not 100% being myself right now, because I'm still like adapting to the team stuff and communication and some stuff, and I really think that I'm kind of like not playing myself because I have a fear that I'm gonna like make mistakes and some stuff. Yeah. And I hope this feelings is gonna fade away after some time. Yeah.
I'm sure it will. And I also just want to ask you a bit personally, when did you first start playing Counter-Strike?